You're going to do the translation?
Yeah. No commercial. Okay. In between games, are we going to commercial? Okay. Games, right?
Games. Yes, best 2 out of 3 games to 11. The Human Torch was denied the Bangalore.
The first event of the new year is here on the Carvana PPA Tour. This is the Hyundai Masters presented by Invited. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans, and we are hanging out at Mission Hills Country Club in Rancho, Mirage, California. Man, we are so thrilled to get this season started. So much has happened in the past few months, especially, my goodness, the combination of the MLP and PPA, which means we're seeing so many new athletes on the PPA Tour. Here is a look, though, as to how this day will run out, because we are playing men's and women's singles on the day. And yeah, some new names to the PPA Tour. Morgan Evans, the first one that will get us started. Sam Querrey has now found himself on the pickleball court.
He has a new home in pickleball. The former ATP world-ranked number 11 singles player has decided he wants to take a run at pickleball, and who's to say he cannot rule the roost in short order. He has the stature of a man who can cover the court in 1 or 2 steps. He's up against a person who's more of a veteran than he is, relatively still coming into the game, Alex Newman. Both players, funnily enough, San Francisco. I think this is going to be a very interesting test, the first real test for Sam Querrey in his singles professional career. However, he does have some wonderful training partners. He often works with his men's doubles partner, who will be competing with on Saturday, Mr. Wesley Burrows. So no stranger to the court, but it's going to be intriguing to see just how well he handles this first matchup.
Well, and here's a look at the early morning hours here at Mission Hills Country Club, your championship court. And there is Sam Querrey himself, 35 years old. You mentioned it, originally out of San Francisco, California. He has a little bit of height to him, 6'6". Pretty wild to see him now on the pickleball court. 10 ATP titles to his name. They, of course, are wearing white because this is the Masters event. Here's a look at Alex Newman out of New York.
It's an interesting one. We've got so many new players coming in. We have a qualifier that is happening right now. There will be 8 new entries coming into the draw.
And according to some of the numbers I have, 53 players were competing for 8 main draw spots. That's wild. And so much conversation has been had about the men's singles competition in pickleball, especially at the professional level, and how much depth there now is.
No, every single one of them is a gladiator in my book. What they have to go through in the singles arena relative to doubles is very intense.
Well, and here is your first ball. We will play 2 out of 3.
Games to 11.
Beautiful drop volley from Sam Querrey. Great touch.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the most intimidating things you can be up against in a professional career, knowing you're up against a former Wimbledon quarterfinalist. He's got so many ATP titles to his name, and also a phenomenal doubles player as well. So Alex Newman has his work cut out. However, he has beaten the likes of Tyler Leung and Jay Devilliers.
Good shape on the ball right there. That started off with a nice serve. Alex Newman bringing that.
Yeah, I like his footwork around his forehand side, going inside out.
Another good serve. Depth in finding the sidelines. That one just long.
Yeah, it's a good leave from Sam Querrey. It's often one of the latter things to come into the game. Big forehand.
That looks familiar.
Yeah, he's hit a few of those in his day. So he's on the board.
Shallow return. Sam not quite there to get his feet set.
Yeah, what we've seen every time one of these great tennis players come in, specifically Querrey in recent times, is the level he presents in his first game and the level he arrives at after 2 or 3 games is wildly different. He picks up, you know, a 1.5 points, you know, somehow going from a 5.0 to a 6.5 pretty quickly.
The learning curve is steep for Sam Querrey. He also won the Bubbly Team Championships on the PPA Tour.
Oh, Alex Newman. He held that for just long enough to be able to thread it down the line, kept the big man in position.
Working with the carbon pickleball paddle you see in Alex Newman's hand. That time he works inside out.
God, the court just looks so small for Sam Querrey, doesn't it?
It does. You got to think about the amount of court coverage he can present. That 6'6" height. I wonder what the wingspan is.
Just couldn't quite get low enough on that ball. That is going to be one of the difficulties for a player of his height. So the ball will come back to Querrey. Just not sure if he's taking a timeout or just dusting off the ball. So 1-4 is the scoreline.
Oh, and he was given a gift right there off the net.
But I'm very impressed that he attempted the third shot drop. For singles, that is not usually the low-hanging fruit that a lot of tennis players go towards. They look to really drive their way to success, as he does very well on that occasion.
Up the line from Sam Querrey. Finds 2 more, trailing by 1. Returns middle instead, just missing wide.
The winner of this match will go forward to play the winner of Dylan Fraser and one lucky qualifier.
Oh, the two-way, that was beautiful.
Yeah, he set things up beautifully with that first two-handed backhand and closed the show with the second. Yeah, puts Newman in a tough spot there.
Attacking the feet and then finding the cross court. Beautifully done from Sam Querrey. Oh, he nearly had it.
Oh, I know, he would have paid good money to have a tennis racket in his hand on that occasion, just to shape that ball down. Great effort, though. And Newman misses wide.
So often we talk about the return and how critical, not only the return, but also the serve in the game of singles. A few different approaches, how you might go about doing that. And I'd be curious to know what your preference is.
I've always been a fan of going big on the serve, either getting some unforced errors with the return or at least a shorter return, and giving you a great option for driving a third ball. For me, that was always the play, but everyone's a little different. I still see some great depth and good pace from Querrey on his serve.
What about in terms of the return? So often, like you just saw there, Sam with the slice return, but I feel like at times you also see a lot more topspin returns in the game of singles.
Yeah, there's a lot of players who are able to really feed off that backspin and compound their own topspin on top of it and cause some real trouble. So you've just got to be very wary of the players that are capable of doing that, and in which case slicing your return can be a little bit ominous.
Oh, look at that. There's the length.
6'6" man. Tough to get by.
We're stuck at 4-3 right now.
Maybe there should be a side pot to see how many people can actually pass him.
It's a great, that's a great bet.
I don't think Newman's done a clean. Has he done a clean one yet? The hard part, obviously, for a man his size, getting down low enough to really get the paddle head well underneath the contact point. It's just going to take his knees to get used to, that lower sweet spot.
Beautiful cut.
Oh, he's missed it.
Oh,
he had everything on his paddle there. It looks so good. I'm a little curious why he wasn't going with the two-hander. It looked so good early on. He elected to stab the single-handed backhand instead.
We'll see where Querrey puts this return. Most times he's been going to that backhand side of Newman. This time he goes middle.
That's a great shot from Alex Newman.
Great shape to that ball.
So the side out. Querrey with the serve back. Again, he's just catching the tape, just underneath the tape on that one. I tell you, that's going to be one of those things. It won't be long before every one of those forehands is clearing. And well, if he had made every one that so far has found the net, the landscape here would be very different. Just misses that one long.
Seven, 3 now. That backhand up the line. And another ball from Sam. He's sitting on that. There's been multiple opportunities for him to find a couple winners.
Yeah, so far I'm seeing that first volley just not quite getting enough penetration. Alex Newman is really targeting the backhand side. He's getting some short volleys out of Sam Querrey.
Unlucky bounce for Newman.
Yeah, the net giveth and it taketh away.
8-3 now.
Oh, well.
Speaking of taking away.
Yeah, it's gone both ways. So now the return game of Sam Querrey needs to be on point to stop the bleeding.
Earlier, Newman was finding the sidelines with that serve. This time, just a little bit more depth.
Yeah, he's got a lot of shape and great penetration on his forehand, and so far it's targeted the Querrey backhand well.
Does it land?
Just wide. Short return. Yeah, Newman's just doing a good enough job of getting the ball quite low, finding the feet kind of level of Query, knowing that is going to be the tough area. Certainly don't want to leave anything net height or above.
9-3.
It's got a big serve, doesn't it?
Yeah. Paid dividends to this point.
Good volley from Query. That was enough. If he can just get that kind of depth and penetration, he can really do well.
See if we can find a little bit of momentum. You mentioned early on, his game will evolve very quickly. And there again is that same point.
Yeah, there's just been 4 or 5 of those. And if every one of them had gone over, it's going to be a tough battle. But I'm sure we'll see in game 2 him lifting up that ball. And again, the big serve of Alex Newman really paying off. This would be certainly where I'd consider a timeout from Sam Querrey. He's got a lot of people in his corner that will be more than happy to help with some tactical advice.
It's game ball, though, for Newman. And there again is that forehand from Newman, doing a fantastic job finding game number 1, 11-3.
Yeah, smooth work from him. I thought it might be a little closer than that, and I'm sure we'll see that in game 2. But now Alex Newman punches on to game 2 with game 1 in the hands, 11-3.
Sam taking a break for a second, but I'll be curious to see too, in terms of the adjustments for him, how different it will be in terms of getting underneath that ball, finding a little bit more height to it. But we'll be back with game number 2 just after this.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different.
Newman taking game number 1 over Query. Let's see what can happen now into game number 2. Query staying loose at the baseline right now. A few unforced errors in terms of maybe a little bit more height and shape on the ball for him. Some of those moments. And they start nice and quick for us.
Once again, the net is getting involved in the Query forehand. I tell you, if he just drops his body height a few inches, that ball will have clearance. I think we'll see him make that change.
Query was placed into the main draw with a wild card after winning the Bubbly Team Championships. This team.
Newman closing the net well. He's getting a lot out of his serve. I do like his motion. He puts a lot of energy into it.
You know what that means.
Yeah. So Query serving.
A few different looks from Newman there. You saw the two-handed backhand and then found one-hand punch.
Yeah, Query almost got away with it with a last-second lob. Another big serve from Newman.
Yeah, he is ripping them right now.
This man is not to be underestimated.
There's that slice with plenty of time for Query to get to the net. It seems to be his forte. It almost looks like he's trying to just find himself up at that kitchen line as much as possible off that return, giving himself plenty of time with the slice.
Yeah, I mean, there is so much pressure on the return of serve in the game of singles. It's not easy when you're up against a different kind of shape than you're used to. Obviously, he's very accustomed to a tennis ball and a tennis racket. So,
still hitting that a little flat.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Two-0. 2-0 now for Newman. And a fortunate bounce for Newman.
Yeah, the net has really favored him so far.
3-0.
It's going to be tough to get a lob over the 6'6" Query.
So that's the question, is who can get a passing shot on him and who can get a lob on him?
Yeah, so far Newman, he's done such a good job of getting the ball to dip low to the volleys and the ground strokes for Query that it has been tough for Query to get the clearance and kind of margins he needs.
What a play from Newman.
The agility of this young man.
Twisted up like a cyclone, but still finds his feet.
Yeah, that's very impressive work. So, starts to develop a bit of a commanding lead here. Has he got it? Yes, he has. Marches to 4-0. This wouldn't be a bad timeout opportunity, but it is a skill like anything else in the game, knowing when and to take that timeout, just to try to halt your opponent's momentum.
So much needed side out on the side of Sam Query.
So 0-4, let's see what he can do.
To your point, Newman playing with some of the depth.
Nice work. Okay, so.
Good court
Query,
coverage.
Yes, that will certainly be his forte. And he is on the board.
I liked what you saw, though, from Newman in the middle of that point. He kind of laid one up a little softer, tried to keep the bounce low.
And again, finds the net. So 4-1, Newman.
4-1.
Another big serve.
Does he find the line? And he does.
I think he does, yeah. He's doing such a good job of running around that backhand, using that huge forehand to his favor. I think if you're Sam Query, you've got to realize it's not so easy to find someone who's as quick as Alex Newman, their backhand side. You might as well open up, go down the line with the forehand and then try to get to the backhand. But with a backhand like that.
I was going to say, that was a thing of beauty right there.
Yeah, and Newman calling for the crowd to get involved, and rightly so.
And Sam saying that was a good one. Yeah, that was a good one. Touche.
Again, he chips towards the backhand side. Newman plays a forehand.
And that time he finds one.
He is rolling. I think if Newman does pull out the win here today, if when he announces it at a dinner arrangement down the track, if he'll actually say that it was a tennis or pickleball game.
Just long there again.
So Newman now 8-1. Another huge forehand, and now just 2 points away.
Well, and Newman's been showing great kind of expansion of his array of shots, going both cross court and up the line with both his forehand and his backhand. He's kind of challenged every alley there is on the side of Querrey.
And that return floats long.
Now match ball. Oh, and he pegged him.
I think he's got him.
He had him. No way.
So,
that's a bit unorthodox.
Yeah, well, so if nothing else, he'll have one of the shots of the day, undoubtedly.
He's well outside the court. That's wild. And then he misses the serve.
Okay, so Newman, another chance to march forward in the bracket.
I feel like that's a little bit of karma right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Another match ball for Newman. Newman is everywhere, but you can see how low he's dropping that paddle face down. Beautiful angles with that wrist.
Yeah, no, he does very well. Gets so much shape on the ball. And that really is the kind of kryptonite for a man as tall as Sam Querrey.
He's working with only a few inches of margin above the height of the net.
Oh, he's got a forehand.
And there's a point for Sam Querrey.
Very nice. Yeah, we know he's got the power, the range, the speed, the court coverage, obviously, to be very dangerous in this game. Just getting used to the paddle and the ball. It's going to take a little bit of time.
And a firefight.
It goes Querrey's way, so who knows?
I feel like that's the first real one we've seen.
Yeah. This could be the beginning of a historic comeback. Potentially.
Early on a Thursday morning, why not?
Yeah.
Some defense from Sam, but the close. Newman facing a third match ball. Taking the slow walk, back to serve. Starts with a lot of depth away from the baseline.
Yeah, I think it's a smart move. Great first volley, finds a nice short angle, really making the distance that Alex Newman has to cover all the more difficult. So 3-10, can he continue the comeback?
Newman taking a second, wiping away the sweat. Returns, and there's a third shot drop from Sam.
Yeah, I've noticed in the last handful of points, he's gone towards the drop more than the drive, not really trusting that his drive is quite there yet. So Newman with another match point.
His fourth.
10-3.
And there it is.
Almost paints that line. Beautiful forehand again from Alex Newman.
The finish from Alex Newman. Taking down Sam Querrey 11-3, 11-3. And it was was with shots like that.
Yeah, that is clean work from him. He knew the advantages he could possess over the big man. His agility was on point.
We'll be back with more singles action from Mission Hills Country Club.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
So the first match of the new year has now completed. Sam Querrey taking a loss to none other than Alex Newman. 11-3, 11-3. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. We have more men's singles action coming your direction. But Morgan, we talked about the depth of the field on the men's side, especially in the singles game. Who are some names you're most excited to see this season?
Well, I think some of these first round matches are unbelievable. Well, very soon, we're likely to see Ben Johns having to deal with Zane Navratil. And that man, if you haven't watched him play, not always a PPA player, but he is someone who has got the wheels to do anything. The kind of action he gets on the serve as well. He was a big proponent of the spin serve, now fortunately illegal, but the kind of wheels and speed on his forehand side especially. He's got the potential to take down anyone. It's not going to be easy for Mr. Johns to go through him and then have to deal with likely the likes of Julian Arnold or Frank Anthony Davis. On that top side of the bracket, I tell you, there's some intriguing matches. Connor Garnett is a man who is about to make some real waves. If you haven't heard the name, be watching for him. Right now, though, we're about to get started with Rafa Hewitt and DJ Young.
Rafa Hewitt, originally out of Idaho, Lewiston, Idaho. His family has a beautiful winery, but he is a dangerous force to be reckoned with. You want to talk about some fire? There is some fire out on the court right now between Rafa Hewitt and DJ Young. DJ Young, known to be one of the most creative in the game. We'll show you an interesting shot selection.
Yeah, a real wizard with the paddle. But if you're anywhere near Rancho Mirage, California, you're going to hear Rafa Hewitt.
You will.
Some of the come-ons and let's goes. Ooh. All right, so DJ Young getting this party started.
And that's Rafa Hewitt, the lefty.
Already on
white
the board.
hat.
Okay, so Hewitt now getting his big left-handed serve going.
So when you're facing off against a lefty as a righty, what are some of the things you have to pay attention to maybe after the serve?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you are someone who typically wants to target that backhand, you've got to remember your shot selections are now the opposite. However, I've seen Rafa Hewitt hit so many beautiful double-handed backhands that I don't think that's the play. And that ball floating long from Young.
Short return, but the bounce was minimal.
Yeah, lots of spin. Deflected quite quickly downwards off the paddle of Hewitt. And DJ with the two-hander. For a lot of people, they liken DJ Young to Nick Kyrgios in the tennis world. It's the kind of raw talent.
Well, and that's the second ball right there that we've seen from DJ Young, kind of chopping that ball short to the backhand side of Rafa Hewitt for the third.
Yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If he gets more errors out of Hewitt, keep doing it.
Trying to find his change of direction is DJ Young. And again, same thing. And wow, what a beautiful setup and finish by DJ Young.
Yeah, so he didn't get the error. He forced Hewitt to just chip cross court. That opened up the down the line opportunity.
He's even doing it now in transition.
Oh, it's beautiful work.
Talk about a scouting report and sticking to it. Just on those first few points. Good depth and finish from Rafa.
Yeah, beautiful clean volley, open court. Certainly wasn't a bad passing attempt from Young. And that massive lefty forehand down the line works out well.
Rafa known to like to work around the ball, find that forehand as often as possible.
He looks to be targeting the forehand side now of Young. Yeah, for me, you can always tell when a player is now really fully invested in the game of pickleball when they start taking on singles. DJ Young hasn't always been an avid singles player, but I think it's certainly a worthwhile move for him. Some players doing it so they're in good shape for the Major League Pickleball season, and who knows who's going to actually find a real love of the discipline.
Speaking of moving into singles, we also have Callan Dawson into the singles competition here at the Masters. That's a name you don't normally see there.
Who knew?
I talked to him last night about it, and he said, yeah, you know, preparing for some MLP Dream Breakers. I need a few I need a few points in singles.
He's going to have to deal with Frank Anthony Davis up first round. That's not going to be easy.
He's going to be running for a lot of balls.
Fad is a man with endless wheels. It is unbelievable some of the things that man can get.
Connor Garnett reminds me a lot of that in terms of running around, and it's almost like he's jumping and hopping around the court constantly, like he never stops his feet.
Yeah, it's the power of youth. So 2-3, DJ Young. Ooh,
And
looks like
it's good. He
caught.
changed his call.
Yeah, it looked like it was floating long, but so much spin off the paddle of Young.
Trying to find the ball now. Here's a look. Just caught the back of the line.
Yeah, very close.
Nice sportsmanship from Rafa. Rafa a little bit more subdued in the singles game than what I'm used to seeing him in doubles or mixed.
I think he just has to feel it. Once he hits
getting there.
one or two great shots from him, he'll get pretty vocal.
He warms up at the same rate as the temperature here in Palm Springs. Same thing.
Oh, he's down. And
hopefully he's okay.
oh, he's run into some of the cabling. The foot looked to be caught as he tried to return.
Well, I think he tried to slide and ended up hitting the cable.
Yeah, well, it looks like the whole net has now moved. Where it once was well centered, so he slid into the net. curious here what the call is.
Wonder if they're going to call a replay.
Personally, I'd like to kind of...
Here's a look at it.
Yep.
See the tape on the line there.
Oh, yes, so
yeah, he absolutely slipped on the cable.
Yeah, and the cable moved the net.
I'm just glad he's okay. That could have been bad.
Yeah, that could have been rough. So
no, again, we've seen it while they fix the net and kind of figure out what's going on. But I've got to know too, with that two-handed backhand, so often, obviously, you have to turn that left hip if you're a lefty, right? To be able.
Yes.
So what's interesting is I feel like in multiple times in transition, he's almost getting caught. Rafa having to then face or run down another ball, and he now has his hip squared a different direction. That's got to be challenging in terms of footwork and maybe trying to chase the secondary ball. Yeah, no, definitely. And for him to be able to get those hips turned, he's a big boy. You know, he's got massive amounts of power. The two-handed backhand is a rotational shot. By comparison, the single-handed backhand is much more of a lengthways, more linear momentum, they call it. And getting the hip and shoulder turned, it takes time, it takes space, and that's not an easy thing. When it works, it's fantastic. Yeah.
You get that extra control that the other hand helps you with, and you get to use, obviously, the other shoulder to help absorb power coming at you, which is obviously more helpful in the volleys. I would have loved to have seen in the previous match Mr. Query going towards that two-handed backhand volley a little more often to deal with the pace of Alex Newman. Rafa Hewitt is, he's a veteran of the singles court, and I think he's aware when he needs to take that one hand off and just chip cross court. However, the one time he's done it so far against DJ Young,
he's been there to finish up the line.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's a tricky one.
It was more so in thoughts of energy exertion too, just like how to kind of manage the output there as trying to go for a two-handed backhand constantly. In terms of deception, it's great too. You can hold it that much longer too, right?
Yeah, no, for sure.
And off the bounce, you can create a little bit more.
Yeah, you can really use that other hand to curve the ball back cross court. So a lot of good reasons why so many of the top professionals are using it these days. I've started to put it into my game and just to help students as well with their attempts, because I really feel like that two-handed backhand off the bounce attack up at the kitchen line is such a powerful weapon, largely because of what you mentioned, that has that deception advantage.
Well, while they get the court reset, let's take a look at some of the highlights from this match so far, and that's what we're talking about. There's the chip shot that DJ Young read beautifully cross court to finish up the line.
Nice.
Beautiful winner.
Backhand cross court.
That's the ball called good.
The clearance above the net on that was amazing.
And this is that last play.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the call is going to be. I'd like to see a replay, but I'm sure
making sure that we are exact to the specification. Height of net, location of net. This again is our championship court. We'll be surely filling in as the hours move on through this Thursday. We've got men's singles action taking place now, as well as women's singles starting up.
Yeah, one of the other matches I'm really looking forward to is the potential matchup early on, the round of 16 it'll be. Tyson McGuffin will likely take on Christian Alshon. Alshon has to get through Caden Nemeth first, and Nemeth has really got his game in great order these last few years. But McGuffin, the number 2 seed, will likely take on Alshon. He is a former All-American college tennis player, University of Chicago, I believe. And that man, the kind of power and movement around the court combined with serious height, 6'1", 6'2" potentially. That matchup for me, I do hope we get to see that one live. Obviously, we see Sam Query falling to Alex Newman. Not to say he's done for the day. He will go into the back draw. Newman will go on to likely take on Dylan Fraser, who is going to meet Sterling Gali, one of the qualifiers.
And just before we get set, we're going to take a 1-minute break to see how things are going to shape out.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back to the Carvana PPA Tour. This is the Hyundai Masters event taking place at Mission Hills Country Club. We're in the middle of men's singles action. We just had to step aside as they figure out what exactly to do between DJ Young and Rafa Hewitt. After Rafa slipped on one of the cables courtside, they've adjusted now the court and moving into what to do next. But it is a beautiful day. You saw it, 61 degrees here in Palm Springs, Rancho Mirage to be exact.
Yeah, I am very happy to call this this area my home. Even in the summer, you know, it's only 125 in the shade. You can sort of handle that. But this time of year is just perfect. Snow-capped mountains, oh, it's majestic almost.
Let's hope that we can maintain that weather throughout the weekend. I'm a little nervous for one of the days. That's all I'm going to say.
No, it threatens rain. It's never really serious.
So your call here, just to fill folks in again. So Rafa slipped on the cable in the middle of a point. He did have a good look at the ball. Now it was an outstretched play. But you're thinking this should be a replay.
Well, I'd like to see it as a replay. You know, you never want someone to fall on the court, and if it affects the net itself. And don't get me wrong, I am not a qualified referee anymore. Once upon a time, I was really thinking about going for my qualifications. But so many new rules have come in and out. I don't want to say what the exact ruling will be here. But I do know we've got people like Don Stanley to be able to handle these kinds of issues.
Athlete's going to continue the conversation. DJ Young moving back to the baseline. As is Rafa. It looks like we're now ready to get back underway. The score will be 3-3, I believe. We'll hear from our official here in a second.
We're replaying that last rally. Time in. 3-3.
Replaying the last rally.
Excellent. Okay, so DJ Young gets the serve back. Another big serve.
Misses the return, so point for DJ. Oh, what a wrist. How much flexibility is required to do that from DJ?
That is Devilliers-esque, really.
Oh my goodness.
Very impressive work. He kept his man in position, refused to go backhand again and again until it was really open. That is a lesson in patience, folks. And that backhand volley has let him down. Unfortunately, spraying quite wide. So Hewitt gets the ball back.
There's the inside out.
Beautiful inside out.
Whew. Missed return. It's a little bit of a balance with the serve and return game in singles.
There's really just so much more pressure in the singles game on both serve and return. Fantastic volley from the big man.
Just chopping that cross court. Beautifully done, DJ Young.
Liking that two-handed backhand from Young. It really looks technically beautiful. Looks like that volley did float wide, so another point. And they're both staying back.
I was going to say, playing some tennis now. Ooh, and good read, but...
Maybe they were inspired by Mr. Query. Great serve again from Rafa. Awards the return error. So a timeout is called.
So 6-6, and they're going to take a break on championship court, as are we.
Hit the ball. I know I hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Six back out of the timeout. Rafa Hewitt and DJ Young and Cameron Irwin and Morgan Evans hanging out in the booth with you from Mission Hills Country Club.
Yeah, a very hard-fought match so far, isn't it? 6-6, as tight as it gets. Some great plays from both players.
I liked the idea, but not quite there. A little too much on that from DJ Young. Still trying to work around that ball. That's about as far to the backhand side as you can get.
Yeah, it appears just the amount of backspin that Young is putting on his returns of serve have caused real issues with the kind of clearance that Rafa Hewitt needs.
Well, and oftentimes everyone talks about in the game of singles, you want to have depth on the serve, or depth in general, right? On those returns.
Yeah.
And he's still chopping that ball short.
Yeah, he's deliberately forcing Rafa Hewitt to move forward and then have to get underneath a ball that is going to deflect downwards off his paddle time and time again. And that's proving a great play. I'm impressed. He's thinking outside the box.
Oh. Beautiful shot, dropping the paddle face down and finding the sideline.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. That's as good as it gets. And he's got himself a 9-7 lead here.
And he got about 2 to separation at most.
Again.
And the same shot out of the middle, dropping the wrist.
Beautiful. Yeah, he can do anything with that ball, and that's causing Rafa Hewitt to have to kind of keep his central location for longer than he would like. So this is for game 1. He's got it.
And there it is, game number 1 going to DJ Young. Nice job, though, by Rafa trying to stay in that one, especially after he slid at about that 3-3 mark. So 11-7, DJ Young. Here's a look at the last play.
Yeah, a little bit of luck off the net there that gave him a ball to work with, and pretty sharp on that next volley.
Game number 2 will be coming up right after this.
mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Game number 2 about ready to get underway. 11-7 was the game 1 score for DJ Young over Rafa Hewitt. This has been singles action on the PPA Tour, brought to you by Carvana. Of course, this is the Hyundai Masters event, the first of the year, and man, are we so thrilled because more players have now joined the PPA Tour in their partnership with the MLP. So you're seeing so many more contracted players, going from about 30 to over 60 now. Beautiful drop volley from DJ Young.
Yeah, he just has such an array of shot selections. It makes it near impossible for his opponents to really get a read of what's about to happen.
Great touch on the ball. Trying to find his wheels is DJ Young.
Yeah, Hewitt just doing a great job of getting plenty of spin on that ball.
That's tough too against DJ Young. He's not shy to put spin on the ball too, so you're having to either double that up or compound it.
Yeah, that's a great example there. So wristy, so much flexibility there to whip it up and down. His forehand reminds me a little bit of AJ Kohler's backhand.
And in what regard?
Well, just how quickly he rotates the wrist from underneath the contact point to quickly over the top. The wrist strength, the power required to do that in such a very short, sharp kind of technique is ungodly. It makes the kind of flexibility in shot selections all the more dangerous. And when he goes for too much, that can happen because he is a very powerful man.
1-0.
And it's interesting, DJ has kind of changed his MO right there, working that two-handed backhand return, punching that ball to the baseline.
So here, let's see if he can't do a little more damage with this serve. He's got it.
And that's some damage right there.
Yeah.
Lefty loosey from Rafa Hewitt.
Yeah, I think if he's trying to expose the backhand side of Young, I'd love to see him serving wide to the forehand. Instead, Young will get the ball back to see if he can't get on the board in game 2.
I like this quick start, though, for Rafa Hewitt.
Yeah, you could get a good view there just prior to the serve of what grip DJ Young is using, and it is a very aggressive, almost semi-Western grip, and that really allows for massive amounts of topspin. However, using the same grip on the backhand side can lead to these kinds of errors, unfortunately. So you will see some players having very slight changes.
Yeah, so when you're switching to that backhand side, so you're just rotating more towards that continental?
Yeah, just a little bit more continental to give a firmer view.
We'll talk a little bit more about grips after this break.
new Peepo Pickleball.
Rafa Hewitt out to a solid start in game number 2. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. Just before the break, we were talking a little bit about grips and maybe adjusting from that, you called it semi-western, right?
Semi-western, yes.
Semi-western over to the continental on that backhand side and kind of making the adjustments. What are some of the challenges maybe presented in having to constantly do that?
Yeah, no, it looks like for the players who can do it, they get a real advantage when they get closer to the transition area, because the ability to handle low balls is much, much easier with something a little bit closer to continental on the forehand. However, it's, as we call, a transition from one grip to the other, and that makes things just that added more complicated.
Great explanation as Rafa goes again with the inside in.
That is just beautiful. Yeah, I think it was great. That's the kind of you get from Rafa Hewitt.
However, it was DJ called that out of bounds, so it looks like DJ is standing ready to serve.
Oh, I thought that was gorgeous.
Ball was in.
And that ball was challenged and overturned. So
good.
Rafa did get the point.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't put that kind of out there for no reason.
So 7-0 for Rafa Hewitt.
Yeah, and the pickleball gods have agreed with the decision.
8-0.
8-0. And make it 9 quickly ascending as Rafa Hewitt into game 2.
Yeah, it's kind of what happens when a player with as many shots available as DJ Young. Sometimes it's just irresistible to be very cute. And that ball finds the net.
What a turn from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah. I had a good feeling that Rafa Hewitt was going to be able to turn this around. I've seen him at his highest level. And game 1 was not it, but he's really finding it now.
And just like that, game number 2, it's a pickle for Rafa Hewitt, 11-0. Quick work right out of the gate from game number 2. And a beautiful job by Rafa Hewitt.
Yeah, in stark contrast, certainly to game 1. A little bit of luck here and there, but he just found great consistency on a lot of balls. That was the difference maker.
So game number 3 will be coming up shortly. The victor will be determined after this.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about. without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
Welcome back. Game number 3 about to get started. DJ Young and Rafa Hewitt, Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. And this is just the beautiful setting that you get to have here at Mission Hills Country Club. We've got 4 full days of coverage coming your direction today. It's all about men's singles as well as women's singles in the pro division.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's quite enough room up there to find the slopes. Get the old board out.
So we move into game number 3. Again, we'll play to 11. You must win by 2. DJ Young will be on the far side of your screen, with Rafa Hewitt on the near side of your screen. And a big adjustment from Rafa Hewitt. Or maybe so, DJ Young in game number 2, kind of going away from what was working game 1 with that return to the backhand side, shallow of Rafa Hewitt.
And that ball is just a little bit long, so Rafa Hewitt now with the serve.
0-0.
And he goes right to the forehand side. So really, he has gone away from what was working in game 1.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I think part of it was that Rafa Hewitt tightened up a lot of the errors, put some more pressure on, and I think DJ Young's reaction to that was more kind of, we'll say, flamboyant shot selections. He loves the touchy-feely stuff, lots of slice. He didn't make as many as he needed to.
0-1.
So 0-1.
And closing again with that forehand. Rafa Hewitt patrolling the kitchen line.
Yeah, I think that's something that you always kind of want to do when you've got a big, tall man in front of you, is get the ball behind them as often as possible. Wrong footing the player is such a beneficial thing when agility might not be their strong suit. It's not something I would do all day against Frank Anthony Davis, for example, or Gabriel Joseph, Tyson McGuffin.
Oh, and he nearly had it.
I think he was a little. I think he was a little gun shy. You remembered what happened last time he went in that direction at a real speed.
Way back in game number 1 at that 3-3 mark, and he slipped on the cable there.
Yeah, good return. So Young, 2 points to 1. This is already markedly better than his game 2 performance.
Man, there was some pace on that. Just wrecking that ball was Rafa Hewitt.
Yeah, huge two-handed backhand.
And so compact. I think that's always one of the wild things, that when you get out on the pickleball court, you realize how much more power you actually generate with more of a compact swing.
And, oh, what was that?
And by the way, as easy as that shot might have looked, because you're going, oh, it's kind of a semi-overhead, DJ Young was just looking up into the sun. He had to look up, check back down, and then find the ball.
I think he had time to complain that that shot actually came to him. Oh, a lovely two-handed backhand into the open space.
So smooth right there from DJ Young. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, and it's a, you know, it is a real risk, because if he doesn't make that shot and it gets onto the paddle of Rafa Hewitt, then what he can do, given that's his left-handed forehand, is all the more dangerous than the average backhand.
3-1.
Just picking those up from the baseline. Man, that's back-to-back balls.
Yeah, Hewitt just looking down at the court. He's not quite sure if there could have been an out ball there, but irregardless, he missed that one by 2 or 3 inches.
4-1.
Great drop right there from Rafa. Good things happen when you hustle. It was kind of all he had to be able to even get a paddle on that ball right there.
And he is a never say die kind of athlete. He really is. He embodies a real spirit of the game. Reminds me a little bit of, Rafa Hewitt, Leighton Hewitt.
Ah, there you go.
The former Australian tennis player, world #1 for a couple of years.
Another great, man, the
So
volleys. Great touch from DJ Young.
Yeah, he hasn't made every one of them, and there's been a few where he really overcut it. So, you know, there are times where he is his own worst enemy, knowing that he can do almost anything with a ball, just a wizard.
4-1.
Well, and it's so funny in the game of pickleball, the more speed, or excuse me, the more spin you add to the ball, most likely you're going to be getting that compounded back to you, so you have to be able to handle that much more.
Yeah, it is a double-edged sword, putting this much topspin and backspin. You know, the modern paddles were able to do so much rotation on the ball.
1-4.
People can really fall in love with the real flamboyant shots. That ball stays in somehow.
Oh, actually, they're calling it long.
Oh.
So score still at 1-4. Or, excuse me, 4-1 with Young serving.
What we're seeing here is a potential side advantage. And we'll notice it very quickly if Young gets to 6
5-1
after this point, and Hewitt will finish on what potentially is the good side. Yeah, he's able to get great penetration through the court. And so it'll be a timeout.
And a change of ends at 6-1 as we play to 11. We'll be back with the conclusion of game number 3.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
6-1 at the change of ends. Rafa Hewitt trailing by 5. And now we mentioned just before the break that maybe a better side, maybe not. Is it just maybe the sun conditions, wind conditions? What can play into having a good side versus bad side?
Well, the sun can play an influence today. I believe it's more just a gentle breeze that's helping some of the penetration for the side of Rafa Hewitt right now. Both players have massive amounts of topspin, so they don't really require as much insurance that you can get when you're playing against the wind. They can really use that wind to their advantage. And it's not much, but it's enough to make a bit of a difference, it appears.
Not so fast, says DJ Young, though.
Yeah, this has been a tale of 3 matches so far.
8-1. I think that one almost surprised DJ. Just a ball laid up in the middle of the transition zone.
1-8.
Fantastic two-handed backhand. And DJ Young did read the play. He moved in the direction well, just couldn't quite get enough. I'd like to see him starting to work with the two-handed backhand as well, I think, up at the kitchen line.
Well, that's a beautiful shot from Rafa Hewitt. That ball bending well below the height of the net.
Yeah, we're seeing the comeback trail ablaze with the forehands and backhands of Mr. Hewitt. And that return has sailed long, so 3 points on the trot.
Wow.
And
just like that.
A certainly well-deserved timeout. Good job, Mr. Hewitt. Great power in the serve and passing shots.
So a few errors on the side of DJ Young gets Hewitt back in the game number 3.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Welcome back to Mission Hills Country Club, game number 3. We are right in the middle of it. DJ Young and Rafa Hewitt. It's been a tale of about 3 different games to this point. A little bit of a surge here by Rafa Hewitt as he trailed 8-1, now 4-8. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans, and looks like DJ Young's gonna have some conversation as that ball was out of bounds. And so 5-8, add another one to the board for Rafa.
Yeah, he is really cooking with gas now. And another huge forehand and a missed volley from Young.
And you're starting to hear Rafa.
Yeah,
you better watch out. That's not a good sign.
He's just missed that one, though.
Yep,
so from DJ Young, I'd love to see him change it up on the returns of serve. He's trying so hard to get the ball deep. And I think right now, Rafa Hewitt is able to really keep the ball on a piece of rope. What about dropping it short enough so that Rafa has to move forward? He's got that extra weight momentum and usually a much lower contact point. There's no way he's going to be able to put on the same kind of power that he is at the moment if we do that. And again, it's a deep return and an easy look at a forehand powerful third ball from Rafa Hewitt.
Well, and DJ has lost some of those volleys to that point, especially on those outstretched backhand, and then he even just missed one there as well. And everything going the way of Rafa Hewitt.
8-8. Yeah, and I think another timeout is coming.
So a 7-point run for Rafa Hewitt. You gotta be kidding me. It was 1-8, and it is now 8-8 in game number 3. This again is the first round match for both of these athletes. So starting to get their feet about them here at Hyundai Masters on the Carvana PPA Tour. Our stands and crowd are going to be filling in throughout the day. Everyone should be flooding to championship court at this point because these last few points are going to be a doozy. So what can DJ Young do? You talked about the depth. He's been trying to find that depth on the return. So is it maybe going back to what he saw in game 1? Is he going to cut that return and try and find the backhand side?
Look, I think it's a great play against someone like Rafa Hewitt. When he gets this train rolling, it's hard to stop that kind of momentum. Getting him to be able to then control the ball is tough. But we see another deep return and another passing shot straight away from Rafa Hewitt.
I think that was a yeah, baby.
We threw the baby in there. Oh, geez.
Yeah, baby. Why not? He's got the lead now.
Okay, so a shorter return. I don't know if it was by luck or design. Maybe he's listening to the broadcast.
On the backhand side.
On the backhand side. All right, it's not out of it yet. This could be interesting, folks. 8-9. Oh, that's almost criminal.
That's so brutal.
Oh.
You've worked so hard to get the ball back.
9-8.
Singles is tough, man.
And now
Make
with
it
a
10-8.
quick return error, Rafa Hewitt has match point.
10-8.
Down 1-10. 8. Trying to get the full comeback underway, but another side out, this time for DJ Young.
8-10.
So he fights off 1.
The winner of this goes forward to potentially play Ryan Sherry.
Ooh, there's the drop volley.
The touch of a surgeon. Beautiful stuff.
Ooh, that's about as close as it gets. He gets 1 back. Make it 2 back. We're tied up, 10 apiece.
Do not blink, folks. This could be anyone's.
10-10.
Oh, and it's sitting on his forehand side.
This is an absolute seesaw. Hewitt would love to get that one back.
Are you kidding me right now? Look at this shot.
This could prove to be one of the great timeouts in history.
So taking just a second here, they're back out. It's match ball for DJ Young.
And Hewitt stays back.
They're playing tennis, and he tries to hit again all the way on his left hip, that forehand, and not enough on that ball, not enough shape to get that over the net. So they're going to have a shot. So down by 1 is Rafa Hewitt.
And that return has floated long. He's tied it up again, 11-11.
You know what that means? French fries on the board.
11-11.
Are you hungry, Cameron?
I am.
The net again.
And barely finds it yet one more time.
All right, it is still anyone's game here on championship court.
Curious to see what the approach is here for DJ.
Yeah,
what is he going to do with that third?
And we saw Rafa return and stay back in the previous pressure moment.
Which was interesting. We hadn't really seen him do that at all.
It worked out.
And he did it again. And that's a second beautiful drop from DJ Young to score a point.
Short balls are really working out well. All right. I would like to see Rafa Hewitt return and come in and force DJ Young to find a very precise part of the court.
A match ball for DJ Young again. And he just lips that. Looked like off the toe of his paddle.
Yep. So, still in it.
11-12.
11-12.
Short. This time he's there. Drops it again and goes back to the baseline. He's trying to bring him in.
Young is playing defensively.
Oh! From the baseline, Rafa Hewitt.
Electricity is running through his veins right now.
Oh man, this is a fun way to start Thursday morning. This is what you gotta love, not only about pickleball, but the PPA Tour, seeing the top tier athletes go head to head.
And another short return from DJ Young works in his favor. I'm glad he was listening.
So back and forth we continue to go. Both athletes taking an extra second in between each ball. Finding the towel, wiping off, trying to find the reset button.
Who is going to clutch victory here? I do not know. I'm not even going to guess.
12 apiece. Great delay there from DJ Young. He held on to that one.
Yeah, he knows that he has the inside out available, and he knows that Rafa knows that.
13-12.
So, match point again, 13-12.
Flips that ball back. Changes up.
Leigh tries the forehand sliced winner.
There's just not enough bend on that ball. That's going to come back with the spin direction there.
Yeah, well, I guess the bend was in the wrong direction,
exactly.
Unfortunately. So, still alive, 12-13.
He tried to come in. Oh, and that was the ball to do it on. He set that up so well.
Yeah, he had everything on that one. It was open. Instead, it is now another match point for DJ Young.
13-12. I like this. Both athletes, again, have the mental fortitude.
13-12.
Take an extra second. Understand the pressure of the moment.
Hewitt stays back again.
And he took some off on that return, actually. That dropped shorter and lower than I think DJ Young expected it to.
Look, at the end of the day, it is giving his opponent a different look and something new to think about. And, you know, that's working out. All right.
Show him a little bit of everything, right?
Let's see if he goes with a short
12,
return.
13.
Still trailing by 1, 12-13. And it's been in that middle right there on the forehand. It's almost like he can't decide what to do with it.
Well, he's just got so much power available.
13-12.
And when he's moving forward, learning how to not use too much of it is tough.
You got to rein it in. Like that right there. There's the match. To your point, coming in a little bit too much on that ball. But what a fantastic match from these two athletes, just back and forth. I mean, DJ Young got pickled in the second game and finds an 8-1 lead, drops that all the way down, faces match point the opposite direction, and yet still finds it 14-12. You gotta be kidding me.
Unbelievable. He's proved once again that his best is some of the best you're ever gonna see.
What a fun match. DJ Young moving on the winner's bracket. Rafa Hewitt in the backdrop.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back to the Carvana PPA Tour. DJ Young just took down Rafa Hewitt in a fantastic match here, the second one on championship court. And we're so glad to have you with us, Cameron Irwin, alongside Morgan Evans. And it's interesting, the parity across the men's side. Everyone, we've talked about the depth, time in and time out, but really it's the parity at this point. I think of James Ignatowicz, somebody else that's coming in to the men's side that's just lighting people up, and I can't wait to see how the men's side continues to grow. And speaking of growth, I think our next match might actually see someone coming out that we know very well. I'm hearing Ben Johns might be taking the court. I've also heard rumors that maybe it's Calvin Dawson. So we'll see who exactly is going to show up on championship court. But talk a little bit about the parity and where you think the men's singles game could go, just even in this year.
Well, I think Sam Querrey has done a lot for the game in an instant. He's, you know, obviously his first round match today is not going to be indicative of where he can reach in the game of singles, but I think given that he's come in a well-known, famous, you know, number 11 in the world tennis player, he has decided to try his luck, and I think we're going to see so many more, you know, not just good quality college tennis players, but the professional athletes coming from the ATP and the WTA coming over, having a good look, and we are going to see Sam again.
So while championship court is getting warmed up, we're going to give you a look out on court number 2 for the Hyundai Masters. You mentioned Sam Querrey. There he is in his next round.
Nice two-handed backhand volley again. Very sharp. Sterling Gali is a qualifier.
8 spots were open from that qualifying draw. 50-plus players were participating starting at 7 a.m. this morning.
Beautiful looking for. He's already clearing the nets well with that forehand side.
Two minutes. All right, 2 minutes.
Just trying to drop that ball again. I like that he's trying to explore the full array of shots as well.
4-2 for Sterling over Sam Querrey out on court number 2. But it's time to head back to championship court where, yes, there he is. Ben Johns facing off against Zane Navratil. This is a match that everyone has been waiting for. If you looked at the draw yesterday or into this morning, you had this one circled.
Oh, for sure. This is not a match you would ever normally see in a round of 16. This has got semis, quarters at least, written all over it. They've met each other numerous times. Johns has typically gotten the better of it, but Zane Navratil is one to watch. We don't always get to see him, but now he is going to be a regular on the PPA Tour, so very exciting to see how this match goes. He has the speed advantage, the agility advantage. Ben, obviously, the experience, power, the accuracy. We can go on and on about the list of incredible qualities that Ben Johns has and why he has dominated the game of singles, especially over the last 3 or 4 years.
Zane Navratil, known to have one of the deadliest serves in the game. However, I don't know if that's going to be the case as much anymore.
He's still going to put the effort in, the amount of energy he really puts into it. We see it now. It's more subdued than what it has been in the past without the aid of pre-spin, but it's still certainly a weapon.
So talk a little bit about style between these two. What do you expect in terms of the approach to face off against Ben Johns, the #1 player in the world in terms of singles? Zane is tough and quick and whippy, but what does he have to do?
Yeah, I think one of the things I'd like to see him do early on is just experiment with returns essentially down the middle, not giving Ben Johns any real angles to work with. The temptation for so many players is to try to target the backhand. Ben Johns is more than fast enough to get around his backhand if he doesn't want to hit one. He has a wonderful backhand, obviously. His two-hander and his one-hander are lovely. I think how well Zane Navratil can compete in the cat and mouse district where the third shot is dropped up at the line, that's going to be tricky. Ben owns that discipline, at least has a very, very long-term rental agreement with it. That's going to be tough. I think the first volley damage is going to be critical. So when Zane comes in on his return, he gets a look at that first volley. He has to put so much pressure on that first ball.
Okay.
We saw earlier on Mr. Querrey not doing quite enough with that first ball, and that cost him. It gave his opponent so many opportunities to play great-looking passing shots, and Alex Newman was more than up to the task.
So it looks like they are about ready to get started. Ben Johns versus Zane Navratil. Thanks so much for joining us. We can't wait to walk you through this one. Ben Johns will start us off. And to your point,
yeah, that's already a great-looking cut. The net obviously aided him there.
0-0.
And Zane Navratil already proving why he is one of the best singles players in the world. He peppered that backhand time and time again until the forehand was just a little more open.
1-0.
We've got 2 new paddles out on the court right now, too. Take a look at the Pro XR in Zane's hands. As well as the carbon face paddle from Yola in Ben John's hands.
Good hand speed exchange in the end, going the way of John's, as it so often does.
0-1.
Slicing return to the middle.
Yeah, there was a volley there. He just needed to do more. That would have been enough to create a little bit of extra pressure. But in the end, a relatively short ball, and Johns deals with it nicely.
Time. Referee timeout.
Referee timeout.
Huh.
I my scoreboard.
Maybe there's a broken pencil, or maybe a broken clip.
It's often just an audio-technical situation. So that's the ball that needs to get either more accurate or more power.
0-1.
0-1 is our score.
1-1.
Still early on. We've seen these returns, like you mentioned.
It appears to be 1-1.
Oh, excuse me, 1-1. There's another ball to the middle, not giving angles. There's the first volley to your point.
Yeah, he did a great job there initiating that cat and mouse. And did a very good job of getting the ball wide, but not so wide that Johns could go around the net.
1-1.
Oh, has he got it?
And is it on the outside? They're going to say this ball is wide.
Oh, God. It's amazing how well he can get into position
1-1.
and have a chance at that kind of ball.
So quick with his feet.
And Zane Navratil, he read it perfectly. Oh, he would love to get that one back, I'm sure.
Tough ball well below the height of the net. He had to give a little extra on that.
2-1.
2-1 now. A rare miss from Ben Johns.
Yeah, Navratil is playing a lot of his volleys down the center of the court. He knows he's quick enough to pick off a lot of balls as long as he doesn't give Johns too much angle to work with.
Second he's missed just wide.
Yeah, if he gets those ones in, this could be a very different affair.
2-1. Side out.
Well, no one's quite nailed their two-handed backhands just yet.
So it's interesting, anytime someone faces off against Ben Johns, the question is, how do you beat him? But in the reverse, you have to ask the same question of Ben, because he's one of the most cerebral players out there. So facing off against Zane, what is he thinking? What do I need to complete? What's the #1 task?
Yeah, I think he has the luxury of being able to go into every match with a pretty firm tactic. All I've got to be is Ben Johns.
2-2.
It's fair. I still think there's a system to which he can attack somebody, or a pattern in which he'd like to play.
I think when the day comes where one or more players are significantly better in one discipline than Ben is in every discipline, then he will certainly have to start thinking in terms of how he now looks at singles as chess in the same way he looks as men's doubles and mixed doubles in that kind of fashion. This is still largely checkers.
Okay.
Point.
I see your point.
I mean, it's very, I call it look, see, do pickleball. Hit a ball in a destination, see where the person is, find the new destination for the next ball, usually the open space, and he does that incredibly well.
Looks like a little bit of a skitter there.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, must have caught the line.
Out. Yes, it was out.
Oh, and he's calling that out.
Okay.
I thought it hit the sideline.
4-3.
My vision might not be 20/20.
As long as your hindsight is 20/20.
Side out.
So he played a good-looking third-shot drive, then looked to cool it off, something he's very proficient at. But it is a skill that's unlike any other in the game. Takes a bit of time to get it warmed up.
And
Has
a
he got
good
it?
leave. No, that ball's long.
There's so much shape on the ball. I mean, that's something that really speaks volumes to how the technology has changed in the game. The kind of margin above the net these players are able to hit at full speed is huge. The Ernie.
A lot of room for him to come back to, though.
And Johns gets it behind him. Nice work from the #1 seed.
5-3.
Just another look.
Yeah, the athleticism of Zane Navratil is just next level.
Point.
Unfortunately, that slice not quite getting the job done, so another point for Johns.
6-3.
Scooping that ball for the drop. Beautiful by Johns. Oh my goodness, those are so tough. That ball just off the bounce.
And Zane Navratil is walking towards the sideline. Familiar look of a man wanting a timeout.
So a timeout taken on the side of Zane and Navratil. There's a look at the replay. Speeds up, but beautiful block shot from Ben Johns to reset the point, and ultimately at 7-3, Navratil takes a timeout.
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine has partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
Ben Johns versus Zane and Navratil. Top matchups we've been waiting to see both of them finding their footing. Ben Johns finding this a bit quicker, as he does in most matches. The #1 men's player in the world. Look for Zane Navratil to find a little extra something now, though, as he trails by 4. Back out of the timeout. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. And he's missed a few of those now.
Johns
forehand side.
He's putting so much pressure on that kind of step back, two-handed backhand from Zane Navratil, and Navratil hasn't been able to find the line, so maybe he'll have to mix it up and go cross. Oh, beautiful.
When you say putting pressure on that backhand side, the backhand kind of stepping off the line, is it because he's slicing that ball, or is he so that's making it even worse?
Exactly. It's not like he's driving the ball to give Zane something to volley.
Yeah.
The ball is being forced to bounce in front of him, and that's a lot of it's because of the great serving from Ben Johns. Oh, some touchy-feely stuff there from Zane Navratil. Very good.
Little twinkle toes there, just off the left toe, trying to reach as far into the kitchen as he could.
But if you notice the body language here, he didn't give away his intention too quickly. That's the key. It looked like he may have just volleyed it deep. ball is wide, so Navratil closing the gap just a little bit. 4-9 is the score.
4-9. Side out.
He needed to get well underneath that one. So much momentum and adrenaline. Unfortunately, those two things don't often lead to balls going in the court.
So a side out for Ben Johns. Good depth on the serve. There it is. A thing of beauty from Zane Navratil.
Try that at home, folks. Give it a go. See which hamstring breaks
tear my
first.
ACL doing that.
4-9.
And a missed return, another point. 5-9 for Zane.
Well, this will at the very least give him some good confidence. If he can't pull this one out, he still will be able to go into game 2 knowing that he made a meal of it.
Tough ball right there, trying to short hop.
Yeah, Johns has done such a good job of getting the balls low to the two-handed backhand of Navratil and then closing quickly and applying serious spatial pressure.
Point.
Navratil, he's elected to go down the line on almost every occasion with all those familiar shots, and I think until he starts to mix it up and go cross-court, then Ben is just going to clamp the line and give him no room to move.
It appears like Ben is just kind of sitting middle in that regard. In that moment, he was just sitting in the middle.
Well, I actually thought before, just prior to contact, he was already moving in the direction
shifting that way.
Yeah.
5-10.
Again, down to the kind of grip that Navratil uses. We'll talk more about that after this. It is such an aggressive forehand, topspin oriented, almost semi-western again, and that makes it really tricky to draw the ball back cross court, something that the continental grip does well. Obviously there's no one perfect grip.
Side out.
A side out for Ben Johns.
Navratil just hitting the guaranteed rate sign, which is a guaranteed lost point, unfortunately.
10-6.
Or at least loss of side out.
You know what I mean.
Game ball, Ben Johns lifting that. Was it good? No, it was just wide, but I do like the outstretched look for the cross-court ball, a tough one. Ben Johns picking up game number 1, 11-6 over Zane at Navratil, but there was some momentum on the side of Zane late in game 1. See if we can find a little more of that in the 2.
Yeah, not impossible. We'll see shortly.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your... At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
John sitting comfortably as he's getting ready for game number 2. Again, rocking that Yola gear and Yola paddle in the all whites.
I would put that couch in my house. I like that. I like the look of that.
PPA Tour, we got one of those, please?
If I could get my living room sponsored by the PPA, that would be nice.
I'm still just trying to find one of those OGIO backpacks, man.
Oh, yeah.
Those are
great.
sweet.
And a clean single-handed backhand flick volley.
I was reading somewhere Ben Johns at times has used 7 or more different types of grips for different shots, and that's how often he's kind of switching between. That's wild to me, the different feels he's so comfortable with and consistent. Great shot right there from Zane, pulling Ben in.
Oh, beautiful.
That's just me.
Lovely. Yeah. We'll have to ask him later on which particular grip was that. Was that number 3 or number 4?
Number 28.
1-0.
But the control from Ben Johns on that final shot. And there's the difference. I want to remark on that change, because so often this morning we've been talking about kind of the difficulty in that mid-range transition zone and wanting to speed up but not really having enough room to do so and having to manage your control. Ben Johns did a nice job right there of that.
Yeah, it is always a masterclass in that department especially. And it is one of the big separators of him over everyone else in the field, really. How cool, calm, and collected he can stay in that land of opportunity, that transition area, and play either an attacking shot or drop it delicately into an area where the other player still has to move and therefore under pressure.
Looks like he's hitting that thing with a pillow, just so soft.
So I'm proud of Navratil there. He dealt with the ball that he had previously not been able to handle. He found the line with that two-handed backhand, gave him a good shot, and then he
What was
knifed.
the difference? Why did it work that time?
Honestly, I think it's just the rhythm of having to play someone as precise as Ben, who uses that chip backhand slice to good advantage. There's no one else that really does it well on a regular basis. So, you know, it's not like Zane trains against Ben all the time. He gets to play him once in a while, and he has to get his reads.
Like that. Man, there's just no bounce off that ball. There's no way to get under it.
Yeah, he sliced it well, kept it very low.
Here's another look at it.
You can't.
Yeah, beautiful court coverage. And I think he's reading the fact that Navratil is historically been going down the line on his passing shots time and time again. He hasn't kept Ben honest in the cross-court balls enough.
2-0.
Let's see if the internal scouting report.
Navratil stays back.
The adjustment.
And it does not pay off. You know, some players can be distracted by an opponent staying back and think, wow, this is different.
3-0.
Not Ben, it seems. It's not a ball you see Johns miss very often. But it does give Navratil the ball back and a chance to chip away at this lead. Great serve.
Beautiful serve. That thing's out of the ballpark.
Yeah, Navratil did find it eventually. Might have hit the truck.
Is that fair? And another ball for Zane.
Yeah, that big serve set up a good chance to drive a forehand.
So often that can be a momentum shifter. Start ripping your serve. Especially when you're trying to find a little momentum. You might as well go for it at this point.
For sure. Now we're seeing Navratil go cross-court with these balls. And who's to say it wasn't a plan the entire time to lull Johns into protecting the down-the-line shot time and time again. Yeah, still got to hit it clean, though, unfortunately. Well, a fairly lofted return, but did just enough. Johns probably could have done a little more with that third shot.
Again, trying to find the lift right there.
Close, very close.
Three. Point.
So 3-3.
Make it 4-3. Ben Johns now up by 1.
Oh, look at that.
You gotta be kidding me.
Gorgeous. Yeah,
It's rolling off his platform like I'm talking volleyball, off his paddle.
Yeah, he had Navratil protecting the line so heavily there that just so much space available. And the power of that two-handed backhand, full display.
Well, and that's the same location in terms of where the ball bounced for Ben Johns. The last time he works inside out, this time he goes with the backhand and shows his versatility going up the line.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough match, and Johns is making it look a little routine right now.
Oh. Not seeing him miss that either.
No. Maybe he was worried about running into the referee.
Fair, very fair.
It's nice, really, isn't it?
Here's another look.
3-6.
That's the kind of shot he can ill afford to miss. He got a lot of action on the serve. He got himself a nice short return. Oh,
and
another
again,
one.
I mean, it's just so clean.
Yeah, and the fact that he's been able to thread that needle so often means Navratil is having to stand so far over, which opens up that cross-court option.
We've seen him hit a winner or two that direction as well, and they're the same thing, to your point. So he's hit 2 backhands up the line and also worked to that forehand, hit those cross-court inside out.
Yeah, no, it's such a complete game that it makes things very tricky for his opponents to be able to guess where he's going, and knowing that they shouldn't really guess. And I think that ball went wide, but regardless, the ATP is more than successful.
Yeah, getting an unfortunate bounce. Zane knew it right away. And the return miss. Zane starting to get that much more frustrated.
Yep.
Tossing his hands up into the air. Ben Johns' game will challenge you in just about every single way that can be on the pickleball court. And his match ball.
Has he got it? He
and
has.
Again, working the inside out. Beautiful. 11-6, 11-3. Ben Johns making quick work. Moving on in the winner's bracket. Here's a look at the final point.
Yeah, this was an unbelievable display, really. For him to be able to find this kind of level this early on is very, very tricky.
Well, and there's the couch Morgan hopes to put into his living room after this Masters event. But so far, Ben Johns staying steady.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret.
That's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Coming up on championship court, we have men's singles Tyson McGuffin versus somebody you mentioned early on in this broadcast.
Yeah, this is certainly going to be one to watch. The amount of energy you're about to see on the court. Christian Alshon is a new kid on the block, and he has all the weapons required to be able to really push Tyson McGuffin, the #2 seed.
Tyson McGuffin, notorious for his antics on the court because he is, he barks like a dog, but really he's the entertainer. Let's be honest. He's got the mullet. I don't know if there's a mustache beard thing going on this time. Why not? But he is one fun athlete to watch. He's going to be right now on the near side of your screen. You see the flowing locks as he works with the Selkirk paddle.
Yeah, I mean, he is a road warrior of pickleball singles. He's been doing this dance for so long now. It's a tribute to his physical nature, coming from a wrestling background. Played a lot of tennis growing up as well, but a great wrestler in high school. And he has that kind of instinct. It's that never say die. He's prepared to just put it all on the court time and time again. And ask the question to his opponent, do you want this more than me? Seriously, do you want this more than me?
Well, and to your point, so many people, when you talk about his game, they say, yeah, he'll just grind out points. But, and we have a mental image of what that looks like, but maybe somebody new to pickleball, what is actually grinding out points? Is it sitting in dink rallies? Is it waiting for opportunities? Is it playing from the baseline? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, well, it's as simple and as difficult as make your opponent play one more ball. And if you have that attitude on every single point, every ball, in every game you play, then you develop this reputation that no opponent is going to get an easy win. No one opponent is going to be able to defeat you without expending 6,000 calories. And that kind of mentality changes the way people approach you. And it makes them fear your consistency. McGuffin is not the most powerful player in the game, but there are very few, if any, that are prepared to leave it all on the court, blood, sweat, and tears, time and time again.
Well, Christian Alshon is going to have quite a task in front of him. He was an All-American tennis player at the University of Chicago, both in singles and doubles. A little bit of a youngin out here.
Yeah, young. Tall, very fit, lots of power, incredible tennis background, as you mentioned.
And he's going to get us started. Looks like they're just warming up serve now.
Mr. Alshon, choose game ball.
That'll be Alshon serving and choosing the ball.
You're good.
Also fun to note, J.W. Johnson's facing off against Connor Garnett in a matchup right now.
Yeah.
Connor had game points on Ben Johns back at the Takea event. Back-to-back and dropped both. I was like, oh, that's so close. But one of the up-and-comers in the game.
Yeah, not many people can say they've done that.
Right now it's 7-6 out there.
Game 1.
So
Time in.
Alshon about
0-0.
to serve to McGuffin. Time is in. That was a great serve. Just missing that forehand wide.
Yeah, kind of hitting that off his back foot is Alshon.
0-0.
That ball's within the last 6 inches of the court.
Side out.
Yeah, I've watched a handful of Alshon's matches live, and he's not afraid to stay back on the return.
0-0.
Depending on the kind of pace of the serve coming at him, he feels like he can do enough damage. He also is affectionately known as the king of the tweener, and we may see a few of these today. I've watched a handful of him hitting tweener winners from all areas of the court
1-0.
in singles.
Plenty of time off that return for Tyson to get to the net.
Great work from McGuffin, laying into that forehand cross-court swinging volley.
0-1.
Tyson out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
He's just missed that one.
Side out.
So
I didn't see it. I was watching your
Actually,
feed, so
recently
I didn't
had
hear a call.
a few of other pros
All right.
coming up
Point.
and training with him, including Rafa Hewitt, who we've already seen on our coverage this morning,
1-1.
Connor Garnett.
one is the score.
Side out.
And a quick side out. So Alshon
1-1.
has the serve.
Point.
And a great serve, sending the McGuffin return long.
2-1. Point.
Just missing that return, Tyson McGuffin.
3-1. Point.
Another point for Alshon.
4-1.
4-1 now.
And that ball floating long will give McGuffin the side back, the side out.
1-4.
Oh, just missed.
Side out.
I tell you, the court coverage of Alshon, there's not too many people at his kind of height that have this level of athleticism.
4-1.
You mentioned James Ignatowicz early on. He's certainly someone in that conversation.
Point.
Nice ball. Getting it low. I tell you, the work that Alshon's doing on the serve is really helping him set up a lot of options on the third ball.
5-1.
And he's choosing some interesting shots. He's not just blasting everything. He's dipping the ball well.
And another clean winner there from Tyson McGuffin, cross court.
Yeah, McGuffin still just finding his range.
5-1.
1-5.
1-5.
Alshon's not someone who's played too often, so takes a bit of time to get your feel.
Point.
All right, now we're starting to see more rhythm. Nothing too vocal yet from McGuffin, so you know he hasn't really found his rhythm yet. But as soon as he does, the crowd will know it.
It's interesting to watch some of his approach shots, even right there. He has a different, looks like to me at least, a different grip. So he's hitting the ball a little bit flatter than most, maybe not getting as much shape on the ball.
Not quite as much. It's improved, but he has typically been a flatter player.
Oh, what a read and what a wrist.
That's amazing. Full stretch. That's something that we could see Ben Johns do on a daily basis, but very few players other than him, really.
Great control from Alshon.
6-2.
Here's a look.
Oh, beautiful.
What a return.
Yeah, I mean, that serve did so much, but the return game and the first bark from Tyson McGuffin indicates he's starting to find something.
I mean, it's afternoon. You might as well start a drinking game with it. Have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think Alshon will replay that point in his head and realize he didn't need to be that good with the third.
Great touch.
Oh, he's hit him.
And
he's tagged him on the way through.
Check your hip.
Yeah, just in the back. Or hip, maybe. Good play from Alshon. These sharp volleys are really doing the damage.
How you can see the reach right there. My goodness. Really covering that line. Not really having to move his feet.
Yeah, it really helps.
Wow.
Lovely shape on that third shot. Off the paddle, I wasn't sure if that was a drop or a drive, but it suddenly dropped into the kitchen, so we have to call it a drop. But one of the most aggressive ones I've ever seen, and a warranted timeout. Sorry.
So 2-7, Tyson McGuffin, the high seed, finding himself in a little bit of a pickle.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
2-7, McGuffin.
2 timeouts, 1 timeout.
Has found himself in a little bit of a situation, but if anything we learned from the last match we saw between Rafa Hewitt and DJ Young, it's that it's anybody's game at any point.
Yeah, for sure. And based on what we did see, the side of Alshon does have a slight advantage. So when they do switch sides, McGuffin will hopefully experience some of that. But at this point, it is all Alshon.
8-2.
2-8, Christian Alshon with the advantage. Good depth. And again, just incredible length, read, and finish. It's one thing to be able to see where that ball's going, but to execute is a whole nother level.
Yeah, and this is why so many people are high on this kid. It's he has the dimensions and the pedigree to really take it to the best of the best. But McGuffin will have to drag him into deep waters, I think.
And again, flying in, same thing. Great finishing shot. You got to stay away from that forehand. That thing is dangerous right now.
Very dangerous. So,
game ball.
Game point.
10-2.
No.
Point game, 11-2.
Finds the outside, the last centimeter of the line to close out game 1, 11-2.
I like that you went with a metric system there. I agree.
The Aussie, of course. So Tyson McGuffin needs to reassess and adjust coming back into game number 2. We'll be back with more from Championship Court.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go. There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
0-0 in game number 2, which means we're about to get started. Tyson McGuffin has got to find something extra here at the PPA Masters, Hyundai Masters event at Mission Hills Country Club. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. Christian Alshon showing up big, especially with those winning volleys in game 1.
Yeah, he's so proficient at full stretch that McGuffin's having a hard time really finding an area where Alshon can't do real damage. Okay, so McGuffin, he just needs to get a little bit of mojo, and it'll go a long way. He's really got to kind of drag him into dirty waters here, make this a more physical exchange.
But that's a good sign right there. The first miss, I feel like, in a while from Alshon on some of those reaching volleys.
1-0.
Yeah, I think McGuffin, if he can get a little bit of cat and mouse going, dropping a few thirds, dragging him around the kitchen.
Wow. I mean, you've got to hit both sidelines to be able to even find a point against this guy right now. And it's just 6 inches of difference, and that ball's out.
0-1.
I mean, he literally just hit sideline to sideline. That is
impressive
wild.
work. And he's just doing really good work on the serve. It's such an underrated skill for a lot of players, but in the singles arena, it is massive. Oh. He's missed that by barely an inch. So 1-1. It was a great serve from McGuffin. He found some good open court, but in the end, Alshon gets the serve back.
1-1.
Great 1-2 punch from Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, he adapted really well when that ball caught the top of the net. That's not an easy thing. From this angle, it might just seem like it's popped up nicely, but it's still coming at you. And adjusting the paddle position is tricky. Nice work, McGuffin.
Still one apiece. Great play. Corner pocket.
Yeah. He gets it on the line there.
And Tyson's still grinning after that one.
2-1.
I'm impressed Alshon even got a paddle on this ball.
It was, we didn't see it from that angle, but I'm sure that was a tweener as well. Yeah, McGuffin's starting to find his rhythm. And usually, very quickly, the crowd gets on his side, starts getting involved.
Great reach from Tyson, 3 balls.
Very good, very good. So we are seeing that side advantage help a little bit here again.
Timeout receiver, 4-1.
And it looks like Alshon is calling timeout, trying to halt the momentum of the juggernaut that is Tyson McGuffin in momentum.
But take a look at that. Just great control on a ball that's really hard to be balanced on. Full extension from Tyson McGuffin. Yeah. A beautiful play.
Yeah, we see his new personal trainer there. Looks like that man has lifted a few things in his time.
Yeah, Tyson McGuffin loves some, you mentioned he was a wrestler, but working on some MMA training / fighting to be able to kind of cross-train a little bit. He told me about it just a few months ago and how it's kind of changed his game. His physical fitness is definitely something he spends a lot of time on. Considers himself one of the older on tour now.
It's true. He is a real veteran. And I think, yeah, that kind of cross-training you talked about helps him keep that warrior mentality that has helped him for so many years now.
Timing. 4-1.
So 4-1. And Alshon handles that ball. Looks like the McGuffin third shot drop just popped up nicely. Might have caught the line.
1-4.
So can Alshon get something serious on this serve and get himself an easy ball to look at?
That's a decent shot.
Point.
That shallow return.
2-4.
2-4 now.
Oh,
wow, what a ball.
Incredible ball. Yeah, I mean, McGuffin painted the line back there. Alshon was on his back foot, managed to get enough pace to draw it back.
I feel like we've seen Alshon hit several balls off his back foot, and even still for winners to that point. Yeah. Very good in that regard.
Yeah, a lot of leverage. That ball did not kick up at all. And McGuffin maybe having a quick look at this ball to see. Yeah, he's passing it over to the ref,
you go with that,
looking
Christian?
for
Yeah.
something.
You can choose.
They're going to switch out. Alshon will get his selection.
Yeah, it's always a tough one there when it visibly stays low, doesn't bounce true to the general properties of a sphere.
Point.
Let's see if we get another game ball. So Alshon, he's come back nicely and taken the lead.
5-4 now, short return. Great touch. And that ball's within bounds.
Yeah, fantastic work. I thought he was going to try to maybe draw it back cross court. And again, he's going at the body of McGuffin, while McGuffin covered the line here.
6-4.
Sliding across the court is Alshon, but
wow. The precision required from McGuffin to win that point was epic.
4-6.
cat and mouse again. Couple backhand flicks, back and forth, go the way of Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah. There was a bit of a lull. He started this game very, very well. Alshon had made a couple of fantastic points. Now McGuffin getting fired up again.
I'll recall. 5-6.
Ooh,
Yeah,
picked the wrong direction.
Yeah, he's got that array of shots, not unlike DJ Young, who we talked about earlier. We saw him play, and that's forcing McGuffin to have to really guess, because it's not just a wide variety of shots on display, but also the power and speed to get past him. And a good lead from McGuffin. That must have been tempting, but he laid the paddle back just in time.
Well, because Alshon's been doing a nice job too, finding sideline to sideline shots. McGuffin's been having to play a couple of those outstretched. Great touch. Oh, wow. Talk about grinding. That's the epitome of grinding right there from Tyson McGuffin. Just one touch after another, giving himself another opportunity to play.
Yeah, I think he knows that if he can really start to make this a physical exchange and get Olszan really working hard, then you can also kind of change the shot selections of that player. And they'll kind of forced into making more risky kind of all power plays to avoid the long drawn out rallies. And that will go in the favor of Tyson McGuffin.
No, it's, he can't
Now they're going to have a question about whether that ball was in bounds or out of bounds.
He said he did see it. He did not. So it's a point. Wait. He has a better angle. Cross court is actually a better angle, Tyson. It's a point. Don't worry about it. No need to argue.
I just think that's kind of silly. I know he's sitting down, he's chilling, but there's no way he can see that.
McGuffin never shy with a few words to say.
7-6 is our score.
And Olszan staying back.
Wow.
Oh, he read that beautifully.
And he didn't overcook it. That's incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's his full stretch power that is the most impressive for me.
6-7.
You know, you see how far he has to turn these shoulders and flick that wrist.
That's wild. A lot of people are just getting a touch off that.
Yeah.
And a missed return is another point for Olszan.
Yeah, if it was me, I'd already be saying, it's too good. Just well played.
7 apiece now.
7-7.
Reminder, McGuffin dropped game number 1. So he must have game number 2.
Yes.
Tries to go at the body.
Yeah. Now that's kind of a swinging volley from McGuffin. He got away with it, but certainly not textbook technique. Don't try that at home, folks.
A little dangerous right there.
Yeah, big swings.
Right at the right hip.
Big swings on big swings don't often work.
Point.
Oh.
And give McGuffin another. 8-7.
Oh, he
tries to go behind the back. What?
That's the side saddle approach, and if it worked, the man's a hero. But it did not.
So 9-7, McGuffin
9-7.
coming up strong when he needs it most. High bouncing serve.
Yeah, it's not likely going to go well. Too many high balls. The first few were short enough. But in the end, Olszan was able to really climb on top of that, and a timeout is called.
Timeout, server. 7-9.
So timeout after a side out from Olszan. Down by 2, but up by a game. So this is the first event of at least 25 events on the PPA Tour in 2023.
Yeah.
I mean, you couldn't ask for more pickleball. There's so much going on this year.
For all the addicts out there, this is the year to be, yeah, especially when you combine the MLP events, amazing. So we're just cutting over now to game point. Connor Garnett, a new kid on the block. Versus J.W. Johnson, tried and true, one of the top players in the world.
It's a game point. They get a match point.
Match
for
point.
Connor Garnett on the far side of your screen.
And that ball floats long, giving Garnett the ball back and a chance for the match.
Finds back line. Oh, and he's nearly there. He's got a few more looks at it. But we're back on championship court.
So McGuffin, 9-7. Oh, and the net helps him out. That is fortuitous to say the least. That'll give him game point. So we're going to learn a lot about Christian Olszan if this does go to 3.
Working and nearly had that to close, but McGuffin's gonna have to fight off another. That's a bit of an update. If you don't want a spoiler, close your ears right now.
7-10.
Yeah.
But Connor Garnett just took down J.W. Johnson in 2 games, 11-7 and 11-5.
He's going to be one to beat.
And slapping that back down is Tyson McGuffin. Says, get out of my house.
That is an aggressive scorpion maneuver.
No good.
10-7.
Ooh, looking for the quick finish, but just wide.
Yeah, very close. So Alshon with the serve.
7-10.
Beautiful threading forehand down the line. He's got plenty of arc on the ball that gives him some insurance above the net, and the kind of wrist speed he's able to put into this ball
8-10.
makes it very tough.
8-10, he has one back. You talked about the outstretched power. Well,
Yeah.
he had plenty there.
Yeah, maybe a little too much on that one. Hard to say if that was a lob or a drive.
10-8.
So another game ball for McGuffin.
He's found it. Yeah,
And that was
caught the line.
close.
Closer than he wanted. But in the end, game 2 goes to Tyson McGuffin.
11-2, 11-8. Although this time it's reversed. Tyson McGuffin closes it out. Here's a look at the point back. Quick, compact volleys, getting it done in the final point. So more to come. And actually, game number 3 to come. Who will take it, Alshon or McGuffin?
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech, let's go again.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Masters on the Carvana PPA Tour. We're about to get started. Game number 3 on championship court. Tyson McGuffin and Christian Alshon. Tyson McGuffin finding game number 2. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. And Morgan, I got to ask quickly, what do you think this is going to come down to? You said you might learn a lot about Christian Alshon in this moment.
Yeah, I think, he did so well in game 1. Game 2 might have been a little bit of a shock to him. So we're going to see what kind of mental fortitude he can have against, someone who has such a good reputation for never giving an inch, as Tyson McGuffin.
So let's see how many inches he can find here. First point to McGuffin.
Oh, beautiful.
The inside out rolling off the Selkirk paddle of Tyson McGuffin.
2-0.
2-0.
Make it 3.
Yeah, the momentum is certainly in the favor of Tyson McGuffin.
So what are some things you can do to try and slow it? Obviously, you need to execute, but at the same time, do you just take extra second between points or find some outstretched volleys like that?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to obviously try to think about where you're being hurt the most.
That's a great question.
And if you can isolate that weakness, then you know what you should do less of. Don't be afraid to take timeouts early. A lot of players wait until the later stages, and it's often too late.
And a clean shot from Alshon. Oh, actually just wide.
Yeah, just a little wide. It's hard to say when someone's shaking their head up and down. You think that's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a little confusing. So a side out from McGuffin.
So the ball seems to have evaded him.
There's that flat forehand right there.
Yeah, very flat. Alshon doing a good job with his return of serve. And I think it's wise for Alshon to be actually targeting a few more on that forehand side as opposed to allowing McGuffin to get around his backhand and use some angles against him.
It's a great point and a great shot from Alshon. Let's see if he can find exactly what you're talking about, trying to find maybe a little bit more of that forehand side. Instead of working around the backhand. We saw Ben Johns do that beautifully in his last match.
He held that ball very well. I thought he kept McGuffin in a good position for as long as he needed, certainly.
3-1.
There's that forehand, but a great shot. Last time he tried to go cross court, he changes it up.
Yeah, it's almost coming out with a little bit of side spin. It's so flat, it's now kind of sliding across the paddle.
4-1.
But Alshon was still on the way forward, not set up.
To your point, even there he kind of did the same thing, but a nice read from Alshon, getting his feet set.
Yeah, I mean, that is a phenomenal shot. The crowd should be on their feet.
I mean, we understand the level of difficulty, but maybe they don't quite understand how tough that ball really is. Can you maybe break down what it takes to be able to get your feet over there, get set after this point?
Oh,
nearly goes for the winner there.
He absolutely loves that shot. Yes, no, for sure. Getting around a backhand is one thing. As soon as you've done it, your opponent, is on high alert, and they're likely going to guess which way you're trying to go. That adds a lot more. Let's watch this one.
Side out.
Yeah, it makes it much more difficult. Sorry, I've become a fan of this game. Much more difficult for that player to have to be so precise with the forehand side, especially because it's got so much power.
Alshon trying to do everything he can to this point, just chasing ball after ball. Tyson McGuffin doing a nice job making him run just about every inch of the court.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with just how scrappy Alshon is prepared to play. You know, he's putting in the work. He's going to get his 10,000 steps in, possibly in this match.
4-1.
He's probably still working towards that 10,000 hours on the pickleball court, though. Beautiful drop, but on the forehand side.
Yeah. Yeah, and Alshon does a great job of holding the paddle in position, and that keeps his opponent in that one spot just long enough to open up the court. That's a great play.
And oftentimes, maybe if you're wondering what Morgan's talking about when he says holding the paddle, so you're holding it in a posture that's really deceptive, right before contact, trying to force your opponent to freeze.
And the net helps out Alshon on this occasion. Yeah, it's holding the paddle in position and also holding the head. Where the head goes, the body goes, and often the paddle goes in that same direction. And Alshon is doing both of those things very well. Beautiful
And
again.
The same thing. Oh, man, that thing is wicked.
Yeah, it's got so much pace, so much spin. And we talked about, you know, the insurance that you get with real top spin. He's able to have some margin above the net And these balls are dropping every time, it seems.
Point.
And that return hitting a little deep, so pressure.
4-4.
We're knotted up 4 apiece. Talk about grinding out points right now. Alshon doing a nice job staying in this one. And man, it seems like he's just really efficient in moments. There are spurts where you're going, it only took him a handful of, you know, shots in terms of getting there and a quick volley on that forehand side to close cross court.
Yeah, it is Johns-esque.
Yeah, very efficient.
It really is.
Efficient in the footwork and efficient in play. So Alshon doing a nice job in game number 3. They're playing to 11.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Back out of the timeout, Alshon up by 1 over Tyson McGuffin. Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. We're walking you through this morning, the first morning of the Hyundai Masters on the Carvana PPA Tour, the first event of the year. We've seen some fantastic men's singles action to this point on championship court, and this is same in terms of the case.
Wow.
I think it was like the flopping fish. That might have hit 2 different parts of his paddle. I don't know how he did that.
Yes, no one needs to know, really. All we need to know is he managed to get a paddle down onto the court. I'm bewildered by it. He knows how he did it. That's what counts. He takes the 6-4 lead. However, one thing we talked about in 2 or 3 matches already is there does appear to be a little bit of a side advantage towards the side that Tyson McGuffin is now going to be on. So he took game 2 on that side. Now he's finishing game 3 on there. He's only 2 points in the hole.
It's not bad. So, you know, it's interesting. I talk so much in the game of beach volleyball because the sides matter so much with wind direction and the sun in the same regard. It's interesting, though, because you said 2 points in the hole. It's kind of the same exact conversation. How many points can I maybe just trail by on the bad side opposed to the good side? Because you put yourself still in a pretty solid position, even if you're trailing on the end change.
For sure. No, I think he's going to feel good about his chances here. He's going to draw on the experience he had in game 2 when he was up on that side. He was able to find his spots a little bit easier and have enough power to do the kind of penetration required. Alshon missing that one just wide.
Seemed like he was a second behind that ball.
4-6.
Still working his feet through it. So a side out from McGuffin. Returns middle. And
yeah, that wasn't his best third shot, I think.
No, but I've really been impressed with that forehand volley from Alshon throughout this entire match.
It is deadly.
It's pretty flat. It's not like he's necessarily getting a ton of topspin on it either. Those finishers are incredible. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Wow.
Full outstretch from Alshon.
No, my goodness.
And the forehand on the backhand side And what did we just see from Christian Alshon?
Yeah, that is next level. That one shot from nowhere, the bleachers almost. My goodness.
7-4.
Yeah,
I think that's
getting this ball back.
about as physically as close that it could have been to the top of the net without actually touching it.
And the momentum still in the favor of Christian Alshon. Are we heading towards another big upset in men's singles?
So 4-8 now, and it's time to take a breath. 4-8. McGuffin has got to figure out a little something. So this is one of the ways in which you can slow momentum, right? You take a timeout, hit the reset button, and you ask yourself the question, well, what is not working? And right now, what's the answer?
Well, right now he's just got to be thinking, is anything working?
Yeah.
Can something work against this kid? You know, the one area that he should have a bit of an advantage is if he can drop the ball and start to force Christian Alshon to playing his kind of game. And Tyson McGuffin is very, very proficient at that cat and mouse dink rallies up at the kitchen line, which we typically only really see in doubles and mixed doubles. But it is a real thing in singles. McGuffin, Ben Johns is still the king. We saw Zane Navratil being very good at it earlier on. Wasn't too many rallies that existed up there, but I know Tyson McGuffin can play that. It is high risk, though, at this point.
I was going to say, I feel like I have a play burned into my mind about 2 balls. He reset on his backhand side, and then Alshon missed that ball just wide on his own backhand. See if we can find Tyson working into some of that more cat and mouse right there. That's clean from Alshon. Again, step back winner.
Yeah, he just looks so poised over the ball. He moves quickly enough to get into position nice and early, and that gives him options. And he's using those options very well right now.
And another miss from McGuffin.
And we have a match point, Cameron. I did not see this one coming.
10-4. Christian Alshon looking for the upset. I was wondering if he was going to do it again.
Very close.
So 4-10, a side out and a point away.
4-10.
Good touch on the forehand.
And it looks like he just dragged it wide. Very close. So that gives the ball back to Alshon for his second chance to win this match.
10-4.
There it is, beautifully done. The inside out forehand. Alshon is moving on in the winner's bracket.
That was a classy display. All the shots you can imagine, and then some. Highlight reel stuff. He is going forward to take on Federico Staksrud in the quarterfinals.
Oh, and there's just been upsets just about everywhere, too, on that men's side. It's wild to think you got Connor Garnett also taking down J.W. Johnson. Just wild, wild play in men's singles on this Thursday. We'll be back with more from the PPA Tour.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine is partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
Turning back.
For many of us, we just charge ahead because planning for your future takes time. And right now, thinking about your financial future takes on new meaning. At Baird, our financial advisors have guided individuals and families to achieve their goals through every crisis evolution and groundbreaking idea for over 100 years. That's the difference between thinking you're ready for what lies ahead and knowing you've planned for it. Now that's different. Discover the Baird difference.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Miller Lite has more taste and only 1 more calorie than Michelob Ultra.
Welcome back to the Carvana PPA Tour. This is the Hyundai Masters at Mission Hills Country Club. It is a beautiful setting with the palm fronds well above our center court. We've been witnessing a lot of the men's singles action. Women's singles is now underway as well, but now starting a new match here on center court. Jay Devilliers and Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, this is an intriguing matchup for me. Fraser, so quick on the court. The kind of speed, not just in the paddle twisting that you see there. He does that routinely, but he's having to get to almost anything. It's quite shocking how fast he is around the court, and it has a unique kind of style to him.
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong, but he doesn't have as much of a tennis background either.
No, and I'd say in the world of pickleball, he is completely unique in the fact that when he started, he was a 3.5. A lot of these guys, they walk into 5.5.
That's fair. Like Jay Devilliers, former tennis player.
Yeah, it's you know, just comes so natural. So my hat's off to Dylan Frazier. The kind of work it has taken for him to get as good as he is, it's phenomenal.
Side out. There's that one-handed backhand rip. That's one of the first we've seen in that regard from the baseline on the men's side.
Yeah, I think for my money, Devilliers has the most beautiful single-handed backhand in the game. It's gorgeous. Reminds me of
Side out.
Joey Farias.
0-2. Point. We've mentioned some wild matches.
Great serve.
In men's singles. One of the interesting ones that just happened was Ryan Sherry just double pickled DJ Young.
Yes, and we apologize to the Young family that we had to report that news.
I'm sorry.
But he will now, sorry, Ryan Sherry will go on to play Connor Garnett. That's an interesting one.
Who also was a big upset in terms of taking down J.W. Johnson.
Yeah, 7-5. Sorry, 11-7, 11-5.
1-2. And then we saw Christian Alshon just take down Tyson McGuffin. So it's been a wild Thursday in men's singles.
Really has, hasn't it?
Makes it fun.
Yeah.
Everyone talks about the depth. Well, now the parity's just up and up. And a lot of these athletes have been training. There's a, you know, supposedly a little bit of an off season over December, but I don't know if that's necessarily been the case. I've seen a lot of these athletes training even harder.
Yeah, it's a time where they actually get to analyze their game and make some changes if need be. There's really not much else you can do in the rest of the season in terms of technique changes, for example. But you might have a chance in that sort of 3 weeks to a month to analyze and throw in a couple of different looks.
Ooh, I like that from Dylan Frazier.
Yeah, he curls that ball so nicely.
Well, and there wasn't any follow through. That was just like his wrist from the baseline.
Yeah, it's so much wrist strength, and when you watch him play doubles, you can see that. Oh, unlucky.
Nice shot there from Jay Devilliers, forcing him to go all the way back cross court.
Yeah, the big question here is, can the quickness of Dylan Fraser make up for the added length and potential power? We'll say certainly power is a factor of the Devilliers prowess.
Well, it's almost like that last matchup, right, between Tyson McGuffin and Christian Alshon. A little bit of that size discrimination between the two and the outstretched strength of Alshon. Wow.
Side out.
Yeah, Dylan Fraser doing a great job traversing the kitchen line, getting plenty of power on that forehand volley. Oh, he's missed it.
But a good leave. Wow. It was a fantastic location if that had landed in. That was right on the right hip of Jay Devilliers.
Yeah, I think Fraser just questioning if that ball was indeed long. I think the big man was blocking the vision.
Oh, flying Frenchman, Jay Devilliers.
Side out.
Jocelyn.
So, side out, gives the ball back. Fraser with the slimmest of margins in the lead.
Cat and mouse, and now you gotta go.
Oh, he almost made it too. Tell you, the commitment to just go for that ball. Fantastic work.
Well, he gets there in about 2.5 steps. I do that, it's like 12. Your average Joe. I'm telling you, that is not easy.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you almost 6 foot tall?
I am.
So I don't think 12 steps is exactly correct.
Okay, maybe 11.
2-4.
There's that backhand, a thing of beauty.
Yeah, he has, what I've noticed so far is he's routinely gone cross court with it. And I feel like if he doesn't start mixing it up and going down the line, then Fraser is going to be able to read that and start sitting on that backhand side.
Great coverage from Jay Devilliers. What a play.
Unbelievable.
Finds himself all the way up at that kitchen line after some extended play. Yeah. Beautifully done.
I mean, this is why just making your opponent play one more ball time and time again just pays off.
Well, and to your point, you just mentioned it. Here's a look at the last ball. The backhand, he had been going cross court, and then he finally finishes that one up the line. What's the adjustment in terms of paddle face? Or is it in your wrist, your elbow, your body posture? I mean, how do you make the adjustment?
It's a very slight bowing of your wrist.
Okay.
Whereby with the cross court basically stays solid and actually curls the other way.
Okay.
From a technical term, it's ulnar versus radial.
Okay. Little high-end analysis for you coming from Morgan Evans. I knew he'd know the answer. That's the stuff that intrigues me. So fun to watch. And there it is again, cross court.
Yeah, it's side out. The thing is, what you don't want to do is give away your intention with the degree of shoulder turn you're employing. Because then anyone will know. They'll be able to read the big muscles quite quickly versus what you do at the last second with your wrist.
That's why it becomes so deceptive with these pickleball players using that wrist as their strength, as there's a great wristed shot from Dylan Fraser.
Yeah, he's got that kind of quickness of hand. I talked about AJ Kohler earlier on, and Dylan Fraser's right in that conversation with just how many rotations he can get on the ball with enough space.
5-6.
It's very impressive. So fast.
That's a tough ball. In my opinion, that's, for me, one of the hardest shots, that high backhand, right?
Yeah, it really cramped up the big man. That's an area that's going to be difficult, especially given his kind of grip selections. Oh, Dylan Fraser. So, Jocelyn Devilliers will get the ball back. I just like saying his name. It's quite fun to roll off the tongue.
Side out. 6 found his way to the U.S. playing college tennis for the Shockers, Wichita State.
Yeah, met Pat Smith and Matt Wright, Lucy
6-6.
Kovalova years back, and his life was changed.
Point.
Fraser's doing a great job of
Timeout.
closing. When he
Receiver.
reads that one shot he's hit is good enough to
7-6.
force Devilliers into one kind of shot destination. He's closing in beautifully and firing that next one nice and hard. Well played.
So this one awfully close in game number 1. Let's see who can close.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
One timeout.
You're remarking that Dylan Frazier has done a really nice job in terms of his shot
Ref, you
selection
ready?
while closing out.
Time in.
He's got himself in a solid position now.
Yeah, let's see if he can't get a few more points on the board, close out game 1.
Side out.
Yeah, on that. That was going, just stayed home. It's a smart play.
Side out.
That's also a tough ball. Anything that's landing right at your feet, you've got to get your feet out of the way. It's not easy.
Yeah, that's
7-6.
where the bigger guys and girls will have a tougher time. Just the agility
Side
factor.
out.
Dylan Frazier has oodles of that.
Six, 7.
Trailing by 1. Devilliers. Frazier was all over that, and it's just wide.
7-6.
I'm impressed with the commitment of Devilliers to always be going and often sliding into those tough shots.
You don't know unless
Side
you
out.
go.
Ooh, write that down.
It's a volleyballism. You can bring it on over.
6-7.
So nice change in the score.
Side out.
And that's now the second time we've just seen Dylan Frazier with a great read. He's positioned himself
7-6.
very solidly and able to close out, knowing exactly where Devilliers is going.
Yeah, he went behind the big man. Very difficult for Devilliers to change directions there. And now a little taste of his own medicine.
That looked awfully creative.
Yeah.
You like that, Devilliers?
6-7.
Yeah, a bit of a stalemate here.
Side out.
A what?
Stalemate. That's a thing.
I know, a
7-6.
stalemate is a thing.
Well, yeah, they're deadlocked. So I'll say deadlocked.
Point.
My Aussie friend.
I can't get anything away with anything with you, can I? Jeez.
I'm sorry.
8-6.
Nah, it's fine. It's good for me.
Let will reserve.
8-6 now.
8-6.
Let serve.
Yeah, on the PPA Tour, we do replay lets.
And again, beautifully done by Dylan Frazier. Just a nice side step and shuffle.
Yeah, he closes and then moves laterally across the kitchen line. Almost better than anybody. It's quite phenomenal how hard, quick that first step is.
Oftentimes you'll see people take like a cross step, but Frazier does a nice job with that first step. Again, right there.
Yeah, he just flicks that wrist. And because it's not a big, long looping swing, he doesn't need to prepare it too early. Other players who do have longer swings have to prepare earlier, and that can give away the intention of the shot. So, he's in the driver's seat, however, Devilliers with the ball back.
That ball just diving the bottom, falling out of it. Beautifully done from Devilliers.
Yeah, his forehand's almost as good looking as his backhand.
Side out.
And not that one in particular.
So another shot for Frazier to pick up game 1. And is it good? No, just wide. I think the ATP was wide anyways.
It was just slightly, so that's given him game 1.
So Dylan Frazier, 11-7 over Jay Devilliers. Here's a look at the final point of game number 1. Yeah, that was just wide.
I think that first one was wide. Either way, the ATP for good measure.
For good measure, let's see who can measure and finish out game number 2. Can Devilliers find something special?
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's number 1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah, he comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go. There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
I like that slow fade out with Hyundai right there, as this is the Hyundai Masters event, the first event in 2023 for the Carvana PPA Tour. Men's singles action taking place today, as well as women's singles. Looking at some of the exterior courts. See the ladies out there starting to go head-to-head.
Yeah, I'm seeing Lina Tereschenko take on Lea Jansen. She's got an early lead, 3-0. That's out on court 2.
Meanwhile, center court, where we are focused in. Jay Devilliers dropped game number 1 to Dylan Frazier. They've now changed ends. Jay Devilliers sitting at the baseline, getting ready to serve.
Game 2.
Cameron Irwin alongside Morgan Evans. It's been a bit of an upset city here, or just some wild scores in general in men's singles action.
0-0.
So Frazier gets the ball back.
Side out.
That looked like he just hit the wrong part of his paddle.
0-0.
Yeah, which is very rare for him. He has a remarkable consistency. When I listen to the contact of his paddle, he finds the sweet spot so often. Which is one thing to do that, you know, when you're embroiled in just a cross-court dink exchange, but in the fast and furious kind of world that he lives in, that's difficult.
What's interesting too, right? Like you test out so many different paddles and you work with so many different paddles, and the sweet spot, it varies, it shifts, for maybe it's higher or lower, and the paddle lengths are different, and there's so many different aspects that you kind of have to get used to as you adjust to different paddles.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things for me is every paddle has two sweet spots. There is an area of the paddle that will provide the most amount of power for you, and then there's what's called the center of percussion, and that's much closer to the center of the paddle as opposed to the most powerful area, which is usually closer towards the tip. But that center of percussion, if you manage to ever hit a deal with a hard ball coming in and you volley that back with that area, those are the ones that shoot long. And you're like, that was the greatest contact I've ever had. Why did that go long? Well, you accidentally hit the best part of the paddle.
Side out.
I didn't know that. You taught me something new. That ball goes long from Devilliers. Maybe that was the case. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
Side out.
And Devilliers just grazes him on the way through. No harm, no foul. These two players, friends off the court.
We've seen that a few times today, just kind of taking some body shots when you're head up at the kitchen line with your opponent.
Side out.
Oh, and Fraser went slippery down the line. I love it. The deception of this young man. It's a veteran move.
0-0. Side out.
Oh, he was there in position, wasn't he?
Open stance forehand right there, trying to get enough on it.
Yeah, and for a man who doesn't come from tennis, that's not the easiest thing. It is a staple in the arsenal of every top tennis player, but not so much.
Point.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you lose power in that posture, correct?
You lose power, but you gain spin.
Okay.
And you, as long as it doesn't get behind you, you also gain a greater ability to get a ball cross court.
Point.
Also becomes necessity at times when you're chasing after something.
Yeah.
You don't have any other option.
Yeah, you're stuck between that or a heavily closed stance, which is not your best friend.
There's that up the line from Devilliers, beautifully done.
But Fraser doing enough again and again. I tell you how well he kind of crabs across the kitchen line. It's phenomenal. And I think right now with what we have seen earlier on was that the player on the side of Jay Devilliers right now has had a bit of an advantage.
Wow, I thought he was going to let that ball bounce and then take a shot, but great job by Dylan Frazier taking the time away from Devilliers.
Yeah, that first step, it's just so powerful.
Side out.
Oh, unlucky.
You know, it's so funny, in just about every sport that you call, that first step is talked about, whether it's volleyball, football, basketball. I mean, it's something that all athletes, tennis, everyone trains, right? How much explosion can you get off that first step, especially off a reactionary move?
Yeah, and I think in pickleball, it's probably more important than any other kind of physical movement that you can do. Sort of akin to how important it is in badminton. You watch some of the Olympic badminton players and the explosiveness they need to handle so many balls that are overheads especially. It's quite phenomenal.
Double bounce.
The soft stuff from Frazier.
Oh.
And he just slaps it back. And for your effort, take this.
Yeah, he wants to make Devilliers move for hours. He should have the cardio advantage.
Side out.
Ooh, unlucky.
That's the same thing. That's a few times that we've now seen Devilliers kind of just pause off the bounce, wait an extra second with a nice little whip, just enough power and placement to score a point. Good close.
That's it. That's the first time we've seen him move forward that aggressively.
Yes.
And I think he's realizing that the first volley of Dylan Fraser is doing so much damage that he needs to be cutting off those angles a little bit more aggressively.
Side out.
Yeah, you hear Devilliers exclaiming he cannot miss his favorite shot. That is the one shot that he is known for so well. I mean, I think if he starts to encourage, starts to hit more of them down the line, then he'll open up that cross-court option for himself much easier.
Side out.
Yeah, there's the down the line.
And
But
he's standing
unfortunately,
right there.
he was standing. Wasn't perhaps the one to do it on.
1-4.
Well, he's protecting the shortest distance, right? So that cross court, he's got a little extra second to get over there as it's longer distance across the court.
Side out.
Yes, indeed. And we often talk about angles and how they relate to distances and how that relates to time, how much time a person has to get to a ball. That's just so crucial in this game.
Point.
That's a great example, but a fantastic shot from Devilliers. Outstanding.
Yeah, and I think one of the reasons why that one worked so well is because in the previous point, he went down the line with it.
He set it up.
Set it up nicely with that first one. So good complimentary pickleball by yourself.
Complimentary pickleball. You set yourself up for success later on down the road. 5-1 for Devilliers.
A lot of us miss hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
the more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Back in the desert for the PPA Masters, brought to you by Invited. This, of course, is the Hyundai Masters, the first event of the season. A list of 25 plus events for 2023. So this is only the beginning. Day one and about match, I don't know, 12 at this point.
We've had a few, and they've been great.
So back out of the timeout, Devilliers up 5-1.
Side out.
I think that might have been floating wide anyway, but Fraser thought he should take a swat at it. Worked out well.
1-5. Side out.
Some quick feet from Dylan Fraser. Just those minor adjustments. It's fun to watch athletes figure out exactly that balance point.
Yeah. What's great about what he does with his feet is you see him push off through the drive so quickly that he's already on the way to the kitchen line.
Trying to bend it like Beckham is Jay Devilliers.
1-5.
There must be someone by now. Beckham's been retired for a while. Someone must have bent it better than Beckham at this point.
The alliteration's too good.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Point.
Nice work from Dylan Fraser, moving Devilliers around time and time again.
Oh, man. And that's a miss you just don't see.
No, you don't, but it really speaks to how much pressure Frazier's applying to Devilliers, that he's moving in at a pace that means if he doesn't get it picture perfect, then it could be trouble. Oh, that's just wide.
Oh, but it looked good. Oh, man, that was close.
5-3. Point.
Oh, and Devilliers has played his favorite shot well. Fraser looked to be there, but unfortunately found the net. We see Jansen versus Patagameta at 9-9.
It's out on court number 2. What a grab from Devilliers.
Side out.
Love you very much.
Wow, that was very nonchalant as well.
Great angle.
Yeah.
So men's and women's singles action taking place simultaneously now. We're bringing you all the coverage.
Be better.
Lea Jansen will have serve.
3-6. Point.
And again, Fraser picks right. He's dropping the ball so well to the backhand side of Devilliers. And he's doing
4-6.
not just a remarkable job of that, but guessing which direction that Devilliers is going to go with that first flick volley. Has he got it? Oh.
He's calling it wide, but that's about as small of a margin as you can find.
Yeah, it's a very tough shot. It's one of those shots that Ben Johns seems to own that no one else has really dominated yet.
Quick feet from Fraser gets himself reset. Still stuck at the baseline is Devilliers.
And the work that Devilliers is having to do here just to get himself a point. And impressive stuff from Fraser.
4-6. Side out.
You knew that was coming.
Yeah, that last shot from Fraser just floated a little bit too far, and the big man, 6'3", Jay Devilliers, able to pluck it out of the air.
Point.
Make it 7-4, Devilliers.
7-4. Side out.
And a good leave.
Yeah, nice work. The winner of this match will go on to take on the winner of Christian Alshon and Federico Staxrud. That'll be a semi-final.
Oh, defense from Devilliers.
Yeah, and a well-deserved fist pump, right?
Great block. And then you missed the serve. It's tough.
4-7. Side out.
Oh.
And it was a little interesting. It looked like he almost tried to go with 2 and then decided to instead go with 1.
It was a 1.5-handed backhand.
A 1.5-handed backhand. I don't think that's ever been said.
I said it yesterday in a lesson. Oh, look at that. Gorgeous work from the big man.
And the come on to match. Rightly so, the cross court.
I feel like Fraser thought he had a really good chance to win this one.
Look at the angle that this ball finishes on.
So that previous forehand is one of the reasons why there is still room in the game for the continental grip. with that particular grip, you get to draw a ball back much more easily than you could ever hope to do with a Eastern or a semi-Western grip, whereby you kind of pigeonholed into going down the line, at best the center, but you certainly can't pronate that wrist well enough to get it back cross-court. Jay Devilliers has stubbornly, to a certain amount, kept with that kind of grip. It makes him a little bit attackable in doubles, especially in that right side, that right kind of hip shoulder area, whereby that continental grip has a very hard time to get enough surface area onto the ball. It's one of the reasons why you see so many players have switched more towards that kind of Eastern, almost semi-Western grip, where you almost feel like you've got a pancake kind of grip that you see someone like Riley Newman really possessing so well. He is at the extreme end of the scale.
Yeah.
But if you've seen Riley Newman play this game, you recognize that there are some massive advantages to how many balls, how many areas you can really get your paddle onto that other grips can't. There's pros and cons, obviously, lower balls and how many tough backhands you're going to have to hit. That's the disadvantage.
Side out.
Fraser gets the ball back.
4-9. Point.
Oh, very impressive setup. Beautifully with that two-handed backhand. He's rolling it into that cross-court area, low to the Devilliers backhand with such precision. It's impressive.
So as much as you think, oh, this is a read, it's actually more just a setup. He puts him in a box and not able to hit anything other than what he's given.
Yeah, he knows the work it takes for Devilliers to get that backhand low and in place and then do something. And he's picking on that area so well.
6-9 for Dylan Frazier. Make it 7-9 after an error.
Quick momentum shift.
8-9.
He is rattling off some incredible play here.
It's so casual in terms of his approach to that ball, just kind of walking into it, just wrist that ball, but there's still so much pace. It's pretty remarkable to watch. Lifts that up the line.
Oh, that is impressive work from Dylan Frazier.
Just so crafty. 9 apiece now.
Yeah.
9-9.
Wow.
Yeah, I could not be more impressed with his play in recent time.
So 9 apiece. It's going to be time to take a timeout. Wild.
New People Pickleball.
The comeback is on for Dylan Frazier in game number 2. He already has game number 1 in his pocket, but he has now knotted things up at 9 apiece. He's facing off against Jay Devilliers, excuse me. He's gonna toss this one to the back line. Put a little extra lip on that is Dylan Frazier.
Oh, well, he went with his tried and true strategy. He didn't quite execute it as well as he liked, but he is doing a fantastic job of dropping that ball to the backhand side of Devilliers and working his way in, doing the damage up at the kitchen line. Oh, and he's just missed that one, so it gives Devilliers a chance to take game 2.
10-9 for Devilliers. Cross court, and it's no good.
Oh, so close, though.
Score is 9-10. Frazier trails by 1. Make it 10-all.
Unbelievable how quick he's getting over there.
We had a game go 14-12 on championship court earlier today. Could this be another? It's 10 apiece. Great reach from Devilliers. And another, a massive point.
That point had it all. Both players just working around the court, and Devilliers very happy to call a timeout.
I'm just tired watching this.
Yeah, this is a cardio timeout.
Oh my goodness. It just continued on, and then just a short ball on the backhand side of Dylan Frazier creates the problem. So taking a timeout to get reset.
Yeah, and I think this is a mental win for Frazier, because I think he recognizes that just how much work he's forcing Jay Devilliers to do has cost this timeout. This is not a, well, I've got some new tactics to think about. No, I need a bit of a breather, and I'm going to tie my shoelaces, it looks like. So this is anyone's game for me. I love how polar opposite the two tactics are. We're seeing so much wonderful touch, all devoted to the backhand side of Jay Devilliers, coming from the paddle of Dylan Frazier, just dropping beautifully, curling those forehands so that when those bounce, he knows he's got a really good chance to just spring out of the blocks, get in there, and cut off the angles. And when they don't, his speed and his endurance appears to be up at the task of being moved around a lot by the bigger man, Jay Devilliers. Fantastic match so far. We are privileged to be here.
It's been a fantastic morning. I'm happy. Yeah. It's been really good pickleball. 10-all now. And it's called wide. They're going to check.
Yeah, Devilliers debating the
call.
call.
He challenged, and the ref see it good.
Referee Somyom Choi.
Dylan Frazier called the ball wide, and right now they're conferring with the officials.
And I think the assistant referee
called it good. Here's a look.
11-10.
There's a beautiful looking shot. Hard to see exactly without the slow-mo there, but the point is his, and the game is now his.
Whoa, after all that to close out after that timeout with an overruling and then that missed return, 12-10, Devilliers earns game number 2, which means we're going 3. We've done that a few times today, haven't we?
Yeah, as we should. The game deserves 3, I think.
I think so, especially with the close of that one. There's a call that's up in the air that's a little, you know, it's tough on everybody.
It is.
Meanwhile, we've also got some women's singles action taking place while the men get ready for game number 3. We've already mentioned multiple times Lea Jansen facing off against Lea Jansen. In game number 2, she is trailing by 2-8 as well as by a game. That's out on court number 2. So let's take a look out to court number 2. That first one was awfully close, just a 2-point differential.
And Jansen with a good-looking overhead. So it doesn't look like she's 10-2 up, but perhaps 9. Lena Tereschenko, one of, if not the tallest players on tour.
Product of Texas, played tennis. The beautiful two-handed backhand. Woo, that is a thing of beauty.
Yeah, she's a powerhouse, there's no doubt. Jansen obviously has the experience and is the favorite to win this match.
Right now she's put herself in a solid position to do so, up by 6. Make it 5. Here's a look into a 2 box, so you can see championship court, as well as court number 2. Game 3 now underway on championship.
Fraser serving.
And Fraser on the good side, I believe.
Point.
Yeah, and he's on the board early on.
1-0.
So far, almost all the matches have resulted in the player ending on that side, taking the match. Christian Olsson being the one exception.
2-0.
Managed to get an upset win over Tyson McGuffin.
Quick start for Fraser, up 2-0 now.
Side out.
Oh.
I was going to say he pulled that one out of his pocket really quickly and nearly got at the better end of that. But Devilliers paying off.
0-2. Point.
Oh, he's really starting to find that rhythm with that single-handed backhand cross-court. But I think if he doesn't really keep him honest down the line once or twice, then Fraser will clamp it up pretty quickly.
Well, we've seen him pair him, very complimentary, multiple times throughout this match.
That's very quick feet to get around that ball.
Side out for Dylan Fraser. He is up 2-1.
It just missed. Yeah, it's not textbook two-handed backhand technique, but it can be developed. There's no doubt about it.
In court number 2, Lea Jansen picked up the win there. 11-4.
Point.
And
calling that ball wide.
It was a nice-looking ATP.
It was. I almost wanted it to be good, just for the sake.
2-2.
2 apiece.
Point.
And to your point, there it is again, complimentary pickleball.
Very nice. I think we'll see him attempting the cross court again now that he may be able to keep Fraser honest on that side just a little bit longer, a little bit further over. We'll find out shortly, I'm sure.
Adjustment by Devilliers, back to back again. He's waiting for that cross court, and Fraser's just toying with him.
This is fun to watch.
Side out.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, what a rally.
Dylan Fraser just one step ahead mentally throughout that entire rally.
Yeah, he really kept him on a rope there, had control, and resisted the urge to try that first cross-court flick. That is a veteran move from the young man.
Side out.
Nice shot from Jay Devilliers. Much needed side out.
Yeah, and that's the first moment I've seen the legs of Fraser start to show a little bit of wear and tear. He wasn't quite as springy as he was in game 1.
Wow, a couple great backhands. One that seemed like it just came off his left toe. I don't even know how he got that one back over.
We'll have to ask him later.
4-2. Side out.
It looks like that serve is wide. We have seen that a couple of times so far. Jay Devilliers hitting miraculous shots, unbelievable, and then missing a serve.
2-4. Point.
Was the return good? No, they're going to say it was long.
3-4.
Okay, so Fraser gets a relative freebie there.
3-4.
He's not someone who does massive damage on the serve.
No, he doesn't. And it's interesting, you know, so often, especially in singles, we talk about the need for a tough serve and to have depth, but he just doesn't miss more than anything.
Yeah, it's consistent. It's got reasonable speed.
Ooh, that's a flick.
Yeah, nice work from the flying Frenchman to get back into position. And so much wrist strength. You can't really teach that, unfortunately.
Get in the gym.
Point.
You know, it's interesting. I think back to being in a collegiate training facility and the baseball players, that wrist strength was always so critical too, right? So they used to have buckets.
Side out.
They used to have massive buckets of rice, and so you'd stick your arms in, and we do it as setters too in volleyball, and you twist, and you just keep practicing that forearm and wrist strength. I'm curious if any pickleball players have tried that.
Well, they will now.
I know.
You've probably started a trend.
Point.
I'm going to try it.
Beautiful close from Dylan Frazier with the Tui.
So, leveled the scores, 5-5.
Great control.
Oh, I love it.
Point.
He's
and
got
it lands.
Time out and change.
Oh.
There's been a couple off Dylan Frazier's paddle, and I'm not sure it's really hitting exactly what part of that paddle, but somehow he's making it work.
It's amazing how quickly he gets that paddle up and down over a ball against the taller man. Impressive work, Dylan Frazier.
So 6-5 puts us at a change of end. So they're going to take an extra second here, catch their breath. This one has only been a 1-point game through the entirety, except for the very first. It was up 2-0 for Dylan Frazier. Since that point, it's just been a 1-point differential.
Yeah, it's been a very hard-fought game, and I'm suddenly starting to see Jay Devilliers starting to look a little bit labored on the court as well. The amount of work these two are putting in, it really talks to how much they want it. You know, this is the first event of the season. This is how you set the tone for the rest of the season. The winner will go forward to play the winner of Federico Staxrud and Christian Alshon.
And that happens today still, correct?
Yes.
Oof.
Yep.
Talk about legs. I did one workout yesterday morning and I can barely stand up.
None of these players are missed.
Point.
Frazier.
Yeah, he's so quick. He's able to get into position, hold his paddle, and then the wrist speed that he comes up with makes it deceptive.
Point.
Oh,
I thought he was going cross-court too. I'm not going to lie.
And I think earlier on in the day, we would have seen Jay Devilliers lunging for that ball.
Yeah, fair.
8-5.
Very fair. Goes away from the forehand now.
Side out.
Just missed.
5-8.
But even then, if I'm Jay Devilliers, I'm going, I don't know if that shot's available to me. Even though he missed that, he was about an inch off from a good connection.
Point.
Flying
nice
Frenchman.
Yeah, he got a little bit of luck with the net, but he earned it.
Just 2 points of separation. Ooh, and that is awesome.
I'm proud of Devilliers for resisting the cross-court urge. He went down the line.
7-8.
Make it 7-8. I think he wants that transition ball back. That stayed up real high.
Yeah. Frazier's very happy for that.
8-7.
8-7. Frazier.
Side out.
When was the last time you've seen him miss one of those?
Yeah, it's very rare.
7-8.
Beautiful.
Side out.
Yeah, Devilliers needed to do a little bit more with that one, and maybe more than a little more.
What would have been more? The location or just the execution?
I think the speed and the height.
Okay.
I think, unfortunately, it came out at a height that was really letting Fraser do what he wanted.
Side out.
Some issues. It's guaranteed to cause issues.
7-8.
7-8 still. And same thing, it's that backhand side, that ball's just hanging up off the bounce.
Yeah, it's just high enough, and Dylan Fraser does possess a two-handed backhand bounce attack up at the kitchen line that is super deceptive. Very difficult to read, and you could see why Jay Devilliers was having to keep his position down the line, because so far, Fraser has gone down the line a lot.
Yep, same pattern. Sticks with the one. Great work from Devilliers, but it's just not enough. Dylan Fraser closes out the rally.
This is an exhausting exchange. My goodness. I do not envy the physical trainer of either of these two.
Great return. That was a beautiful return.
Yeah, great return, and that first volley, absolutely clutch.
When they're side spinning like that too off the return, it's almost like you got to wait that much longer and try and let the ball sit and settle before you can even hit your third. 7-9, taking a timeout.
So it's Fraser taking the timeout on this occasion.
So while they take a timeout to try and somehow catch their breath and find their legs, let's take a look out on court number 2, where the #1 women's player is out there. Leigh Waters, the 15-year-old.
She obviously is the one to beat. She's the one with the target on her back.
Right now she's up 7-0.
Yes.
Make it 8.
Lenga Sachuela is obviously a little more new to the game, as is almost everybody on the tour compared to Leigh Waters, which is very amazing to think of a woman of only 16 years of age.
15 seconds.
I was going to say, she's got a nasty forehand. She's letting that thing fly.
Yeah.
Back out on championship court again. Dylan Fraser up by 2 in game number 3. This has proven to be a fantastic battle in game 3. And in game 2 for that matter.
Both players, I would say, borderline exhausted. Who will want it more? Who will prove to have the fresher legs and be able to maintain their composure and shot selections down to the line.
Side out.
And I feel like you're just starting to see, especially with some of those deeper baseline shots, the exhaustion trying to get your feet back behind the ball. It's starting to come up.
7-9.
Be curious if either player starts pushing back a little earlier off the serve.
Okay. Great close from Devilliers.
That is fantastic work. Set it up beautifully with that first forehand cross court.
8-9.
Quick and compact on the finish. The score is 8-9. Oh, a missed dink.
He hasn't missed many of those, if any, really.
Oh, and the margin for error is so tough, though. He's already on that backhand side. Not a lot of room to the line.
Devilliers, he had the ball right where he wanted it and would routinely make that forehand cross court 99 times out of 100.
9-9.
Score remains 9-9. Good depth on that volley, but
and a
well fended off.
Yeah, that two-handed backhand. It Might not be, you know, typical tennis technique, but he got the job done.
It's match ball for Frazier. Not so fast, says Devilliers.
So, 1 point, the margin, 9-10. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat.
9-10.
Literally. Oh, and he drops it. Lays off.
That is clutch from the young man. Oh, but Frazier.
No, he says it was good. Clean
It has
shot.
been called good.
Yep. Another match ball. His second opportunity.
10-9.
And there it is. Just an absolute battle between these two. Just 2 points of separation in game 2. They went extra points, 12-10, and then this final third game, legs completely gone, but mental fortitude on full display. 11-9. Dylan Frazier is your victor in game number 3.
Yeah, truly a battle for the ages between these two. Fantastic work. I'm proud of the young man, Dylan Frazier.
Just brilliant play here on championship court. It's been fantastic to watch these men go head-to-head. We've got more coming after this.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
All right, well, welcome everybody. Dave Fleming here, and great work from Cameron Irwin and Morgan Evans. So it's handoff time. The baton has been passed. We're going to run the last leg of this 4x400, and it has been an unbelievable day of pickleball. We knew it would be to start off this season, and from the Christian Alshon, Tyson McGuffin battle to the one that we just saw with Dylan Frazier and Jay Devilliers going absolutely down to the wire. Unbelievable. And now we've got the ladies here, and I am pleased to be joined by Kyle McKenzie. Kyle, welcome.
Well, thank you, sir. Happy to be here with the legend behind the mic. And I got to tell you, Dave, there's really an electricity and a buzz at this tournament. First tournament of the year. There's been some newer PPA signed pros, and I think the pickleball world is excited to see, you know, truly the best in the world and some new unique matchups. So there've already been a couple of upsets, and we're looking forward to maybe a couple more here.
Yeah, so we've seen the men out there, and now we've got the ladies. So we've got Catherine Parenteau, and Catherine has had quite a off-season, if you can even call 3 weeks an off-season, which I'm not sure that you can. But got engaged to her partner, Athena Truo, so we congratulate her for that off the court.
Absolutely.
The other big news, and we're both very familiar with the Selkirk brand, is she's made a big change going from Paddle Tech to Selkirk. Talk about the paddle she's using and what you think that will deliver for her.
Pretty familiar with it. It's the paddle that I use as well. It's the Power Air. I believe she's using the Invicta shape as well. I think she's going to get a little bit more spin and a little bit more power. And I think that Catherine's obviously one of the best players in the game. But if there is any area of her game that can be improved, might be that power category. So I'm excited to see what that looks like for her passing shot and some of her offense today.
So she's going to be matched up against Lauren Stratman, and I got a shout out to my friends at Pickleball Tournaments. They provided me, and we're going to start bringing you more stats and more things like that with some head-to-head. So Stratman and Parenteau have played 6 times. Parenteau has won 5 of those, and Lauren's game is big. Big two-handed backhand, big passing shots. Parenteau has actually won 5 in a row, so these stats go back to June of 2020. So Lauren Stratman won back in Peachtree Corners, Georgia in September of 2020, 11-9 in the third, and then it has been all Catherine Parenteau winning predominantly in straight sets. Got pushed to the third one time, but 5-1 for Catherine. Coming into this, what do you expect to see with these two ladies on the court?
Well, yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the head. Lauren has a tremendous amount of power. She's an elite ball striker, but Catherine might have the advantage in the movement and the lateral movement. So it's going to be about how is Lauren able to move forward, how frequently, and is she able to get ahead in the point early enough with her power and her ball striking? So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for to see how this match turns out.
Yeah, and just to be clear on the stats, because of where they played last year, only played 1 time in 2022. That was in March at the Austin Open down in another beautiful invited club down in Austin. And Parenteau took that 11-4, 11-9. So definitely, as you gather anything that can give yourself confidence, I don't know if Catherine has that detail in her mind, but she certainly knows that she's been ahead. And then for Lauren, she's got to use that to fuel herself.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I think for me, maybe I put too much of an emphasis on this, but when I know when I go and I play in humid conditions in Florida, it seems like it's so much more physical, whereas the West Coast, it can favor ball strikers from time to time. So if the courts are fast and if Lauren's striping it well, she certainly has a chance.
Yeah, and these courts are very gritty, and, you can see all of the... You know what all those lines mean, folks? That's work you're looking at there on the screen. That is people trying to get stuff done in singles. You can see people sliding on the corners there. So the ball isn't early in these tournaments when these courts are resurfaced, doesn't come up quite as much. So you got to be digging in. Cameron and Morgan were talking about leg day. Leg day is really important for singles players.
Yeah, 100%. So much more physical with the lower body in singles. It's getting to the point where people can't just kind of show up and pretend anymore. They get exposed if they do that.
All right, so Lauren Stratman at the top of the screen. Ready to go. Let's play pickleball.
Side out.
And a good start for Parenteau.
Catherine here to serve.
0-0. Point.
Yeah, and Stratman goes for a big return, sails that deep.
1-0.
So another nice start here. You like to get a couple right out of the gate. And just lovely touch here, Kyle.
She's putting it all on display with a brand new paddle. Don't love the play of Lauren slicing if she's not going to use that as an approach. I think she's going to stay back. She needs to keep being aggressive with her ground strokes.
Side out.
Pretty from Stratman there, goes back across from where Parenteau came. And if you're just tuning in, thanks for watching. Everybody in white just looks so great out there, Kyle.
They're bringing their class in 23. Happy to be here. Happy to see it.
Point.
again, not overhitting that. A nice clean winner from Stratman.
And that's the fine line in these baseline rallies. If you're too patient and too conservative, you give your opponent the opportunity to move forward.
Side out.
Catherine says, enough of that staying back. I'm going to force you to pass me. And Lauren unable to come up with the up the line pass there.
2-1. Point.
Yeah, and that's where you got to keep the hills and valleys out of your singles. You know, going for it's one thing, but just a simple return into the net. Got to be careful.
Point.
Sometimes when your opponent is off the court, you will overcorrect, and I think we saw that right there from Stratman. Didn't need to be that good.
Yeah, I felt the same way. She could have just hit it into the open court and stayed ahead in the point there. Still feeling her way into this match.
Side out.
Just wide from Parenteau. So you got to pick up that ball. What are you thinking as you haven't quite found your best here?
You know, for me, I always, you know, I try to fake myself into being confident, so I'm not decelerating, but I'll give myself just a little bit of a bigger target as I'm feeling a match out. Won't go as close to the lines early on.
And a nice overhead into that bigger target there. So we do not have earpieces in the players, but Stratman executing the McKenzie strategy there perfectly.
Side out.
Yeah, there's the big difference between pickleball and tennis. That's a nice drop there from Parenteau.
Yeah, in tennis, you have the ability to get right on top of the net and cut down those angles. Even if you're in trouble in pickleball, you have that small safety zone just over the net. Great shot by Catherine there.
Side out.
That sails a little deep from Parenteau, kind of pushed it there. So, again, ladies have been playing all day. We're glad to have them out on center. 4-2 Parenteau early here in game number 1.
Point.
And there's nothing worse than just guessing, hoping, and praying, and then being absolutely wrong.
Well, and unfortunately, I think Catherine, that was her only choice in the moment, right? So wasn't able to guess right on that one.
And a very tennis-like pickleball singles point there, Kyle.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Lauren went to a couple of slices, and I just feel like when you're going to stay back, I think with the grit on the paddles, Catherine was able to use that spin and really dictate off that backspin if it's not really penetrating through the court.
4-3.
So Parenteau's been stuck at 4 for a minute here. Oh, and tried another dainty drop shot, but a little wide on that.
And Catherine has the all-court game to go for that shot. I think she's going to keep trusting it and find it here eventually.
Great handle off the tape from Parenteau, but then you don't see body shots a lot in singles, but it's a smart play.
You're starting to see it a little bit more often in those cat and mouse exchanges. If your opponent's leaning the wrong way, sometimes the one right at you is the one you're not expecting. Very effective there.
Yep.
Lauren's doing a good job of moving forward after her passing shots and putting more pressure on Catherine here.
And Parenteau got an unwanted souvenir of the match.
Side out.
Boy, just off the back edge of the line there.
Yeah, if your opponent hits a line and you still win the point, you got to feel pretty good about that.
Point.
That's just good, patient net play from Parenteau.
And, you know, even though Lauren lost the point, I felt like it was good patient play from her. She ended up missing the pass, but she waited for the right ball to have that opening, wasn't able to convert, but, you know, eventually you got to go for it at some time.
So, Kyle, here we are, first tournament of the year. There was so much anticipation to this. There was all the, where are all these people going to play? And Now we've got everybody in the same draw. And these round of 16 matches, you and I watched a couple out there. We watched Connor Garnett play perfection, upsetting J.W. Johnson. It is going to take your best all day long, or you're going to be sent to the back draw.
All the pros have been talking about it. Everyone knows that if you're a top pro and you used to escape, you know, first couple of rounds without your best, that's not going to be the case anymore. So much better depth on the men's and the women's game, and so everyone's just really excited. Everybody's been putting a lot of time into their games to see how, you know, the beginning of the year shapes out.
So we did get a quick look at Leigh Waters while Morgan and Cameron were on. I just want to give a little quick shout out to Lenga Sachualoa. She's 13. Leigh played somebody who was younger than her over there. I happened to be with Leigh, and the young lady came up and said, "I'm going to be playing you next, but can I get a picture?" Oh. So 13-year-old won a match, 12-10 in the third, and then played Leigh Waters. So it was a great moment. I was just lucky enough to be there.
She's very talented. I had no idea she was 13, but she's quite a ball striker already. Definitely a name to watch.
7-4.
And now Parenteau pressing forward and is, after the timeout, found her rhythm and has stretched out a lead.
Yeah, I think even if you're going to stay back, it's so important to get your weight going through the court on the ground stroke. If not, you're giving your opponent the opportunity to move forward on you.
And Stratman hit a beautiful ball in the corner that she did not chase in and lost an opportunity there, and it is 9-4, and Parenteau is rolling. Interesting choice not to hit that out of the air, Kyle. It worked out, but...
Yeah, you know, definitely different than tennis. It's not a gimme for an overhead to put the ball away, but most of the time when you've got your opponent off the court, even a controlled overhead is the usual shot. Maybe she just didn't have a good read on it, felt like, you know what, why take the risk?
Yeah, she definitely gave that little quick glance over her shoulder just to see, is that a leopard sneaking up on me? No, okay, I just wanted to see where she's positioned. So after the timeout called by Stratman actually has really made a difference, 6 in a row for Parenteau, and another timeout here from Stratman.
Well, and I know that the men's and the women's singles games are different. The women tend to stay back and do more of the baseline rallies, but I still feel as though the player willing and eager to look for that opportunity to move forward is going to be more in a position of strength, and so I'd like to see Lauren sprinkle that in to some degree and not exclusively stay back the entire match.
Time in.
So here we go, game point number 1 for Parenteau, and hits it long.
You know, she was a little heat check there.
It happens.
Point.
And a missed return. So Stratman's like, I'm the smartest play ever. I just called timeout. I got a missed serve. I got a missed return. Look at me. So,
you know, use her timeout wisely there.
Yeah. So that sails deep, and we will have a second game point for Parenteau.
10-5. Point. Game. 11-5.
And that sails deep too, so a little frustration on Stratman's part there as Parenteau kind of got stuck at 4 for a minute there, but then rattled off 7 in a row.
Momentum's such a big deal in pickleball, but singles especially, where if a player gets hot, the passing shots start to feel good. You look up and 4 or 5 points may have already gone past you.
So can Stratman find the rhythm and find those big groundies? We'll see right after this.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie. And Kyle, quick look at second court. And Federico Staksrud has been absolutely boat racing everybody today. Coming into this, he'd lost 3 points all day, and he continues to impress here against Kristen Alshon, who we watched knock out Tyson McGuffin.
Yeah, it's playing a very in-form and very talented Christian Alshon, but more of the same so far here from Federico with a 5-1 lead, and has been very greedy with what he's given up today.
Yes, no Happy New Year from Fed so far here at all, and no Happy New Year from Catherine Parenteau as we jump back in, and her onslaught continues. 1 7 of 8 down the stretch, and game one is up quick 2-0. Really important for Stratman to get on the board here.
Yeah, you want to keep that scoreboard pressure, if nothing else, in a match like this.
Side out.
Yeah, and that's a frustrating ball there, because if slice return that gets extra spinny off the tape there.
Yeah, not the right time for that, you know, from Lauren's perspective. I'd like to see her footwork get a little bit stronger here. I feel like there's maybe an element of frustration. If she's going to win the match at the baseline, she really has to have that mindset of wanting to dictate the entire time rather than simply just expect an error from Catherine.
Oh, my. And now the net is not Stratman, as if she was a little bit frustrated already. A skitter on one ball and then just clean mass winner right there.
Talk about kicking a person while they're down. Got to show some mental toughness here to fight back.
Yeah, and that was not a good swing at the ball there at all. And, you know, if you're Parenteau, you just like pedal down.
Oh, yeah. You notice how she's playing a little faster between points. I think maybe she senses that frustration. She can already start to taste that finish line a little bit early on in the second here.
Wow, Stratman does come in and gets away with it. That's a ball Parenteau's not going to miss too often.
You know, I think Catherine got a little fancy there, going back behind. The open court was open, but kind of the inner chess game kind of let her down there, I think.
So, big opportunity for Stratman just to get one.
Side out.
And just misses the inside out, and I think she's trying to will it in now instead of just hit that. I mean, that's a beautiful ball.
I liked the footwork. She made that a forehand. She was a little bit more intense in her preparation. I think if she does that more and more, I think this is going to be a closer second game.
So 0-5 here.
0-5.
We are at this beautiful Mission Hills Country Club at the Hyundai PPA Tour stop. Carvana is now the tour sponsor across the board, so we certainly thank them. You see them at the bottom of your screen. Yeah. Everybody wants to be part of pickleball.
It's an exciting partnership for the PPA for sure.
And just a beautiful, don't need to do too much with that ball from Parenteau right there.
Yep, all set up by the last pass. Anytime in singles when you can get your opponent to open up that paddle face and hit up, that's your cue to start moving forward. You may have some offensive opportunities when you see that.
Beautiful inside-out volley by Parenteau, and it is all working, and she is going to sprint to the line, and Lauren Stratman is going to be like, no, I do have something that can stop you. So she's going to use her wild draw 4 right here and try and find some answers. It is all Catherine Parenteau here in this ladies quarterfinal.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming here with Kyle McKenzie, and Catherine Parenteau is rolling. One thing you can do when someone's rolling is call timeout. That is what Stratman has done. We'll see if that helps. And the answer is no.
You know, and it's tough. I mean, my note to Lauren would be say, hey, look to get forward more. She did that. She hit a good approach, but Catherine was able to get that ball dipping down at her ankles. So tough when you have somebody that can shape the ball like that on their passing shots, and Catherine does it as good as anyone.
Yes, goes for the big serve and misses. So this is Stratman's chance. See if you can, you talk about scoreboard pressure, and I think that's the thing. Like, make Catherine think and not just swing clearly and freely. Tremendous scamper from both ladies, but it is Parenteau in control again.
And I think that's been one of the major differences in this match is every time Lauren's tried to come forward, Catherine's come up with a very good first pass.
And beautiful touch again by Parenteau, and everything is working.
She's dialed, she's rolling now, and she's happy about the Selkirk paddle in her hands. I guarantee you that for right now.
I'm sure everyone at Selkirk is happy to see this first time on center with their newly signed athlete, and she's hitting winners past Stratman as she was caught leaning the wrong way.
Yeah. So especially in singles, sometimes when we return to try to get in, we looking at that kitchen line. We think we need to get there. A lot of times stopping before you get to the kitchen line makes sense. You never want to be sneaking that step in and sacrificing your balance.
And Stratman just didn't stay down on that, and we are quickly at a match point here for Catherine Parenteau.
10-1.
Another missed serve. About the only thing she's done wrong here in the last 10 minutes is miss a couple serves, but obviously in total command.
Well, match point up, you can get a little more creative with your location.
Try and John Isner an ace out of that.
Side out.
Second chance to close it out for Parenteau.
Side out.
Just clips the net there on that approach shot from Catherine. So now's the time for Lauren to make a run. Down 110 here.
Point.
Heavy serve to the backhand. So again, we have all seen the wild comebacks when it looked like it was over.
Crazier things have definitely happened.
Yeah, the ball before that was just wide. So even though the fans are cheering that two-y from Stratman, and it was worth applauding, unfortunately the ball before that was wide. So match point number 3 for Catherine Parenteau. Barely got that serve in. And just a beautiful two-handed backhand down the line for Parenteau ends this match. So after getting a little stuck in game number 1 at 4, she went on an absolute rampage, and boy, do we have a showdown coming up next. Parenteau will play Lea Jansen in a semifinal. This is a couple of people that tried to play together, didn't really work out, so there will be extra motivation in that semifinal.
Yeah, I think there's some you know, fun drama for us in the pickleball world. It's still, you know, traditionally has been a small group of people, so partnerships change a lot. Everyone's competitive, everybody believes in themselves, and be an opportunity to battle it out in singles, which has always been very close and very competitive between those two there at the top of the game.
Indeed. You want bragging rights right out the gate. We're all dressed in white. That match will certainly decide, and it'll decide who's playing on Sunday as well. So the ladies have been on here. I see Julian Arnold walking out there, so that means we've got the gentlemen coming back. So we're going to have Julian Arnold battling out Ben Johns right after this.
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine is partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
Welcome back, everybody, to a gorgeous venue here in January. We're at Mission Hills Country Club in Rancho Mirage. That's out in the Palm Springs area. This is the Carvana PBA Tour, and this is the Hyundai stop. We appreciate Hyundai's support, and we certainly appreciate invited clubs. We're going to be at a bunch of invited clubs throughout the year, and what a place. They got people lining up their croquet out there all dressed in white. They got grass tennis. This is quite a spot, Kyle.
Yeah, I love it. And, you know, even just walking along the ground, center court's right in the middle of the action. Everybody's able to see it. The players can feel that extra energy from the crowd. And like I talked about, this tournament is unique. It's special. A lot of things have changed in the pickleball world, and this is the first event after all those changes.
Yeah, and we're all just cleaned up. We're white, you know. We put the bleach on. We cleaned up all the mess that was happening at the end of last year. Now we're just seeing outstanding play. And what do we have here? We got Julian Arnold and Ben Johnson. Again, shout out to the pickleball tournaments. They're getting us stats so we can tell you what's happened. Yep. So these two gentlemen have played 4 times. Ben Johnson has won 3 of the 4. Their last match was the gold medal match at the Nationals right here down the road. Now that's with a different ball. It was best 3 out of 5, and Ben Johns won 11-0 in the 4th. So Arnold was able to take one of those. They did play earlier in that very tournament as well, so they got a 2-fer there, and that also went 3. Before that, Julian Arnold was one of the people that did beat Ben Johns last year in singles. So that was in September at Peachtree City, and 11-3, 11-8. So you know Julian is remembering, hey, took a game or 2 and right down the road here and won the last PPA match the 2 of them played.
Yeah, I think normally if it's just a neutral matchup and you're playing somebody who's beat you 3 times, you beat them once, maybe you're not feeling great about it. But given that it's Ben Johns, he's been the GOAT, he's been extremely dominant. If I'm Julian Arnold, I'm saying, hey, every time we've played, it's been relatively competitive. I've got to win over you. He's got to walk into this having some belief, and I'm especially excited for this one, Dave, just because we're getting 2 polar opposite kind of on-court personalities, too. In addition to their games being a little different, Ben is traditionally very stoic, very reserved, and Julian is anything but that. I expect a lot of fire, a lot of energy, in addition to some amazing shot making by him as well as Ben. So this should be a great matchup here.
Yeah, and just ironic the way the matches roll out. Julian and Lauren are a couple off the court, so to defend her honor here, he can come out here and say, we shall have center court and show you. So literally, Lauren is, you can see her in the upper left. She hasn't left the court. She's going to sit there and cheer for her man.
I was going to say, I'm sure Julian, I didn't notice, but I'm sure he was there for her match. So they're just going to flip-flop roles here and see if he can be like, all right, this is how we do it.
So you're going to hear Andiamo scream several times. At least Julian hopes he has reason to do that. You see him jumping up and down there. That is the energy you're going to get from here. Julian Arnold to serve. Let's play pickleball. Oh, hello, Tui. And you couldn't imagine a better start for Arnold. He's already prancing and yapping, and
making
that's
us
what
look
he wants.
smart. Right on cue.
And now it's on the other side. So here he comes. Oh, he wants the crowd cheering right now, and he's not ashamed to ask for it either.
No, he knows the conditions for him to play best, and he's trying to get everything in the right spot right now.
And a miss and a yell about the length of the miss there from Arnold, and it is 3-zip very quickly. And Ben says, all right, enough of that. With that patented one-handed roll, no better shot in the game.
No, it's he certainly does it better than anyone, and it's a nice tool to have in your box there.
And of course, Arnold stares at the paddle. It's the paddle's fault for that missed return. And that is the concern with Arnold. Play 3 brilliant points to start and then miss 2 returns, and you give it all away.
2-3.
And just ridiculous net coverage from Ben Johns right there.
We've seen the shot making from Julian early on, and this is what Ben does better than anyone. Moving forward in a patient style, knowing the geometry, and just giving people that slow death.
3-3.
Great return there by Julian. Excellent depth. For those of you that are more used to doubles pickleball or coming from tennis, so much is decided on the serve and the return. Players are trying to get it as deep as possible, obviously without making the error to set themselves up to be in control the rest of the point.
And deep we want, too deep we don't.
Exactly.
But, you know, you want to get, you know, missing serves is in the budget for singles. You want to go for it. And smash from Ben John. So I like this start. We've seen the highlights from both sides.
Yep.
We've seen a couple errors from both sides trying to get into the flow here. And, you know, as we talked about at the beginning, this is a match that can go either way and has in the past.
Yep.
That is 3 missed returns of the 4 points for Ben Johns.
And you see how the depth on that serve is handcuffing Julian a little bit with that two-hander. He's wanting to get that extension and that spacing, but he's almost having to take that as a half volley on the rise.
And that is just too wicked from Ben Johns.
Ben says, you're not the only shot maker on the court. I've got a little flash in my game from time to time as well.
5-4.
And he knew when that Cobra went up in the air that where's the venom going to go? And inside out was the choice there, Kyle.
Yeah, he's got so many options there. Julian really is just kind of on a string at that point.
And after being down 3, Johns is up 2. And make that 3 as he guessed right and stayed on that sideline.
Yeah, and when players choose to slow the ball down and just drop it and look to come forward, we call that a cat and mouse style point. Ben is known as being by far probably the most elite person in that style. So he's looking to slow the ball down at times just enough to implement that advantage.
So I love that we can do this. Let's take a look at what's going on court number 2 with the Federico Staxrud just destruction path continues. He wins game 1 against Christian Alshon 11-3. It looks like they are also in a timeout or on an egg hunt for the ball. There you see Alshon comes back in to the court. So 3-5 Alshon in game number 2. Ball off the net, so maybe some chicanery is what it's going to take to beat Fed today.
You know, Christian will take any momentum that he can get here.
Yeah, and that is another battle where Alshon had a well-earned win on center court over McGuffin earlier that gave him that opportunity. Back to center. And out of the timeout, it's now Johns. And, you know, you and I actually watched a match earlier, and we talked about the two-handed backhand that Ben Johns is now hitting.
Yeah, even the best in the world are still getting better. They're adding things in. Ben's starting to use that two-handed backhand much more often, especially on the return of serve. There's some reasons for that we can talk about in a moment.
And that sails just deep, and the Andiamo meter is at 0 right now after come racing out 3-zip. It has been all Ben Johns since then.
You almost don't need to look at the score of one of Julian Earl's matches. You just listen for the volume, and you can know from there how he's doing.
Where are the decibels? Right now we're at library, and that is not good.
Looks like he was able to just catch the line with that up-the-line backhand return there.
And because of that emotional play that he does, he can put 4 in a row, and like you did at the beginning, I mean, those are 3 points in less than a minute. Gets a missed return of his own, and, you know, that's the thing he needs to remember. Okay, I gave him 3. Settle in, play my game, make Ben beat you. And little misstep there. I think Arnold's okay. He's kind of messing with his toe there. As I said, this court is very, very gritty. So these guys that like to slide probably won't be able to slide as much. And you can see just something with that right leg. I'm not going to play doctor, but there's certainly something that's bothering Julian a little bit. Finally, able to finish. John just couldn't get a ball to bounce.
Yeah, and the last one was certainly higher than most of Johns' shots, and Julian was able to actually angle that one off and put the point away.
That's a ball Arnold likes, that step into the forehand, just couldn't execute it.
He had a good look at it. It was there.
9-5.
So Johns has been stuck at 9 for a second here. Let's see if he can get to 10. He cannot.
Similar miss to Mr. Arnold's
Yes.
on the last point, going for that forehand up the line pass.
5-9.
That ball is called just on the line. That's what it looked like from our vantage point. And despite the sort of hectic set of points that we've had here in a row, it's 6-9. And now 7-9.
And we've had a handful of missed returns. And that's such an important shot in singles. Like we'd mentioned, you can't be too careful with it, but if you're giving too many away, that's obviously not a great thing either.
And now Arnold gets a ball off the tape, and just seconds ago he was messing with his leg. He was calling timeout, and he is within 1 here in game number 1. Oh my, and that is exactly what he wanted. He loves to rip that too, and he didn't.
I think you would have heard a loud Mr. Arnold after that make if he would have converted there.
Great read from Arnold, and you heard him yell, "I'm so there." He was, just didn't make it.
Yeah, it looked like the feet may have still been pitter-pattering just a little bit. Tougher to be accurate when the lower body's still moving.
So, game point number 1 for Johns. And a gorgeous forehand off of a couple of really tough drops off of really picture-perfect volleys from Arnold to keep Johns that deep in the court, and then he eats a winner.
Yeah, I love to see how Ben just says, you know, it's not my first rodeo, no reason to panic, been here before, and he can close out games as well as anybody.
Yeah, so he got pushed. His lead was 1, and a two-handed backhand was sitting there for Arnold, didn't make it, and Johns gets the ball back and ends game number 1. Let's see what he can do in game number 2.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your 6, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
So a lot of freebies going back and forth in game 1, Kyle. Missed returns on both sides. Johns got up to a big lead. Arnold came back, but it was Johns that able to close out game number 1. What do you expect to see here?
Yeah, I think they're going to continue to be aggressive, push the envelope on the serve to put pressure on the return, and look to dictate from there. You know, I mentioned, you know, with Mr. Johns' return being a little different, not using the backhand slice as much anymore. Both these players are so good with topspin that when you give them backspin, it allows them to use that a little bit more and add more shape to their shots. So both players are trying to hit more of a flat, aggressive return to limit the options of their opponents.
Just a tremendous job by Johns of taking everything Arnold had to throw at him and just saying, no, no.
Yeah, Arnold's hoping to get one weaker volley here where he can maybe look to pass or move in, but Mr. Johns not allowing him any daylight there.
And that's the death of a short return right there. Just too easy for Johns there, and Arnold using that new Volair paddle.
Which I believe he is an owner or a part owner.
Yeah, helped design it. Sorry, we're talking about your paddle when you miss a return, but thanks for the soccer skills there, Julian. Okay, he's messing with some of the tape he puts on there. Just wicked back cross court, and Arnold is just really not coming. This is a guy that moves as well as anybody, but as I mentioned, this court is so gritty that the slide that you're used to off the footwear, not where Arnold wants it to be right now. And there's a frustrated, angry timeout right there.
Yeah, it's certainly a makeable volley from Arnold, but what's tough to show on TV is that amount of dip and the amount of spin that Ben was able to get forces that volley to be just tough enough to maybe get the error there.
So we're going to jump over to court number 2 here. Alshon trying to fight back. So Staxrud up 11-3, and he will be serving for the match. The winner of that match will play Dylan Frazier, who won that epic battle with Jay Devilliers. So whoever gets out of this, that'll be great. The winner of this match will play the winner of Ryan Sherry and Connor Garnett. Garnett was out there beating people, and Christian Alshon is, of course, hitting balls between his legs to keep himself alive in the middle of match point down.
Down match point goes with the tweener. You know, standard shot selection. Ben not panicking here.
And he read that entire novel before Arnold pulled the trigger.
And that's where, you know, it's tough to show how much it matters, but Ben's pickleball IQ is as good or better than everyone's as well. You know, he can play defense, not panic, wait for his opportunity to get forward, and does what he does best.
And a missed return there, and we can tell you that Staxrud did indeed finish off his match 11-7 in straights. His very impressive play continues. That looks, there's an Andiamo. And a fight, that's he knows. You know, we talked about at the beginning. He's got to have the energy. He's got to be cheering on the crowd. We haven't seen it nearly enough.
This is the time for his push, and right on cue. Beautiful cross-court forehand pass from Arnold. He's going to want to try to ride this momentum as long as he can here.
And the decibels are rising.
Arnold saying use it there, knowing that he's not going to get a lot of missed volleys from John, so he's got to capitalize when he gets a gift.
Wow, that's tricky.
And says, wow, that's tricky. Goes for like a tennis topspin lob when he didn't need to hit that shot. Sometimes you panic and go, you know what, a lob might be nice. Not right there. And certainly not that depth.
No, he's making fun of his own shot selection a little bit there, I think.
Yeah, had a chance to put a ball away there and didn't. And if he's part owner, I guess he's more able to stare at the paddle and blame it than anybody.
He's just in the lab experimenting right now, Dave.
7-2.
7-2 here in game 2.
Yeah, excellent depth on both the return and that first volley from Arnold there. Gets the serve back.
2-7. Set up. 7-2.
If you go for the Ernie in singles, you've got to make it. And he just threw it right back in the middle of the court. And Ben said, well, thank you.
Yeah, you really have to pull it across your body or really keep it tight to the line. If you don't, you just leave so much court exposed is what happened there.
And that ball did not come up. So, again, when we see one player back and one up, it's like, can you get it to bounce? Just bounce once and I can get involved. Didn't do it there for Johns, but he is up 6 here in game 2. Okay, he's staring at the Yola paddle. Everyone's staring at the paddle. We all do it. The rec players throughout this country are certainly doing it. I do it. And that's beautiful from Arnold right there, and he's talking to people in the VIP section. He doesn't care where you're sitting. He wants you involved.
He's calling people out, trying to get energy from anywhere he can. He's searching. He's searching.
Beautiful point there, and Arnold can't believe it. He's thinking maybe that was going deep. He had a scorpion in there, which you don't see very often in singles
no,
either.
You do not. Yeah, I mean, he got ahead in that point. I think he's certainly disappointed. He had to hit so many good shots to give himself that chance. Unable to finally convert.
Stab volleying to save his life there, and it worked.
I was going to say, those are some clutch volleys. He was pushed back by the serve, was just a step late coming in, but was able to convert a couple of very tough backhand volleys.
Look at this youngster collecting all sorts of autographs on that hat. I love it. We're seeing that more and more. These players are heroes to a lot of these youngsters. Another ill-advised lob, unfortunately, from Arnold. So I love seeing the youngsters. I mentioned earlier there was 13-year-old versus 15-year-old in the women's pro draw earlier.
Getting younger. I wonder what that hat's going to be worth in 20 years.
No doubt.
Right? Some famous signatures.
Exactly. Where's Darren Ravel, the guy that tracks all that on Twitter? Has got millions of followers, loves the memorabilia, and loves pickleball.
I was going to say, might need to bring some pickleball into his collection. I've wondered about that with trading cards.
Yes.
You know, if somebody would come out with
there have been
cards.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
So those hit the market at the end of the year. So let's go pickleball, and
time to collect is now.
Yes.
It's an investment right there, Dave.
100%. Get that Ben Johns rookie card, everybody.
Pick up.
Great pickup, and you know, Kyle, the two-handed backhand for Arnold's interesting, the way he holds the paddle with his left hand on the backside versus the way some others do it. It's very unique.
Yeah, he waits a little longer to try to disguise it and really accelerates up the back of the ball at the last second.
No.
And that sails just deep. So again, Johns, this looks a lot like game 1 where he's comfortable and then just almost got uncomfortable. Yep. And you know, Andiamo can strike at any moment.
Set up.
those passing shots get tremendously tougher when they're coming off of a good volley. Really takes your time away to prepare for the shot.
And just a roped two-y by Ben Johns. You saw him hit the first two open stance, and then did he ever step into this one, Kyle?
Yeah, putting on a clinic, and you know, for those of you at home that have been watching Ben for a long time, this is not the traditional Ben. He's been able to beat everyone with other shots, and it's scary to think he's still adding more in.
So a let serve that stays in the courts, a replay here on the PPA Tour, so we'll do it again. Nice ball from Julian Arnold there, and there was a ball very tight to that baseline there that was called in. Ben calls as fair a line as anybody on the tour.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And that is a heavy forehand from Julian Arnold. He's got plenty of those in the tank. Well, he best hurry up and get to that tank right now.
Well, he believes, Dave. He believes.
And now it's showtime at the comedy club there from Julian.
He's letting us in on his inner monologue while he's playing, isn't he?
Yeah, we like that he uses his inside voice outside. So keeps the pressure on. Let's see if that tank is accessed here as he gets the ball back.
Well, according to him, he's got plenty in there, so I'm excited to see it.
Wow. That just clangs off. Yeah, now he's going to talk about the apparatus that holds net cam on there. It hit directly on top of that and just took off there. So that serve misses, and that's frustrating, Mr. Arnold. And that's too good. So did not let that carry over.
It's one of the nicest forehands he's hit in the match. It's really a touchy-feely shot. If you hit it a little too hard, Ben's there to cut off that angle.
Yeah, here's a good look at it right there. Just beautiful roll. So many steps from Arnold, and John's just, you know, dancing along the kitchen line, and then a big swing.
Well, you see what type of a wall John sets there. Julian's coverage was amazing. Hit several good passes, but he never got anything he could really comfortably move forward on.
And again, Johns was stuck at 9 for a while in game number 1. Here we are again. It's, can Arnold find it? Again, we've heard rumors of this tank.
6-9.
Okay, that slides wide, and clear call from Arnold. 7-9 here in game 2. Quarterfinal action. Another blast off the tape there. That stays on Arnold's side, and that was nowhere near net cam holder, though, just to be clear.
He stayed away from that location on the net. But to your point, exactly like game 1, he's got it back to 8-9, wasn't able to tie it up in game 1. We'll see if he can here.
Oh, no. So in game 1, he had a beautiful look at a two-handed backhand, and here he had a serve to get to 9 all. So will Johns rattle off the last 2, or can Arnold again fight through it? He did not get that opportunity in game 1. Tried to go body there, but Johns
but
was ready.
he was falling backwards. It was Ben was in control at that point after the last shot, and Ben's such a savvy veteran. He took just a fraction of a second more time before he served. Knew that the match just got tighter. Knew he needs to bring his best stuff now.
And here we go, match point. Nice inside out volley from Arnold. So, okay. Saves one.
He's got, you know, this is what you want. You want the ball in your hands. You got to feel confident like, hey, against anybody, you can reel off 3 or 4 points. He has that chance now.
That's a great deep return. And then if you run around that forehand, can't leave it up.
That's the risk. You know, if you hit that inside out pass, usually you have to take a little pace off to get that ball to dip and to give you that recovery time to get back to the center of the court.
Match point number 2 for Johns. And that will do it as it sails wide. And the Tui is the difference for Ben Johns here in game Tui.
I think we've got Ben Johns 2.0 here in 2023. And I think for all the other players on tour, that's a scary proposition.
Yeah, he started hitting it more last year, but it was definitely a factor. So on the left side of his body, he's not just dropping the ball, he's driving it. And looked very good doing so, both with an open stance and stepping into it. So John's moving on. He will play the winner of Connor Garnett and Ryan Sherry there on court. We'll update you that after this.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point won means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your six, ladies.
The world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
Everybody, Dave Fleming here with my man Kyle McKenzie. And Kyle, I know a lot of people were wondering, well, I heard Sam Querrey's playing in this, and he is. Well, he was. So started out the day, dropped a match to a very good player, Alex Newman. Did get it one win in the back draw, so he does have a pro pickleball singles victory.
He's on the board.
And that was against Sterling Galley. And then a player I actually played some rec with last night, Nico Montoya, who is a good lefty.
Okay.
These guys are going to be coming out of the woodwork. I was playing with that guy. I'm like, dang, that guy's good. Little did I know he's going to be playing Sam Querrey today. So he wins that 15-12. So 15-12. Querrey's day is over. He will be playing mixed and men's throughout the weekend, and we have a great battle on court too, so let's join that. We've got Ryan Sherry up 9-7. The winner of this match will play Ben Johns.
Looks like a foot fault might have been called there on Mr. Sherry, and he's got the lead, but it looks like the momentum here is with Connor Garnett. He was down, I believe, 9-3, 9-4. I think it's 8-9 or 9-9 that he's serving now.
So yeah, 9-9, and Again, we do not know, but I'm going to say pretty definitively that Ryan Sherry just called timeout over there. So 9 apiece. We saw Connor Garnett. Kyle, we happened to be walking around just taking everything in before it was our turn on the mics here. And Connor Garnett looked unbelievable in taking out somebody everybody thought could win this thing in J.W. Johnson, and he won convincingly.
Yeah, I think those of us that are familiar with Connor Garnett's game thought that he had a shot athletically, but I think I, for one, was very surprised that he won pretty comfortably in straight games, and he certainly has a shot against Ryan Sherry, who, when he's playing well, is certainly one of the best players in the world himself.
The Florida Gator, and look at this point. The Share Bears tracking everything down. And then just misses, or there's controversy, and okay. This is as close together as I've seen two pickleball players be while the match was going on. So Sherry is sure it was in from his body language.
Yeah, it's always a tough one, is when you hit the shot up the line, you maybe have the best angle in the house on the shot, but when your opponent calls it out and you see it in, looks like Sherry got a little heated there.
And it looks like Garnett changed his call.
Okay.
So, you know, I want to see how Garnett deals with this, as that's a big change at 9 apiece.
You know, I know Garnett a little bit. Him and I played doubles our last tournament together. Super nice young man, very respectful, but he's got that fire himself when he gets on the court, and he's a fun player to watch.
And there's a beautiful two-handed backhand. And just to be clear, Ryan Sherry's one of the nicest guys ever. I think he went over to say, look, dude, I saw that ball clearly on the line.
And he wanted to point to the mark.
And show the actual spot. It's like when the French Open officials get out and check out the spot on that, and that return sails just deep. So Connor Garnett digs out of a big hole there in game 1 and wins game 1 11-9, and the winner of that's going to get the Showtime match against Ben Johns for a chance to get to Championship Sunday here in our first one. This is the Hyundai Masters, and we are seeing so many different folks getting involved in pickleball, Kyle. We've got Carvana, who is now the tour, so it's the Carvana PPA Tour. We've got the Masters, as you see in there, brought Hyundai, powered by Invited. We're in an Invited club. We have beautiful things set up all over the place with our Miller Lite sponsors out there. This is becoming a festival as well as a very, very good-looking professional event here.
Yeah, I think every stop that I see, it seems like there's more and more positive changes, and I think all these sponsors that are jumping into pickleball now are going to be very happy with themselves that they made the decision to support this early on. You see the numbers, you see the growth, and I think even with the numbers, they can be deceptive, because people that love pickleball, as you know, Dave, they love pickleball.
I don't know anyone that's quit. All right, so there's on center right now, I can tell you that the discussion is involving netcam right now. There's a debate about what happened, because we did see the one ball just like catapult like off of a trampoline as it hit that black plastic or metal that holds that net cam on there on the top of the net. So
yeah,
I don't know if anything's going to change.
Yeah, he hit a serve and was very frustrated when it hit, that it just exploded 20 feet. And players just want, you know, they want the conditions to be fair. They want their best chance to, you know, put their best foot forward. And so it looks like they're looking at it now to see if that will be an issue that would hinder the match in any way.
And we're not going to debate the merits of adding or subtracting that. We're going to talk about Connor Garnett serving on court number 2 here. I can tell you who appreciates this delay is Fredrik Staksrud. Dylan Frazier's had a break since he played Devilliers. Staksrud just got done, as we saw with Alshon, and was thrown right back on to center. So a little net cam debate here. All good there. So we're going to continue to see what's going on in warm-ups, and also watch Connor Garnett and Ryan Sherry go after it here. And Garnett, as you mentioned, you've seen it firsthand. I actually got to call a match of yours with Garnett, and then Garnett definitely did some damage at the end of the year in singles as well. And this was a player we knew was coming.
Yeah, he's on a short list of up-and-comers, and you know, I'm almost reluctant to use that term because his results would tell you he's almost arrived, to be completely honest with you. But he's a guy that, you know, looking forward can really challenge the very elite top guys in all 3 events going forward. So certainly expect him to be more of a household name as he gets more tournaments under his belt. But this would be huge for him. If he gets this win over Ryan Sherry, he will be playing Ben Johns in the semifinals.
Yeah, and he's going to be on center, and we're going to be talking about him. So that's the opportunity. Obviously, Ryan Sherry has grinded out wins. He had a PPA Tour singles win last year in North Carolina. So that match far from over. So let's talk about what we will have on center on the left side of your screen there, and that is Dylan Frazier against Federico Staksrud. What do you expect to see here, Kyle?
Yeah, both these guys have had very consistent results in singles over the last year. I think, you know, you would still probably say that Dylan's best event is doubles, but he's really closed that gap. And then Federico, kind of the opposite. He's had the singles results right away in his career, and the doubles game is improving. I kind of look at this as a Federico being a better ball striker, comes from the tennis background, really hits a pretty clean ball on both sides. And Dylan is a little bit of everything. He's an elite athlete, probably a little more suited in the cat and mouse, slower exchanges, but it's really just going to be who comes out and executes and really implements their will in this one.
So they have played 8 times since June of 2020, and it is Staksrud that's won 6 of those. Okay. So the last time these two faced off was at the PPA Championships in Las Vegas. That was in the bronze medal match, and it was young Dylan Frazier who took that match, winning 11-7, 8-11, 11-2. So they have played a lot. Staksrud won the 3 before that, then Frazier, and then 3 more for Staksrud. So I'm sure these two have a sense for this. They may not know that it's been 8 times and it's 6-2, but you know, if I'm Frazier, I'm like, hey man, I remember a medal going over my shoulder and not Fed's when we played in Vegas in October. So I agree with you, and I think, you know, another player that switched over to Selkirk, Frazier became more dangerous off the bounce when he added this paddle and the confidence it gave him.
Yeah, he uses a little bit more wrist and more flip in his stroke production. The paddle that he has now, the Selkirk 002, known for being excellent for power and spin. So he doesn't have to create a lot of the power on his own. He can use his wrist and kind of let the paddle do some of the work for him.
So after a grueling grind against the great Jocelyn Devilliers, where it was the smallest of margins, Frazier bringing it out. Let's play pickleball. And a good start there, because as we mentioned, Staksrud was on a rampage. I saw him out on the other course. I'm like, dude, you're not letting anybody have anything here in the new year. Won convincingly. So it's a good start for Frazier here, just to get that first point. And Staksrud goes body, and Frazier says, get that the heck out of here.
And I love Frazier's game plan to start just the first couple points. He's almost recklessly slowing it down and sprinting forward. He knows his advantage is in those kitchen points, and he's trying to play as much of that as he can.
And there's those hands again. That was not exactly clean. In fact, it was filthy.
You know, you can get away with a few more mishits in singles. Might not be exactly how he drew it up, but put your paddle on the ball, sometimes good things happen.
Yeah, just threw his hands up in the air, but he'll take it. Yeah, but as you mentioned, the game plan is clear from Frazier. Forward at any cost.
Put a little bit of air under the ball, slow it down, and sprint and get off to the races.
0-3.
Good leave there from Frazier. So very nice start for him.
3-0.
And now he's hitting clean winners too.
Yeah, and if he can continue to execute on that inside-in forehand, Stackford has to honor that drop cross court, so it's going to be tough to cover both.
And there's a miss, and Staxrud is walking directly to his beautiful PPA bench over there. Also white, so we appreciate the bench is getting the memo as well. But what a start for Dylan Frazier. 5 quick ones against the hottest player playing today.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go. There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back, everybody. The young Missouri Tiger, Dylan Frazier, roaring here to start this semifinal. And again, you win this match, you're done for the day, and you're playing on Sunday.
An absolute dream start for Frazier here. It just shows you how matchups can work. I mean, Stackstrud had some of the most lopsided score lines in the first few matches, but Frazier is a unique type of player, and so far his style has given Stackstrud some trouble.
Another wicked two-way from Frazier, and it is a highlight reel.
It is so challenging to get enough usage of the left hand to pull that ball clean across your body. Frazier's making it look easy right now.
Side out.
Actually ran around the backhand, which is on fire there to try and drop it. So Staxrud, seen him come back many times personally. He just needs to get his game going. That is not the way to do it. A little out of sorts.
Yeah, certainly looks that way. He's known for playing very fast between points. He certainly looked to be taking his time a little bit there.
And missed serve bleeds into a missed return, and it is snowman 0 here in the desert.
You know, I think if you're Stackstrud here, obviously you're not giving up on this game. You believe that you can come back, but I think at this point you're just trying to find some momentum, find some rhythm to at the very least carry on into the next game.
Yeah, find a pattern that's working, because Frazier charging forward has not been good. Staxrud hitting two-ees that are sick like that is the method to come back.
Very tough to get a ball to bounce from the return of Frazier there.
Wow. And Staxrud will go bilingual or trilingual as well as many of these players. I love the international flair we have, and I don't know what he just said, but it wasn't pretty, I'm sure. Ooh, that's just a loose miss volley, and I don't need to tell you what body language is telling everyone that's seeing that. It is frustration city. Now the net just sets up a beautiful room service forehand. And Kyle, it is 10-1 Frazier in less than 10 minutes.
I know I didn't see this coming at all. That's why we play the matches.
That's a good volley there. Yeah, we talked about it. 6 out of 8. Staksrud.
Yeah, and I know that Frazier had won the last one, but that was a close one as well. And you got to be confident coming into this if you're Staksrud with his day so far.
And Frazier was just pushed to the limit by the Frenchman, and that had to really put a lot of confidence in him coming into this match. Not able to close it out here, though, and that's one thing you do want to do. You do not want to let Staksrud on your dime find his game.
Yeah, we talked about the importance for him to just find some rhythm, even if you lose this game. Obviously, Frazier is looking to want him to be as unconfident as possible going into game 2.
Yeah, because sometimes you unlock a pattern you hadn't thought of when it's 110 and you go, okay.
I can carry that over.
Yeah, let's do that. So Staksrud's been coming forward aggressively here and has gotten a couple misses, and that is not an accident that that ball is rolling into the corner. The kid's athletic. He could have stopped it. He chose not to.
You know, take your time a little bit, settle in. It's a veteran move right there.
Very.
Side out.
Yeah, and that third cannot be that high.
Yeah, and Staksrud's playing a high-risk, high-reward play. He's driving and he's crashing in right after. If he gets that drive low enough, he's covering the line and making that cross-court shot very difficult. But when it's high like that, it's just too easy for Frazier to put away.
And unfortunately for Staksrud, it is a missed return during frustration. Game number 1 here, and Dylan Frazier, okay. He came to play. He wants to play on Sunday, and he is halfway there.
Mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
speak for
the more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hyundai Masters, part of the Carvana PPA Tour opening stop. Everyone's in white.
0-0.
And Dylan Frazier is on absolute fire here in our first semifinal and gets a miss right off the bat.
And for the folks at home, Dave, so much is riding on these semifinal matchups. If you win, you move on to Championship Sunday, you get the break for the day, guarantee yourself at least a silver medal. If you lose, you have several more matches that you have to convert on to finish with that bronze. So there's a lot riding on this match here.
Yeah, and you want to stamp your name on the sport. Everybody's playing in the PPA now, so this is where everyone's looking. I don't care where you played last year. This is where everybody's looking. And if you are on that first list of Sunday participants, everybody's going, all right, there's somebody who needs to be reckoned with this year.
It's a fast way to raise your stock in the pickleball world. There's a lot of hungry athletes out here, and I expect for the first few tournaments of the year to see some new names competing on Sunday.
1-0.
was there but couldn't make it.
I was going to say excellent court coverage by Frazier there, just unable to convert. Did have an opening up the line there.
So let's see if Staksrud can find that singles magic we know he has.
Side out.
And just another beautiful point from Frazier. So what do you say to Staksrud? You've been clobbering people all day, and now it's you or the clobberee.
Yeah, I think it's tough because he's known for playing that up-tempo style in between points, but he usually has the lead. So when he's down in a match, I think he's got to find those moments where he needs to take a second, a little bit longer, really focus on what pattern you want to play. If he starts to feel that he has the momentum, then he can play his up-tempo style from there.
2-0.
Just missed wide there by Frazier. The other thing, Dave, that I would say if I'm in Staksrud's camp is the one kind of pattern that hasn't been very effective is his forehand drive up the line to Frazier's backhand volley. He's been very good about taking that cross court. I think he's going to have to vary driving or rolling that ball cross court just to keep Frazier honest on that side. He's continuing to try to pick apart that backhand volley, and with the doubles prowess of Frazier, I just don't see that side breaking down.
Yep, went there again, and that did not work. So Frazier up 2.
Side out. 0-2. Side out.
Wow, and Staksrud has missed 3 or 4 serves, and this is when, if you're Frazier, you want to just hammer that pedal to the ground.
Well, that's an example of, you notice how he served immediately after the referee called the score. I have no problem with him doing that when he's winning, but he's still trying to find his game. I would just take a little bit longer to make sure that you're executing.
Wow. Using every last edge on an unbelievable get from Frazier, and then just sneaks it inside that.
It's always a dicey feeling when you've got that paddle vertical expecting to hit a smash and you feel it getting lower and lower and lower, but you're committed.
Get here, ball, get here. And these first volleys from Frazier continue to be money.
He did test the forehand side on the pass that time, but Frazier was up to the task there as well.
An update from court 2. Sherry comes back and wins game 2, so there will be a 3rd game in that quarterfinal.
Side out.
So Frazier's had a chance to stretch it out. We'll see if he'll regret the fact that he wasn't able to do it. Just finally gets a mistake off the backhand volley.
Yeah, I got him stretching just enough to where it wasn't routine, and Frazier unable to convert there.
1-2.
Big swing at the 2-y from Staksrud there, and now we are tied at 2.
Staksrud known for making big runs in singles. Let's see if he can continue to keep this one going here.
Side out.
Way too high on that. A nice, just solid volley by Frazier. Hits it well into the open court. And Staksrud using that tennis, going to the towel there to slow it down just a bit.
Side out.
First time that Staksrud has returned to the backhand, and Frazier has tried to go for the pass right out of the gate. He's missed a couple of drops. Maybe he's losing his feel a little bit. You gotta like that sign if you're Staksrud. To me, that may be a little bit of a confidence thing from Frazier there. Certainly made some two-handed passes, but they've been usually more mid-court, and he hasn't gone for him on the first shot in the point.
Side out.
And that blisters into the guaranteed rate sign. And Kyle, you do not get extra points for hitting the guaranteed rate sign. So we're staying locked at 2 here.
Somehow they keep trying.
I know, they do. Yeah, Staksrud's going to the towel like after every point. Like we are dressed in white like we're at Wimbledon, so why not? The towels are very famous at Wimbledon as well for you tennis fans.
Side out.
Yeah, and Frazier stuck at 2 forever. He's like, what happened? His points were jumping out like a Pez dispenser in game number 1, but not here in game 2.
Side out.
And now we were talking about, now Staksrud isn't taking advantage of the opportunity to get a lead.
2-2. Side out.
Frazier was able to make it to the kitchen for the first time in a while there, but misses a volley that I'd say normally he makes.
2-2.
Yeah, that was a much better point construction for Frazier. And there's Staksrud. Great read. You got to read that off the first step.
Yeah, like I talked about, he's as good at moving forward and closing in as anyone, but I like his choice to slow down the play on the third, show Frazier a different speed, make him create a little more of his own pace.
Side out.
And he cannot believe it. It looked exactly like the point before where he finished cross court. He chose to go down the line, which is slightly higher. The net's 34 inches in the middle and 36 on the side. He hit it 35.
Side out.
Just a little reachy right now from Frazier on that backhand volley. He's had a couple that were up.
Yeah, I think when you're overextended that much, it's so much tougher to take that ball back across your body cross court.
That's the third one of those. So his backhand volley was so key to that big rampage in game one and betrayed him a little bit here.
Yeah, this is what Staksrud needs to build off of right here.
Side out.
And Staksrud had absolute candy. Pick your favorite Kit Kat, Snickers, whatever, and finds the tape.
Yeah, he has the 4-2 lead here, but he's had 2 or 3 points that he really wishes he had back to have a bigger lead here.
And another one off the tape. No one can get that next ball that really will put that pressure on the opponent here. Just down one, Frazier. Finally off 2.
I think we should give some credit to the returns. Both players are returning well. They're hitting out a little flatter. They're having reasonably good depth pretty consistently here, and just makes it so tough dealing with a powerful return on the move to come up with a quality third ball.
And Staksrud is feeling that two-handed backhand now. It's what he's known for, and it is a beauty. And this guy's a guy, we talked about during Ben John's match. He can do damage with the two-hander now as well. Oh my goodness, Federico Staksrud goes skyhook off the tape winner, and everything's going his way.
Get the popcorn ready because he's putting on a show now.
I mean, look at this from the side view.
Timeout by receiver.
Frazier stabs at that, but that is not an easy ball that Staksrud hit.
Has to go with the sky hook choice there. Puts it on a dime.
So we got 2 courts going on, Kyle. So Magic, please give me court number 2. Thank you. There's Ryan Sherry in the near court. And I mean, again, we talked about getting to Championship Sunday. Well, you got to win your quarter first, so that's where we are here. We have a semifinal on center right now, and it is Sherry who has the early lead here. And oh, that ball landed almost exactly where that one where we saw a little controversy earlier. That one was clearly wide.
Sherry didn't have to run over and point to the mark this time.
Did not need to get the Sharpie out and circle the spot. Oh, and look at that, a very casual drop volley and then hits the open court. And this is a dangerous player in singles. He's got all that, we talk about using that left hand and the two-handed backhand. He does it more than just about anybody.
Well, and, for tennis players, we talked about, one thing you can't do in pickleball is, get right on top of the net. And so Sherry is known for having some of the best short angle rolls on each side. And even if you know it's coming, it's just almost impossible to cut the angle of that shot off when he's executing.
Yeah, you want to run up there and close like tennis and put that away. Well, we got referees ready to stop your feet from doing that. So, all right, we are back. Frazier called the timeout.
Side out.
And Staksrud played it well, but just left that paddle face open, Kyle.
Yep. And, Frazier did a better job of controlling the action there.
Just so in control, and I think that's when Staksrud looks the best. Sort of like Federer, which, you know, Federico, let's go.
Right,
just never, you know, it's just a beautiful, that's just a beautiful execution there.
And I feel like that's better shot selection when Frazier is playing almost that kamikaze of throw it up in the air and sprint in. Early in the match, Staksrud tried to just power through him. There, he took his time, he went back behind him, and usually you're going to catch your opponent off balance if you can vary your patterns a little bit.
And now the shoulder shrugging is coming from Frazier. Now Frazier's still gonna spin his paddle 850,000 times, but the shoulders are a little down now. Oh, and that kisses off the tape.
Had the opening. He's definitely a little frustrated he wasn't able to get that one there. Gotta like his position here.
Yeah. 8-3. So good from Staksrud, and it all started again from, I mean, there's not a target in the left-hand corner of the court that any of us can see, but Staksrud certainly can, because his returns are killing that corner right now.
Side up.
And those are the types of points where, you know, if you're Staksrud, you don't have to win every one. That's where Frazier has the advantage. As long as you're making him work for it and playing enough to your own style, I think he's going to be okay in this match.
Yeah, great dance along the kitchen line from Frazier on that one.
Side up.
And that goes off the green monster for a double from Frazier right there. Just really good volleys. So Staksrud now seeming much more confident.
Side up.
That's the volley that Frazier has missed a few times this match. That backhand one, trying to take it cross court, was able to get his body behind that one enough to be able to pull that wide.
3-8.
Let's just bounce it off the tape 5 or 6 times here. It's all good.
Well, to your point, Dave, I mean, like you mentioned, there is a target in that left corner, the backhand side for Frazier, and Staksrud has been picking on it consistently this game and hasn't been able to figure that one out yet.
So there's 2 very obvious differences in this game. It's that return in the corner, and it's that backhand cross-court volley from Frazier, just not there right now. And again, he played a marathon against Devilliers earlier, and sometimes when I see somebody stretching like that, maybe a little slide, one more step, and you make that. So the feet, you see the swing be wrong, but it's the feet that are often the reason.
No, hit the nail on the head. The coach in me would say, yep, one step with that left foot, especially if you're wanting to pull that ball cross court. If you don't feel that you have that balance, you may be forced to take that ball up the line.
So, back to court 2, where it is Connor Garnett up 6-5, so they will switch sides. That's what we're seeing, and we're in the middle of. And coming up next, we will have the women's semifinals, and as I mentioned, fireworks time with Lea Jansen and Catherine Parenteau out of there, and then Irina Tereschenko, a very nice win in her quarterfinals over a talented singles specialist. Salome Devidze certainly plays the others, but she has done damage in singles. That's a great win for Tereschenko.
Yeah, it really is.
And then we haven't seen the phenom and Leigh Waters yet, but we will.
Oh, we will. We will.
Side up.
So that goes deep out of the timeout. So, you know, Frazier needs to channel what he had at the beginning of this game when he was up 2-0. That really seemed pivotal, and he wasn't able to get it. And now you can see the scoreboard. Can he revert back to that or his game 1 prowess? Wow, this net.
Side up.
Just a little short on the backhand there. And you mentioned it, Dave, you know, when there's a back and forth where neither person has scored, at this level, you know it's a matter of time before somebody gets hot. So if you're not that person, a lead can really get stretched out against you.
Staksrud can't find the forehand, and he was going absolutely to see if Frazier can make that backhand volley cross court. Didn't have to hit that one, which was wide.
Sorry, ref. I'll correct that. 3-9.
I know Frazier would love it to be 9-9. It most certainly isn't. Ooh. That's just a dumped volley.
Yeah, I think, you know, play that point out 100 times, and I think Staksrud is going to win about 95 of them, so he's still in a good position.
Wow, that's the lateral footwork that Frazier's known for right there.
And Staksrud hit a good rolling forehand cross court, put it where he wanted, but Frazier was able to straighten that up and attack it up the line.
And Frazier can't believe that one didn't come over after Staksrud has hit several, and he is walking to his bench. So my. We are now 9-6, and Staksrud is forced to call a timeout. You hate to do that when you're ahead. You need to. Very smart from Staksrud, but my goodness.
Well, these players have so much experience. I think that, you know, after you've played enough tournaments, you can kind of sense momentum, right? When your opponent starts to have it, and it's amazing. You know, I couldn't tell you the science behind it, but it's amazing how just a minute or two of calming yourself, slowing your opponent down can really turn the tides.
So over on court 2, every time we go over there, we get a timeout called. So it is Garnett within 2 points of moving into that semifinal matchup with top-seeded Ben Johns. He's up 9-7 over there on court number 2. And the Santa Clara University guy, we knew he was good, and he is ready to show it. If he gets through that, he will have a chance to do it against the best player in the world. Again, that nice one-handed backhand volley down the line.
9-6.
Just tremendous on both sides, and Frazier has to use his hand to get up like a running back trying to keep his balance there as he's trying to get the first down here, but this is really good court coverage.
Yeah, from both guys. I think every shot in that point, about 4 or 5 shots in a row, each player was on the full stretch to convert.
And then, same guy.
9-6.
Match point over there on court 2 for Connor Garnett, and that will do it. So the rampage of Connor Garnett continues. Impressive play, took out J.W. Johnson, now takes out Ryan Sherry, and will he be the King Slayer and take out Ben Johns? He will have the opportunity.
Well, I know that when he played Ben Johns in Newport, he had game points in both games. I believe he lost 12-10, 12-10. So, you know, he's got some belief there too.
Yeah, I called that match, and he was right there. So opportunity knocking. Opportunity knocks for Staksrud to force a game 3 right here. And he will do it. So what a turn of events. It was all Frazier. He's up 2-0 in game 2. Everybody's happy. Skip through the fountains, and then, whoa, what happened? Whole lot of Federico.
Yeah, well, credit to him. You could tell he was frustrated. He hadn't found his game that he'd had all day long, but he stayed with it. He continued to compete, found his rhythm, and we're going 3 here.
So, what will game 3 hold for us? Well, guess what? We get to find out right after this.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, pro player, great instructor, and thrilled to be with you. Thanks so much for tuning in. And I don't know if one game has mattered this much for these two to just sort of start a year and make your way into Championship Sunday. So here we go. We'll switch sides at 6.
Side up.
Yeah, there's so much on the line here. You know, game 1 was all Frazier. Game 2, certainly all Staksrud. I look for game 3 to be much more of an even match. Like we talked about, they're playing for that berth at Championship Sunday. This is a big deal for both guys.
Point. I did not. Did you see that?
Some debate about whether the serve was in down the center. You don't see that a lot. It's certainly, you know, a line to be called, and that seemed well in from my perspective. But
I think it's tough to ask the referee to overturn your call on the middle line.
Yeah. So Frazier gets it back, just down 1. I think for his confidence, keeping this close, as you suggested, and I think I agree with you, we will see. And Staksrud winning the cat and mouse is a big jolt of confidence for him.
Yeah, in a match like this, it almost feels like it's worth 2 points, to be honest with you, because you don't need to win over 50% of an area where you're not the favorite player, you know.
Unbelievable stab from Staksrud, and he finishes with the next one, and it is all Staksrud right now. Frazier's got to find it.
2-0.
Feels like 8, it's just 2. Oh my, and now the tape, which really was going against Staksrud early in the match, is now flipped.
Momentum's real. Momentum is real, and he has all of it at the moment.
And a gorgeous forehand pass from Staksrud, and this is very dangerous territory for Frazier.
Yeah, with Staksrud being the better ball striker, you know, I think he can go on bigger runs. So if Frazier gets down too far, it forces his shot selection to maybe not be what he would normally go with. So we talked about scoreboard pressure. I think it's important that he stays within reach here to give himself a chance to come back.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, we'll switch sides at 6. You need to be on the scoreboard before that happens. And Frazier looks at the heavens as earlier in the match he hit some beautiful two-handed passes. That one hit only 6 squares up from the bottom of that Selkirk net.
And the difference is that the winners he had early in the match were when the point was already kind of developed. He's going for it early now, and I wouldn't say that that's his game. I think he needs to trust slowing down if Staksrud finds the backhand on the return, and then just using his athleticism from there, but not trying to beat Staksrud in a ball striking contest.
And that stays in as Staksrud again extended, able to keep the volley in off balance. That's impressive, able to roll that.
Well, and I think he's won all the cat and mouse points so far, which is huge for him.
Disheartening for Frazier. That's where he wants to dominate.
Side up.
Yeah, because if we're trying to win a stuffed animal and hit target practice, that's Staksrud's game, you know. So let's see if Frazier can do that sort of fly in and drop the ball style. And a lob catches the very tip of the baseline, and then we got hero ball from Staksrud there on the decision.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed to hit a clean pass there, but certainly surprised that that lob caught the line.
Side up.
Staksrud again extended and making these volleys, and now this is where fitness, this is where mentally you got to be into it. Staksrud is showing me those legs are in shape. He's been doing the work off the court.
Yeah, mixture of fitness, anticipation, but he looks explosive with that first step up there.
And you want to talk about explosive. If that ball bounces, that's a different point. He saw an opportunity and came rolling in, and then doesn't overhit this ball right here. Nice smooth roll, impressive from Federico Staksrud.
When you hit the nail on the head, the moment he saw that ball bounce, he didn't wait to see the quality of Frazier's shot. He sprinted right in, knew that that was his opportunity.
And I think that point was in Frazier's mind too, as he dumps a return, and it is all Staksrud. 6-1. Can he finish? We'll find out.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after, to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
PPA Tour, you can play where the pros play. Well, let me give you the stats today. We got 521 matches across pro and amateur today. 35 courts. We have 9-year-olds up to 82 years old playing here at Mission Hills Country Club. That's why pickleball is so much fun.
And what an awesome experience to be able to play your event and then go watch the best in the world right there on center court. Can't beat it.
Wow, Staksrud, that's what you want to watch right there. That was almost the second best shot that we've seen today. Christian Alshon hit a shot against McGuffin. If you didn't watch that match, go find it. Maybe the best shot hit in singles history. I'm not giving you hyperbole there. It was nuts. That's a ball Frazier has got to make in this if there will be a comeback.
Looks like he kind of tried to push it a little bit too much. Got to keep those hands relaxed to be able to get that spin on the stroke.
And he's been seeing a whole bunch of balls to the backhand, so he was cheating that way and seemed a little ginger on his left leg there as he went back to get the ball. I think he's okay, but he did not see that coming.
Yeah, Staksrud's really found that forehand cross-court pass in game 3 here, and he's rolling.
He's there, and
they went over it.
So
I believe the volley caught the line.
Yeah, the volley caught the line, and the footwork at the kitchen was very dicey, but okay.
Just good enough.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, there was a question, but he maybe made a C formation around it, so we're good. Boy, that looked deep. He's there. Oh, just misses. So that's the way you start a comeback, by playing a point that feels like the way you were playing at the beginning of this match.
Yeah, athleticism on full display there. He's certainly not the favorite in that point, so it feels good to be able to build off of that.
That is an unbelievable get to leave it safe and then finish.
the balance, the footwork. It's just on another level from Frazier when he's got it all rolling. And this is what he needs right now. We talked about how much is on the line. This is his moment. He's got to push now.
He got, there's that corner that looked like it missed. So target practice had been perfection for Staksrud. That one just a little deep, and we're talking that's the fractions of difference of moving on to Sunday or not. That was 3 inches too long. So, hello, Dylan Frazier. He's coming back. Can he keep it going?
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine is partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
Server, you have.
It is the 7-seed Staksrud and the 6-seed Frazier battling to the end here. Game number 3. Winner plays on Sunday for a championship. That is not what Frazier wanted coming out of a very smart timeout from Staksrud. Saw Frazier get a little bit of momentum. Gets the ball back up 3.
And it's one of Staksrud's favorite patterns. You know, he loves driving that forehand up the line. Right after he drives there, he closes in, shrinks the size of the court, and really makes that volley very difficult for his opponents.
Man, again, you have the we're surprised when so many balls hit the tape, but if it's high, it's dead. So you have got to be an inch above. If you're half an inch, we get to have some fun with the net.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, television doesn't really translate into the targets that these players are aiming for. They're not big because they are absolutely punished the moment they're a little too high.
Look at this insanity. And it is Staksrud with the final answer. A little flick forehand down the line. Very tight to the net to make that.
Yeah, kind of found an awkward high quadrant to get Frazier reaching for it. Great choice.
And then just a traditional forehand whipping winner for Staksrud. And he is on the precipice.
Yeah, he can taste it now. He's very close, can sniff out that finish line.
Score is 10-4.
So Frazier has called timeout as he's going to be staring down match point. So people have come back before. So Kyle, if you're sitting over there with Dylan Frazier, what are you telling him?
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's kind of specific advice for Frazier. I think we talked about it's tough with his cat and mouse style of coming back because it takes so many quality shots to win 1 point. So he's going to have to do a little bit of that, but maybe find a few more forehands, maybe go for a little bit more on the serve, you have nothing to lose at this point, right? You're probably not going to make the comeback, so you might as well take a little bit more risk when you are in control to try to string a few points together. He's going to need to win those cat and mouse points. That's where he has the edge, but Staksrud has gotten the better of him this game in those points. So I would say eliminate the backhand passing shots as much. Go for the forehand, maybe run around to play a few more forehands. Now's the time to just kind of go for it and see what happens.
Yeah, and the first thing he's got to do to be able to put any of that in play is hit a good return here and get after the opportunity to get the ball back. And Staksrud, to his credit, was not in a good place after game number 1 and was down early in 2 and now has found his game, and that's what it takes to be a champion. So match point, championship Sunday on the line. And Frazier not risking whether that was going to go wide. Let's just hit a winner.
I like what Frazier did on the return there. When your opponents are passing so well on both sides, sometimes going middle and cutting off their angle is the best choice.
But does not keep the ball. Another great return from Staksrud, just putting so much pressure on it. And that's really been, if you want to pinpoint one difference, that is it.
10-4.
Second chance to close this out. Look at that hustle, just comes up short. And on match point, you're not going to let that go. If it's 4-4, you might say, you know what, my odds of winning this point are very low, but tried to get there, couldn't get it. So Frazier has saved 2.
4-10.
What a smart return from Staksrud. He's been going to that target that I've talked so much about, and then yanks one cross court and catches everybody off guard, including Mr. Frazier.
Yeah, at this point, Frazier has to be leaning towards his backhand side and takes advantage of it.
Just wide on the third chance from Staksrud, so we will play on.
Staksrud almost able to curl that ball and straighten it out. Didn't miss by much.
4-10.
I mean, that's just ridiculous touch from Federico Staksrud and in complete command.
Yep. Yeah, and if you're Frazier, he didn't do anything wrong there. You know, was able to track down this really difficult ball, but even the fastest can only cover so much.
Match point number 4. And that'll do it. Down goes Frazier, and it is Federico Staksrud, who came into this match having played some really good pickleball, wrecking people on his way here. Got wrecked himself in game number 1 and then turned it on, and it is a deserving finalist, Kyle.
Yeah, that's what confidence can do. I mean, he clearly didn't have his game to start the first game, but he stuck with it. You could tell the belief was there, and once he got rolling, he was very, very tough to slow down.
So, Federico Staksrud, the 7th seed, will play on Sunday. We'll talk to him after this.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's number 1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Carvana PPA Tour Hyundai Masters, powered by Invited, and an impressive semifinal win from Federico Staksrud. We'll go down to our Hannah John standing with the winner. Take it away, Hannah.
Well, thanks, Dave. We're back here on Championship Court where Federico Staksrud is headed to Championship Sunday. Congratulations to you. You went down 0-8 in game one, came back to win this match. Where was your head in those moments when you were down?
No, I mean, Dylan is a just great player. I mean, I'm happy to be in the same team as him in MLP. So I'm glad of that. I mean, yeah, he was playing great. I mean, he was playing his cat and mouse. He was hitting the passing shot. So I was kind of like trying to keep it together and know that I could come back in the second set and third set.
What do you see as the biggest difference maker in this match and taking you to the final game against him and taking the match?
No, I think I just try to stay steady, don't miss that many returns, make him play on my thirds. And then it's pretty easy when you have DJ Selkirk sending you the Daddy Yankee right here. So shout out to him.
Well, Federico, you joined us on tour as a PPA Touring Pro in 2023. It comes along with appearance bonuses, player benefits, and so on. How excited are you about 2023?
No, it's looking great. Really excited to have all the players playing in one tour. I think that's amazing, and it's great for everybody. And also the merge with MLP, I think, is key. And I'm just excited to be part of this journey.
Congratulations. We'll watch you compete on Sunday. Good luck. Dave, take us away.
So, Staksrud showed us throughout the day that he was here to be reckoned with, and he is a deserving winner in that semi, and he will play on Sunday. But folks, it's Thursday, and we have more great pickleball. We got the 2 women's singles semis. We're going to start with what is going to be a spirited affair between Lea Jansen and Catherine Parenteau, and then Irina Tereschenko and Leigh Waters. And then we'll have the last match of the day will be the other men's singles semis, Ben Johnson and Connor Garnett.
Hit the ball. I know I hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie, and it's time for the ladies semifinals. We'll have those back-to-back here. And we've got Lea Jansen and Catherine Parenteau on court. And again, thanks to the great team at Pickleball Tournaments, we're starting to get more data, more stats. So what we've got for you is Catherine Parenteau has won 7 of 10, and this is since June of 2020. But the last match at the Texas Open in Rockwall, it was Lea Jansen who beat Catherine Parenteau 11-5, 8-11, and then 11-7 to close it out. So they played earlier in the year. They played at the U.S. Open. They played up in Mesa, Arizona. So the most recent experience if you're looking at that, is Lea. Historically, it's been Catherine, but I think Lea's game, you talked a lot about when we had Lauren Stratman on against Catherine earlier. Lea presses the pace.
Yeah, 100%. I think Lea traditionally has had stronger results in singles than Lauren Stratman. I think she's more comfortable moving forward, has a little bit more variety in her game. And I think, you know, as far as just ability, it's relatively even in my opinion, this matchup. And like we mentioned, a little bit of drama, you know, it's not unlike a lot of pairings on tour to, you know, partner with somebody for a year and then part ways. They're fresh off of this this parting within the last couple of months. So you know that there's a little bit of bragging rights, a little bit of, you know, just wanting to beat your former partner out here.
And there's a beautiful view of, we're out in the Palm Springs area. You saw that powdered sugar on the mountain there. That's a nice little snow cap up there. And yeah, I really look forward to this. And again, obviously sitting on the other side of the bracket is Leigh Waters, who lost one time in singles last year.
Yeah, so they're playing for the right to match up against her. She's been dominant. These two ladies have been in the conversation of who's gonna push Leigh going forward. They're certainly in that conversation to be able to do that. But this match is just gonna all be about execution to me. Each player has their strengths. Each player is very self-aware and knows what they do well. It's just a matter of getting out here and executing.
Yeah, and Irina Tereschenko will have a big say in whether Leigh Waters can move on as well, as she had a very nice victory over Salome Devidze to make it to the semifinals. So look forward to seeing what she can throw at the youngster. She will turn 16 later this month, will Leigh Waters. So Sweet 16, and I think for the first time, as we mentioned earlier, she played someone younger than her out here in her first round match. But this is going to be the precision of Catherine Parenteau versus the volleys and power and coming forward of Lea Jansen, and I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, we noticed when Lauren Stratman tried to come forward against Catherine Parenteau, she did such a good job of rolling the ball, making her hit up on those volleys. I think Lea's maybe a little more comfortable than Lauren Stratman coming forward. So we'll see how bold is she, how frequently does she look to get forward, and how effective is she as she's trying to move forward against Catherine Parenteau with those elite passing shots.
Ready?
So Catherine Parenteau on the near court with her brand new Selkirk paddle, just switched from Paddle Tech this week, so she will start this match. Let's play pickleball. All right, let's not. All right, I get to do it again. All right, Catherine, let's play pickleball. There we go. Oh, and there we go indeed. Hello, Catherine. Beautiful two-y.
Yeah, not a bad return by Lea Jansen. I mean, ideally she'd like a little bit more depth, but that's a pretty decent start by Parenteau on the pass there.
Oh, mine.
Point.
Slips over. Parenteau is able to get there, though, so that's the thing. Such a good athlete beyond all the other shots that she has in her repertoire.
2-0.
Yeah, to me, Parenteau's kind of like a jack of all trades. I wouldn't say she has one major weapon that defines her, but she's so good in so many areas and has the ability to play multiple styles, depending on what makes sense for her opponent.
0-2.
Again, this is the 2 and 3 seed, Parenteau being the 2. Ball's hiding underneath the Selkirk net. And, when somebody switches paddles, you wonder what's going to happen, right? Because you get dialed in on something and then you got to find it. Well, so far so good for Parenteau. That's a nice volley by Jansen. Jansen herself played a lot of different paddles in 2022.
Yes, I believe she's using the Yola today, which is known for having excellent spin to really open up some of those angles.
Side out.
And Jansen just hasn't found her range yet. Again, this is where can you make her not find her range, and you have a 6-point lead as opposed to a 2-point lead. Like
2-0.
Parenteau could care less about Lea's range right now.
Point.
Parenteau putting on some excellent variety here. You see that she's got the ability to not just go for that first pass, but really slow the next one down and open up some angles.
Point.
And then a beautiful forehand pass, and Jansen is going to walk directly over, not pick the ball up, mind you, but go directly over and stop this madness, because it is Parenteau, the recently engaged Catherine Parenteau. Congratulations to her and Athena Truo, her partner, and
coach, I believe.
And coach,
is my understanding.
You know, the whole thing's working there. And you know, so what do you do when the start is just not what you want? Jansen did not envision this start at all. It happens. What do you do?
Well, I think, you know, it's so early. I don't think it's as much about the X's and O's just yet. I think she's come out a little bit flat. I think she'd be the first to tell you that. She needs to execute more when she has the serve. But obviously, when you're returning, just do what you can control. And what you can control is, can you get your return deep? Can you pick, you know, either a forehand, backhand, or maybe middle to take away the angle? But I think she just needs to take a moment to center herself here. I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel with your game plan.
4-0.
She just needs to execute better at this point.
So 4 quick ones from Parenteau.
Point.
And then a missed return off the timeout.
5-0. Side out.
Just deep from Parenteau. That's a volley she'd want to have back, because she got Jansen to stay back
0-5.
there. Can Jansen dent the scoreboard?
Point.
Answer is indeed yes. So can one become many?
Yeah, and I like the commitment out of Jansen there. You know, she got a middle forehand. She didn't overthink it. She hit it well to the open court and looked to get in right away.
1-5.
Sometimes when your opponents pass you, you get a little gun shy, and it's normally not the right approach to have.
Side out.
Just deep from Jansen, and Parenteau herself chose to go back, and you know, she's someone that does like a target,
5-1.
can come forward, but gets the ball back up 4. Oh, that's just a pretty roll.
Point.
You know, and that's the variety that we talked about with Parenteau. That ball's not hit at full strength. She's changing her swing path. She's adding more spin. That's just a lot of hours of hitting that same shot over and over again to dial that in.
So 6-1 Parenteau.
Side out.
Sometimes just hitting it soft. That was weird, because it looked like Parenteau could get there, and it just, you know, she was
1-6.
expecting more pace from Jansen, so good shot. Yeah, and Lea stopped missing is what she said, and that is exactly the problem. A good third drive, had a good look at the 5th, and just didn't make it.
6-1.
Yeah, you know, I think she got a little fancy trying to go up the line there. Had the open court available.
Yeah, and Lea stopped missing, and that clearly missed. Jansen not happy with what took place there either. So
Score 7-1.
So another timeout called here by Jansen. So it is all Canadian right here. Catherine Parenteau dominating, up 7-1.
Love 15, 30, 40. Any point one means you win. Because when you bet just $1 on any tennis match, you could win 100 if any point is won. Plus, if you're not in a sportsbook state, you can take a swing at thousands in prizes in our free-to-play pools. So download the DraftKings Sportsbook app, sign up with the promo code, bet $1 to win 100 if a point is won, and make it rain.
On your six, ladies.
world will get back on its feet. We'll help you stay on yours.
What's your secret? Oh, it's no secret. It's the expert help I got at Foot Solutions.
Make an appointment at footsolutions.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Catherine Parenteau, who you see there playing very clean, and Jansen is not, and that is the difference so far. It's a good first volley there from Jansen coming out of the timeout.
And I think you just want to keep it simple if you're in Jansen's camp. Focus on just that. First volleys and third ball passes. You don't have to win every point, but at this point, you just want to get Catherine to have to play a little bit more.
Point.
And there's a nice drop making, we've seen, again, the footwork. It looked like it's the arm's fault. Those feet, blame those tootsies right there. Come on, man.
2-7.
One more slide, and Parento's usually such an elegant player, just didn't move where she thought that ball would be. All right, now a little something off the net.
This is how momentum starts. We'll see if she can hold on to it.
3-7.
See Jansen go through the routine she does just to be centered, cross her heart, as she says. Just wide. She makes that. She's in great position, so didn't need to be quite that fine. So 7-3 Parenteau.
Side out.
Just another nice volley there to, again, roll that confidence in.
Yeah, I think there's kind of a difference between, doubles volleys and singles volleys. Lea's always naturally had that short angle kind of backspin volley on the stretch. It's a natural weapon, and I love her moving forward to use it.
And that's just beautiful from Parenteau. She was stretched out on both sides and then finds a tough angle from the midcourt.
Yeah, and that's her superpower, in my opinion. We talked about her not having an obvious weapon. If there is a weapon, I would say it's the angles and the spin.
And that just deep, and there was a big opening there after a lukewarm volley from Parenteau there. Didn't do much with it, but got away with it. And that Tui just continues to do damage for Parenteau.
Yeah, if you can get that ball to bounce by being able to take enough pace off and get that in the kitchen, it just makes it so much more difficult for your opponents to keep you back.
And Jansen says, I see your Tui, and raise you with an even more ridiculous angle. Great ball from Jansen right there.
3-9.
And just so nice down the line, under control, pinpoint accuracy from Parenteau.
Yeah, and when you're at the kitchen and your opponent's working their way in, if you can keep that up the line, it does a great job of cutting down their angles. She didn't panic, stayed patient, and eventually put it away.
And that volley sails deep, and here in the first women's semifinal, it is Parenteau up big, and first game point here for her.
Side out.
Can't make the Tui that she's made throughout, so it will take a second chance. Jansen just needs to stop missing, as she said earlier in the match.
Yeah. excellent short angle volley there. Love how she's moving forward, and similar to the Staksrud match in game 1. I think this is, if nothing else, just about building momentum, finding some patterns that work to carry on into game 2 if you're not able to win game 1 here.
Side out.
And that's just too good from Catherine Parenteau.
Yeah, Catherine has Parenteau has a unique ability to open up and create angle when her opponent doesn't give her a whole lot. And she's done that several times already this match.
And too good from Jansen, so 2 game points saved.
Side out.
Will that mean something? We'll find out here. Jansen's got to go.
4-10.
That's just tremendous pickleball singles from Catherine Parenteau right there.
Yeah, and great discipline, in my opinion. She could have overhit a couple of those shots, but she knew if she could keep Jansen pinned in that backhand corner, it'd be very tough for her to come up with the goods.
Side out.
And it takes a return off the baseline to get Parenteau to miss that 2-handed backhand cross court. So 3 tries, 3 saves.
4-10.
But nothing coming to stack on top of it.
Point.
And that's some nice pressure from Jansen to get a point and, you know, kind of get going here.
She's committing to her shots more, in my opinion. That's the advantage when you get down. Sometimes you're able to play a little freer and find another gear that you can keep as the match progresses.
Okay, I think we have an overrule on the call here from our second referee. Parenteau's confused, but that is what I believe I saw, and that is indeed what happened there. So we had a ball called wide from Parenteau, appeal to the referees. The referees agreed with Lea Jansen. So sometimes that can linger. We'll see. Good timeout from Parenteau. We'll be right back.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back, everybody. Catherine Parenteau way ahead. Then Jansen, see there, trying to get some energy. Coming back, we had an overrule right before the break. So 6-10 here. 3 game points have been saved. And now 7-10, and that was a little bit of a nervy return from Parenteau. Just barely got over, and the rest of the point continued in Jansen's favor.
You can't be too careful here, right? You feel her coming back, but you still got to go for your shots.
Yeah, we're just making sure you see that part of the court clear. Oh, just out, and that's that patented cut volley. She didn't get it too tight to the net there, did she, Kyle?
Parenteau was just able to get her stretching enough for the next volley to earn the error there.
Game point number 4. And that will do it. So
First game,
Jansen
11-7. Switch ins.
does not, she's going for the towel, and there was not a paddle tap. There was an air. Let's follow this through here, everybody. Okay, there's the winner. And Parenteau will paddle tap the ghost of Lea Jansen right there. And okay, so we will come back. Let's see what juice that puts into game 2 here. 11-7 Parenteau in game 1.
Hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie here at the Carvana PPA Tour's first stop of 2023. The Hyundai Masters, powered by and presented by Invited. And that's a great start for Lea Jansen. And just a little look back on the way back. We had a phantom paddle tap. I like a little controversy.
You know, both these players really want to win this match. I'll just put it that way. And I like the variety out of Jansen to start. She went with the drop and looked to move forward.
Slide out.
And then had a good look at that one. It just misses. So let's see if Parenteau can jump out in front. Having that lead, you just can play so freely. And these forehand rolls continue.
Yeah, I think especially if Jansen's going to return to Parenteau's forehand, depth is extra critical. She's so good at that short angle forehand. It's a much easier shot when the return is not as deep.
Point. Two, one.
What a shot by Lea Jansen. Tracks it down and hits a winner and doesn't let a missed return flow into the next point.
We loved her body language after that missed return. You know she's frustrated. She didn't let it show. She moved on, showing that she's here to compete.
That's tremendous by Parenteau, who goes down the line back-to-back there, Kyle.
Yeah, and she's making Jansen honor that. She's passed her so many times cross court. She's got to lean back towards the middle a little bit.
Side out.
So you hear Jansen yelling at herself, fight, and you know, you don't have, like we will on Friday, Saturday, the doubles and your partner to rely on. You got to find it within yourself, and that's why singles is such a unique, different sport than our doubles play is.
Point.
That dropper just goes wide.
Just barely wide. Yeah, lends itself to a different temperament, right? Some people prefer, you know, all the pressure being on their own shoulders.
2-2.
Others want that partner there to kind of feed off of from an energy standpoint.
Point. It was out.
And a missed return, questioned by Parenteau, confirmed by our referees, and really
3-2.
good for Jansen to get a lead here. And now it is Parenteau calling timeout and heading over to her special seating spot over there. So Jansen had a missed return. Were we on tilt? Not at all. Handled that well and has a 2-point lead. We'll continue game 2 after this.
New People Pickleball.
So it is Parenteau who calls timeout here in game 2. Took game 1 pretty comfortably, and now Jansen up 2 and serving. And a nice inside-out forehand there from Jansen, and her body language 180.
Well, we talked about it at, kind of the end of the first game. She built a little bit of momentum, and I'm pretty familiar with Jansen's game. We both spent a couple of years in Spokane, and she tends, when she's struggling to overthink a little bit, I think when she just plays and really just rips it and moves forward confidently, that's really her best singles comes in that style. More of the same with the last point.
Yes, a nice deep volley, as we talked about before. Where that ball is and where Parenteau can roll it is very different. I mean, a lot of people go, this looks like a tennis court. Yeah, but it's only 44 by 20, so there's not a lot of, there's no angle back there that deep. Really good volley, Jansen. Oh, and now Jansen is hitting two-handed rolls of her own. And folks, we are in the middle of a massive change from game number 1.
Yeah, it's been the tale of 2 games so far. We'll see if Jansen can continue this momentum and force a third.
And what a ball there after a really smart volley from Jansen to keep it deep. And then Parenteau just said, I got something better.
Yeah, and it's an example of Jansen did nothing wrong and just too good from Parenteau. We'll see if that gets in Jansen's head and if she starts getting a little more passive and staying back.
Yeah, sometimes you got to tip your cap. Tremendous coverage from Jansen there. Folks, if you're questioning, well, what's the weather like out there in the desert? 66 and sunny here, just a little breeze, perfect conditions for pickleball to start the year. Oh my, Jansen had a chance to put a highlight reel point out there and just missed.
She did not miss that by much, and really putting her own athleticism on display at that point.
Too short with the return. You know, we've talked about it. We talked about that corner that literally should have an F and an S in it for Federico Staxrud. That's why he won this match against Frazier. Got to go deep.
3-7.
pressure coming from the other side.
She's making that shot look easy. I promise you folks, it is a very, very difficult angle to come up with. And, you know, Parenteau's saying, hey, game 2's not over yet. I'm trying to stamp my ticket to Championship Sunday here.
4-7.
Oh, topspin lob. And she's not able to shape that one down the line. So we got very Tennessee there in the middle. All of a sudden at topspin lob. Hard to keep that in when your opponent is in a very capable position to move anywhere.
Yeah, you don't see as many of the lobs in singles. Players are starting to experiment with it a little bit more.
And again, placement over power there again from Parenteau. Love me some alliteration. And you know, that's what she has to do. She knows she's getting Jansen's best here, and she's still got to dig out of this hole, but that's a nice ball.
Point. Timeout's been called.
And Jansen very clearly enunciated timeout. We heard it.
Well, I told you her shots have been decisive, and her timeout call was decisive there too. So
it was. So will she be decisive and take game 2 and force a game 3? We'll see after this.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
You guys have one timeout remaining.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Jansen with the decisive timeout. Now, can she come up with a decisive return and get the ball back? The answer is no, as Parenteau, 3 beautiful balls in a row.
And again, that's Parenteau's superpower. Jansen's trying to go up the line and take away her angle to make that shot very difficult. It was, but Parenteau still converted.
And another little flick from inside her body, and that's being able to manipulate your body like that and then find a winner. And we are tied, lucky 7s. This is 5 in a row for Parenteau, who is down 7-2.
7-7.
And the best point of the match goes to Parenteau, who just did everything right. The precision was so good. So Kyle, here we go. Jansen is forced to call another timeout. Parenteau's high-fiving people, including there you see Athena sporting a Selkirk hoodie over there, so I'm not surprised. Jumped right into the Selkirk family. So going to the other side, Jansen has played some very good points here and just got beat.
Yeah, I mean, you have to find that fine line where you're not getting too creative with your game plan, where your opponent's playing great, so you try to come up with this strategy that's just way too out there that you can't execute. So she has to find a fine line of playing within herself, but making little adjustments. What I've noticed is Parenteau's been able to shape her forehand unbelievably well. Now, yes, she can do it on her backhand side, but if I'm in Jansen's shoes now, I would try to eliminate and take some of the angle away. So I would return a little bit more middle, shaded slightly towards that backhand side to try to hit a good first volley and really go from there.
She does exactly that and gets a miss. So Kyle spitting the ideas here, and Jansen executes it, and then you heard from Jansen as well there. So good return. You can see as the sun goes behind the mountain, the lights are important now.
Point.
And it is 8-all.
It was an important point right there from Jansen. She had the ability to just stay back, but she committed to going forward, and it worked out in her favor.
And a gorgeous roll for Jansen, and after getting pushed, falling behind, she now sneaks in front.
9-8.
Oh, it just goes for a little too much. She had a big serve, got that short return, couldn't take advantage.
And that's what those passing shots can do, is they can make the court feel smaller for your opponent.
Well, weird first step there from Jansen, but Parenteau unable to convert on the third. So 9-8, game 2, winner moves on to Championship Sunday.
9-8.
And that is a brilliant pass from Catherine Parenteau, who had an amazing return, and then Jansen said, no, I got better.
And she's 2 for 2. I mean, the last one was similar, where she took pace off and just spun that and rolled that short. This was more of a in-between a pass and a drop, but when Jansen's hitting her two-hander that well, she's a tough player to beat.
Yeah, and that's the danger of going for too much pace on your return. Parenteau really cracked it, but didn't get it deep in the court, so you aren't all the way to the kitchen, and Jansen finds the angle.
Yeah, and for the folks at home, that's the ratio, right? We'd all love to hit the ball hard, but the harder that you hit it, the less time it gives you to come forward. So essentially, you're giving your opponent a bigger target, but dealing with a difficult ball.
So what do you think's being said right there? There's a good look at Athena Truo talking to her partner. They're engaged, so again, congratulations. But it's serious time now as it relates to pickleball. What do you think they're talking about?
You know, I think the fact that Jansen's been so willing to move forward, I think that she's telling Parenteau she's definitely got to come in off this. Even though she's been passed a couple of times, I think to return and stay back is a little too passive. I think probably a little more middle to, again, take away that angle, at least make your opponent beat you with a couple of good shots.
So here we go. Jansen with a point to force game 3. Oh, my, and her backhand volley betrays her, and she says, are you kidding me?
And I was dead wrong, and it ended up working.
Yes.
I'm not sure if Jansen's normally going to miss that volley, but it worked this time with staying back.
And Parenteau, who has shaped that cross court most of the day, tried to flick it around the corner and keep it on that sideline, couldn't make it. Chance number 2 for Jansen.
10-8.
And that goes wide. Jansen again. Oh, we got, okay. Air.
Double air.
Air. Paddle tap from both players there. And impressive from Jansen, was down. Came back. figured it out, and we are going to play 3. And folks, we got more pickleball to come. We've got the other women's singles semifinal with Tereschenko and Leigh Waters, and then to close the night, Ben Johns and Connor Garnett. So don't you dare go anywhere.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Okay, folks, welcome back. We knew there'd be a little tension. We've had some air paddle taps. We knew it would be tight, and we knew it might go 3, and it certainly has. Here we go. And Parenteau just misses to start game 3, so we will switch sides at 6. If the lighting feels different, it is different. Here, when that sun goes behind the mountains that are all around the valley here, it gets colder, so the ball will play faster, and the lights on the court will be factor, so the visuals will be different for the players as well.
Dave, do you think as the conditions change, that favors either player in any way?
I think Jansen plays with pace, so, you know, I think that helps her just a little bit more. A ball will be a little bit heavier. And now Parenteau, those rolls are just missing now, going for a little much. Boy, that serve just caught the sideline.
Side out.
And I think that's what we're going to see. Which player is willing to not be scared and go for their serve, go for their returns.
0-1.
Just wide over there. Parenteau frustrated with that call. Looked a little wide there, but to just go, you know, safe as death for those hockey fans out of there. That's a John Tortorella phrase, who's a famous hockey coach, but I think it applies here brilliantly.
Yeah, no, I hadn't heard that quote, but yeah, it's one I'm going to have to steal because it certainly applies to singles, especially in the first couple of shots.
Slide out.
And that is a great ball from Parenteau at Jansen's feet. So who will be able to push through the fear and just play their game and play aggressive? That will usually be rewarded with a trip to Sunday.
Side out.
Jansen telling herself, use it. She mishit that return just a little bit and got a little bit fortunate that Parenteau didn't even make her volley on the next ball. So she's looking to get that momentum and get that lead early.
1-0.
And that is a gorgeous forehand from Jansen. It might have hit both lines there in the corner.
It's an extremely tight window. Parenteau played a good return. Didn't look like Jansen fully was balanced, but she still found a way to straighten that forehand out.
And Jansen is in control again, almost got away from her where she had a ball to put away and didn't put a lot on it, but stayed calm.
You know, it's a fine line when you get that almost put away, right? If you get antsy and need to put it away, sometimes you end up aiming for too small a target.
Slide out.
So Parenteau stays back, but gets a miss from Jansen. So can she find a rally?
Point.
The answer is yes. So a gorgeous two-y from Parenteau. So again, do you give her angles? Do you not?
I'll go back to my same point I made earlier, where I think I like the idea of going to the backhand, but a little bit more centralized might give you a better chance at hitting that first volley and cutting the angle off.
And now it's Jansen with a wicked pass down the line as Parenteau comes forward. So who has the wherewithal to accept that, yeah, you're going to get passed if you play pro singles. It's going to happen. It's going to happen all dang long.
You have to make your peace with the fact that there's some shots you just can't cover and move on from there.
Oh, and that it could be a difference maker there, as Parenteau was in serious trouble, way behind in the point, and ends up with a two-y down the line for the winner. Jansen did not get enough on that. It's hard to hit a two-handed sort of overhead with a lot of pace.
Yeah, certainly an awkward location.
Point.
And that one does carry over. So you wonder after a point like that, can it just be one? Well, now there's a miss, and we're at 2-3. Switch at 6.
Parenteau's right on that line, eager to keep this momentum rolling.
And now 3-all with a short return, and Uncle Mo switches to the other side. It goes north of the border, has a passport, gets to Quebec, Canada, where Catherine is from. Now goes, a little inside-out serve.
Slide out.
And it seems like there's a pattern to me with both players, is if their opponent passes them a couple of times in a row, they'll take 1 point or they'll return and stay back. And I think the strategy here is just to force your opponent to beat you in some different ways. So they're not falling in love with it, but they're adding it in just often enough to make sure that your opponent's beating you with some variety.
And Jansen got a look at a bunch of two-handed backhands there, and the last one sails well wide. So we are going to stay at 3 with Parenteau with the chance to jump in front. And she has a two-handed miss of her own. And again, taking a lot off the serve, interesting, and just sort of cutting it in, trying to give some spin. But personally, I'd much rather see her go for it for depth.
Yeah, I'm more in your camp there. I think there's something to be said for a little bit of serve variety. At the end of the day, the really menacing servers are the ones that give you a steady diet of pace, shape, and depth.
And Lea, as the aggressor, gets away with a short return, but Parenteau didn't make her pay. And now it is Jansen who noses in front on the backstretch here, 4-3. And that is wide, so 5-3 Jansen.
Timeout's been called by the receiver. Scores 5-3.
So here's that place, Kyle, where we always wonder. You get, air quotes, a free timeout on the side switch. So do you wait? Because the only amount of damage that can be done is 1 point, but if you stop them, you could win the next 3 and switch. So that's sort of the strategy discussion that you have to have in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, I might have a more unique opinion on this. I'm a believer that if you feel as though you need a timeout, then you probably need a timeout. And so I don't like to overthink about strategically using them too much. If I just feel a little flustered where mentally I'm not there, or physically I'm huffing and puffing after a long point, if I feel I need one, I'm usually going to err on the side of just calling it, going from there, and just worrying about keeping myself in that best state to play my best pickleball.
And, you know, if you start looking at, well, what happens 3 points from now, you're going to get there and you're going to have lost them all. So,
exactly.
You know, dial back in is the choice that Parenteau is making here. And let's see if that pays dividends. So Jansen would love to win this point and switch, doubling up Parenteau. I mean, that is a one-handed backhand clinic from Lea Jansen.
She has a lot of feel, a lot of variety on that side. She's a little bit longer, can reach some of these tougher volleys. And it's interesting, Parenteau seems to be wanting to stay back in the pressure points. We'll see if that works out.
We'll see if she can rally. Jansen up 3 in game 3.
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport, we are pickleball.
Thank you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently, on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine has partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
Okay, folks, welcome back. We have switched sides. Jansen is up 6-3.
Time in, 6-3.
Who's going to get to the finish line? And Jansen dictating.
She's being more bold right now, and that doesn't always pay off, but I think long-term it probably does, and we'll see what counter moves Parenteau has. I look for her to return and come in a little bit more.
She does do it. She gets a wild miss from Jansen, and Jansen, you know, is going to love it if she doesn't have to have the pressure of the pass every time, because she can come forward. That is outstanding from Lea Jansen. The stab volley backhand, and then on the full stretch forehand winner. That is beautiful pickleball from Lea Jansen.
Yeah, the body control there, she makes it look really easy, and I promise you folks, it is not easy when you're on the stretch to really hit clean volleys.
7-3.
And again, Parenteau stays back. Jansen didn't even hit a great volley there, and Parenteau, who had been rolling it cross court, went down the line and barely got it to the net there.
Yeah, Jansen's basically saying, hey, if you return and stay back, I'm just going to hit a standard cross court ball. You even give you a little bit of angle, but she's trusting her first volley enough, and it's working.
Oh my, and the net. Oh, and you see some frustration, and you don't see that very often from Parenteau on the court, but at 8-3 to get a dribbler where you're right there, but there's nothing you can do. And Jansen is but 2 points from Sunday after dropping game number 1 and being down in game 2. So her comeback rages on, and you see, interesting, Parenteau is choosing to be by herself there to start. Now she is going to go up and sit in her chair. I guess she's going to get some refreshment over there. So you see the frustration. How do you get frustration out when you need to quickly, you're 2 points from being sent to the backdrop?
Well, I think she's kind of doing that, right? She didn't go straight to her fiance and coach for advice. She centered herself for 10, 15 seconds. Now she's going to listen to, you know, what tactics may be available to her. But I think in these moments, it's more about you than your opponent. You can make little tweaks, little alterations based on your opponent being hot in this area or not. But again, I think she's banked on the fact that she has more variety than Jansen and has chosen to stay back and use that variety. But Jansen's been so decisive and committed to coming forward. I think she's going to need to match her with that race to who can dictate at the kitchen line.
So we shall see. Parenteau called the timeout. Jansen, chance to get to 10. And she gets a wild miss from Parenteau, and we are at match point. Parenteau stays back. And can Lea Jansen slam the door and punch a ticket to Sunday? First shot at it right here. And the answer is yes. And we do get a paddle tap to end the match. And Lea Jansen, I'm telling you, that was impressive. She wasn't sharp at the beginning. Parenteau played great. Parenteau had a decent start to game 2 as well, and then Jansen just poured it on, and we said who is going to be the aggressor, who is not going to play safe. It was Jansen, and guess what? That's why Jansen's playing on Sunday.
Yeah, usually, you know, fortune favors the bold. She was the more bold player, and it worked out for her today.
We'll talk to Lea Jansen with our Hannah Johns right after this.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight, flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's #1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT.
Nice. Speaking of goats, is that Tom Brady?
Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful desert. There you can see the sun is going down, and it is Lea Jansen who has defeated Catherine Parenteau. So the 3 seed knocks out the 2 seed, and really impressive close to that match from Lea Jansen. She deserves to play on Sunday, and Hannah Johns is on center court and will talk to Lea. Take it away, Hannah.
Well, welcome back to Championship Court, where we just saw an absolute battle for a slot in the finals on Sunday. Lea, you played with Catherine through much of 2022. Does that help you strategize for this matchup?
Yeah, I think we know each other's games pretty well, so it's always a little bit weird playing each other. We also have similar games, so she came out firing with that new paddle, so I really had to adjust.
Well, we saw a few air paddle taps throughout this match. Emotions are running high. Stakes are even higher, getting higher as the sport progresses. Do we see paddle taps phasing out of pickleball at some point?
So I actually kind of came in today with a plan of getting rid of the mid-game paddle tap. I feel like people don't paddle tap at halftime, so we can just tap hands at the end.
All right, I like it. Well, new year, new you, Lea Jansen. What have you been working on over the holidays?
I've been really working hard off court and becoming a better athlete and getting more fit. The top of the game is doing it, so I really decided I was going to focus on that for the last 4 weeks.
Congratulations, Lea, and good luck on Sunday.
Thank you.
All right, so a rule change for herself. So, you know, I mean, her point is you don't shake hands at halftime, I guess, or even between sets. We're on Tennis Channel all weekend, you know.
I don't think it's a terrible argument that she has. What are your thoughts, Dave?
You know, I think we need to all adjust and say that's what we're all doing, so we don't have a sort of awkward air paddle tap. But, you know, it's something for us all to think about. I understand that.
Yeah.
So, Lea Jansen, deserving winner, played fantastic, and was the aggressor, and that's why she'll play on Sunday. Irina Tereschenko and Leigh Waters up next, and Ben Johns and Connor Garnett to finish the night. We'll be right back.
Hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Carvana PPA Tour. This is the Hyundai Masters, presented by Invited. Invited's got tremendous spots all over the country. Are going to be playing part of the tour at their locations. And Kyle, this place is magic, and everyone's dressed in white. What a great way to start the year.
No, PPA chose their scheduling perfect. This is a great first event. It's got that extra little bit of class, that Wimbledon feel with the all whites. But like I talked about, there's just an electricity in the air for all of us pickleball junkies out there who know the top of the game. They know the names. There's matchups that we've been wanting to see, that we've had a chance to see today, and there've been, you know, the usual faces, but there's also been some new faces as well. And here are a couple of the usual faces, you know, in pickleball that we've seen for a long time. So we've got Leigh, you know, the young phenom, really has not given away a loss in singles, but maybe I think once all of last year. And then Irina Tereschenko, who when she's playing well, she's been around a long time, she's got the variety, she's got the tools. If she's moving well and feeling confident, anything can happen. So I'm excited for this one.
So, since June of 2020, which is my stats, they've played 10 times. Leigh Waters has won all 10 and has not dropped a game. So that is the mountain that Irina Tereschenko is staring at from a historical perspective. Now, as I mentioned, it is getting cooler. You saw Tereschenko warming up with a sweatshirt on. The pace is going to be different. Leigh Waters hits center court for the first time all day. So let's see what Tereschenko's got. History isn't on her side. Let's play pickleball. So when you hear about a history like that, you just got to play loose, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you have to go into it knowing no one expects you to win. You know, you've got nothing to lose. Think about a general strategy that gives you your best chance to win, and then just go play free.
A couple of quick side outs here. think we see Leigh Waters over there off to the side of the court, all bundled up there, coaching up her daughter. Unfortunately suffered that ACL tear at the end of last year, so she will not be playing in 23, but will certainly be part of the tour. And that is a great volley by Tereschenko. So she don't care about what I just said about the history. It's now. It's now.
It's like I said, if you just look at her game, look at the shots that she has in her arsenal, you know, she should be able to pressure Anna Leigh a little bit here.
Comes up a little short there, and you know, the ability to just, you know, don't look in the tiny rear view mirror, look out that front mirror, that front window. You know, it's much bigger. Can you find it? That's just wide.
Just barely wide. Yeah, I think any high-level athlete, regardless of the sport, is going to do a great job of focusing on only what they can control and just having blinders on for anything else. So none of the other matches matter anymore. Use that for tactical information, but you've got to believe in yourself and fresh, clean slate to start these matches.
And a gorgeous two-handed backhand from Tereschenko, and she is up early 2-0. And Anna Leigh has a forehand reply of her own. So again, the winner will get Lea Jansen in the final on Sunday. It's a good look at what we're dealing with. That 63 will not last long, folks. It's going to keep getting lower, but the wind is nothing. It's perfect conditions. I mean, Tereschenko read that well, but just tough, stretched out.
Yeah, she put a lot of air under the volley beforehand, so kind of had to guess, and Anna Leigh had a lot of options on that pass.
And Anna Leigh Waters on the board. So 1-2 here, game 1.
1-2.
On a little finesse, tried the dropper there, and you know what Anna Leigh brings to the table is maybe the best court coverage of everybody beyond all the shot making ability.
In addition to the anticipation, right? She was running to exactly where she knew Tereschenko was going to play that volley.
And got a little too cute there, and I know underneath the brim of that hat, Tereschenko's smiling at that. I mean, great coverage by Tereschenko, but just too much blunt force trauma from Anna Leigh Waters.
You see the pressure that she puts on the volley. You don't just have to make the volley, you really have to do something with it, because she can pass on both sides at a very, very elite level.
And that's the pressure you talked about. If you don't hit a deep return, you're in trouble. If you hit it short, you're in trouble. If you go for it and miss it, you don't even know that you're in trouble because you already are in trouble. So it's fine lines here. And this is every time we see Anna Leigh Waters, if she doesn't start out, all of a sudden you look up and she's won 4 points in a row in less than a couple of minutes.
Yeah, when she gets it rolling, it's just, you know, based on last year, it's been a higher level than anybody's ever been able to contend with.
And you saw Tereschenko look back at the where the serve landed. It was either on the edge of the line or just out.
She may have been generous.
Yeah, she may have been. I love when you aren't sure. Play it in, folks. And now it's sort of, it's snowballing a little bit. We saw the snow on the mountains, and that snowball is coming at Irina Tereschenko. So 6 in a row after jumping out up 6-2. And what do you do?
Well, I mean, on the right track. She called the timeout, right? That's the first thing. You know, I think if she could, with her court positioning, returning on the right, I think her forehand return is going to be the better choice than the backhand slice. I think Anna Leigh does a really good job on her forehand or backhand of using that backspin to enhance her passing shot. And I think that matchup may be why Tereschenko hasn't beaten Anna Leigh before. So I think maybe just one step over, look to play a few more forehands. She's gonna have to maybe volley a little bit with 2 hands rather than that slice volley as well. Gonna be challenging for her.
2 volleys off the, or just hit 2 volleys off the net cord and you're set.
Simpler strategy.
Yeah,
I like her game plan way better than mine.
Much easier. Just aim for the net. Big hack at that return from Leigh Waters. So a nice little loopy serve. Again, we talked about variety can be a good thing on the serve. And a couple errors, and the 4-point lead's been cut in half by Tereschenko.
4-6. Side out. 6-4.
And that's just too good from Leigh Waters. I mean, those were solid volleys. The only thing from Tereschenko, wasn't able to keep them deep.
Yeah, I think she did as well as she could have with how low Waters was dipping that passing shot. But again, sometimes you got to tip your hat and say just too good.
And there's, okay, serve variety continues to be a part of this as Leigh Waters goes for sort of a cut down the middle slice. And, I want to talk about spin to spin here in a minute, because when you cut a cut, it's harder to do that. And that's how Tereschenko made the error there. And then that's just absolute. I don't need to spin anything here.
Just a world-class two-handed backhand right there. But you're right. It was a little odd, that previous point. Tereschenko went out of her way to play the backhand slice. But against a cut serve, you'd think that the forehand topspin would have been the better choice.
And another beautiful ball by Leigh Waters, and Tereschenko is calling timeout here again. So except maybe not. Okay, a half timeout.
She fooled you. She fooled you, Dan.
All right, game point for Leigh Waters, and that sails deep. So after being in a little bit of a hole, you see Leigh Waters and Tereschenko go formal paddle tap after a game here. So the Jansen idea does not trickle into the second semifinal, but that's the problem right there. Leigh Waters gets on you, and then it's just, you don't know what to do to overcome it. Can Tereschenko find answers? We'll see after this.
Hit the ball. I know I miss hit the ball a lot. So
speak for
more
yourself,
forgiving.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie and Leigh Waters, showing why she is the #1 player in the world. Down a little and then just on an absolute run to the finish line, and gets there quickly. Got a short return and misses there. So let's see if Tereschenko can find something. I mean, veteran savvy has gone a long way in many sports, Kyle. Let's see how she tries to combat this Leigh Waters. That's so the two-handed backhand, you can just hold it there, right? And then make them guess.
You know, when you have a world-class one like Waters has, you certainly have that option.
The other thing that is great about Leigh Waters, even though she does not win that point after a nice job by Tereschenko, she didn't give up. Like, she was trying to get that ball and play another ball.
Yeah, I don't think she gets enough credit for just how good of a competitor she is all the time. She has a lot of lopsided matches, so you forget just how much of an inner fight a player like that has, but she certainly has that in spades.
0-0. Side out.
So a couple of misses off that two-handed backhand side here early. Sort of looks like game number one, where wasn't quite as precise as we know her to be, and then boom.
And this is where Tereschenko has to take advantage. She's got to get on the board right on cue. She's got to get a little bit of a lead. You know that Waters eventually is going to reel off a few points, right? So you want to have enough of a lead to be able to absorb that that run.
And that's beautiful from Tereschenko. Gets a popped up volley after a great third and doesn't try to overhit the fifth.
And that's experience right there. She could have tried to hit that bigger. She knew that to open up the angle, it was more about spin than power alone.
And look at Tereschenko win the longest point of the match. Very precise ball location throughout.
You know, she looked like she was in trouble in that point, but she played some excellent defensive backhand slices, found her moment to move forward, and got it done.
Just a little wide there, and it is Leigh Waters who's going to be forced to call timeout, and we are talking 4-0 Tereschenko here.
It's a great bounce back by Tereschenko. We'll see if she can keep that momentum going.
So, the veteran Safi has started off game two very well. Can she keep it going?
New People Pickleball.
Welcome back, everybody. Impressive start from that woman right there, Irina Tereschenko, playing very, very precise, confident pickleball.
One timeout remaining.
Makes Leigh Waters call timeout. Can she sustain it? That's always the question when Leigh Waters is on the other side of the net. Just misses a big swing there, and it was Tereschenko who came forward. As out of the break, Waters stayed back.
Yeah, I love that she's, you know, realizing she's the underdog. She wants to be bold. We saw that work out for Lea Jansen. We'll see if Tereschenko can keep it up here.
And Tereschenko not expecting a ball more at her body there, and just funkiness there. So we'll just leave it at that. I don't think it kissed the tape. I can usually tell.
I don't think she thought it was going over, and it ended up just barely skimming over and definitely caught her by surprise.
Then gets a miss, so
gets the serve back here.
Yeah. Boy, that serve was perilously close to the line. And Tereschenko takes advantage and is up 5-1 here in game 2. As we mentioned, the last 10 meetings, Tereschenko has not even won a single game.
5-1.
It's a new year, Dave. New
Sure
year.
is. And that kisses off the line, and Tereschenko is up 6-1 with just beautiful shape on that forehand that just catches the outside of the line. The serve caught the back edge of the line. That's what it takes.
You know, it looked like Waters had an opportunity to maybe hit that out of the air. She thought it was going to go wide, but ended up having to play it.
And Tereschenko played a very smart point, but doesn't execute a high volley.
She definitely wants that one back, but you gotta like her chances if she's the player that's moving forward. Definitely very surprised here.
And now you got Leigh Waters nodding her head after that two-handed pass down the line, but again, it is Tereschenko consistently the one coming forward.
2-6.
Even though she lost that point, Tereschenko, I kind of liked that she ended up staying back. When she hit the return, it looked like her intent was to come forward. She knew she hit it short. Even though she lost the point, it probably would have been a very, very easy pass for Waters had she tried to come forward on that ball.
Okay, so a little pushback here from Leigh Waters. Tereschenko doubling up the top seed in game 2.
The Pro XR pickleball paddle answers the age-old question of how to get paddle speed and control with the same paddle and one grip, and this is it. Pro XR gives you more spin, greater control, and quicker reloads on every shot in the game, because you always have that constant feel for that leverage and control and paddle speed that we're all looking for. Pro XR is the most revolutionary technology in pickleball.
You don't get the moments everyone talks about without the moments no one sees. Early morning practice, late night drills, running it over and over. You don't get the crowd without the quiet. Everyone sees the glory, the medal, the podium, but every winning shot starts right here. Paddle Tech. Let's go again.
All right, welcome back, everybody. There's a good look at Leigh Waters. Down 3, Tereschenko called timeout, and unfortunately, you don't want to do that coming out of your own timeout, miss a return.
4-6.
Well, and Dave, how do you feel about the timeout call if you're more of an underdog? So you say you're the underdog, but you have a lead, they get a couple of points. Do you want to call that usual timeout or try to keep that momentum?
I'll answer that after. Oh, no, another missed return here for Tereschenko. So that last timeout I wouldn't have called for a couple reasons. Leigh Waters gets a lot of positivity from her mom sitting there. And secondly, I don't want them to think I'm in trouble. And my goodness, 3 missed returns since that from Tereschenko, who is playing brilliantly.
7-6.
Okay, so a little touch drop volley. So she has relinquished the lead, but it's just 1. So can Tereschenko rein that back in? You hate to have given her 3 freebies.
Yeah, of course, but you know, from her perspective, she's got to push that out of her mind, try to play a quality point here.
Oh, no. And she heard her say sick tricks, which is something she loves to do and promote, just all the crazy shots that herself and others can hit in pickleball. That sick trick was just plain sick, unfortunately. And that is a sick trick right there from Leigh Waters. And what looks so promising at 6-1 for Tereschenko, she's now down 8-6 after this gorgeous forehand pass from Leigh Waters.
8-6.
Short return, ball in the corner.
And this
volley
is
put away.
And this is the kind of level that Waters can show when she's got it all rolling, and that's why playing her, you just have to fight for every single point because you don't know, when you're going to get a chance to serve again at times.
And another deep serve on the line, a fourth missed return, and we are at match point get to Sunday here for Leigh Waters. And that two-hander up the line will do it. So Tereschenko played as good a match as you can at the start of game 2.
Yeah.
Got up 6-1, caused Leigh to have to call a timeout, but then just the absolute level of Leigh rose, and then four gimmies to go with it just can't happen.
Yeah, if you're trying to beat the best in the world, obviously you can't give much away. Credit to Tereschenko for battling, though. She made it competitive.
So we'll talk to Leigh Waters. She's heading to Sunday.
What if you could have shades like these for a fraction of big brand prices? With Shady Rays, you can. We're an independent company, so we do things differently. We offer high-quality polarized shades for a reasonable price. And we personally replace any pair that gets lost or broken. And so far, we've racked up over 100,000 5-star reviews. I founded Shady Rays so that we could have sunglasses that stand up to whatever life throws at us. Order now and get 50% off 2 pairs at shadyrays.com.
Each shot has its own strategy. Each player, their own style. Whether you dink it, drive it, lob it, drop it, bang it, or spin it is entirely up to you. But we do keep score. We recognize the winners. Podiums are earned. If you want an edge, you best work for it. Electrum. Earn your edge.
Welcome back, everybody. Last match of the day coming up, Ben Johns and Connor Garnett. That's going to be a lot of fun. We'll preview that here in a moment. But Leigh Waters was pushed. Irina Tereschenko, big kudos to her. Played a great part of that second game. But Hannah, you've got the winner. Take it away.
Well, welcome to Championship Court. Leigh Waters here with me. She's headed to Championship Sunday. Leigh, I know playing at night is not your favorite or under the lights, but you were able to come away with this match into what was working so well.
Yeah, I feel like, especially under the lights, I have to really concentrate on the ball and with my feet. So I think that was something that I really had to implement in this match, especially when I was down in the second game. I was like, just watch the ball, move your feet, and I think I did that. That's how I came back. But I'm super excited to go to Championship Sunday.
Well, Leigh, your head-to-head record against Irina since June 2020 is 10-0. Does that stat surprise you?
I mean, I don't know, honestly. When I was younger, like 10 or 11, I used to play Irina, and the pros and she would absolutely destroy me. So when I came back in 2020, I think it was like, Irina's the one I want to beat. And I think since then, I just kind of had that thing just because I've lost so many times to her when I was 11. So.
Well, Leigh, you have a pretty big birthday coming up. You're turning 16 in about 2 weeks. Anything you're looking forward to when you get to that age?
Yeah, I'm super excited for it, especially getting my driver's license, so stay off the roads.
Oh boy. Leigh Waters is going to be mobile in just 2 weeks. So congratulations, Leigh. We'll watch you play on Sunday.
We owe great times to good friends, to the glasses that spark conversation, to the ideas that then pour out. Ours came from a night like that, and somehow survived the morning after to make our own tequila. It wasn't meant to leave our house, but since we made this for friends, we thought it wouldn't hurt to make a few more. Grab a glass, amigo. Our tequila is your tequila. Our casa is your casa.
All right, folks, welcome back. Dave Fleming here with Kyle McKenzie. Last match of the day from our singles. Not anywhere close to the last match of the tourney. Come on, we got
we're just getting started.
We got
here,
mixed tomorrow. We got men's and women's doubles on Saturday, and then glorious championship Sunday. But I'll tell you what. You and I got here, we went through our, production notes. What do we want to do as we take over the back half of this? And we said, let's go check out what's going on some of these courts just to get a feel for what's going on.
Yeah.
We watched Christian Alshon and Tyson McGuffin in an absolute battle. And then the court behind that, Connor Garnett is playing J.W. Johnson. We knew that would be a potentially tough match for Connor Garnett, something maybe he could win, and he flat out made J.W. Johnson look very uncomfortable and won convincingly. And then he comes back and beats Christian Alshon, and then he beats Ryan Sherry.
Correct. I don't believe
he didn't play Christian Alshon. I apologize. He beat Ryan Sherry, yes.
But still, yeah, there was this huge crowd of the Tyson McGuffin, Christian Alshon, kind of a back in the corner, Connor Garnett and J.W. Johnson. And, yeah, I think we both knew Garnett has the athleticism, has the game to potentially beat somebody of that caliber, but we were both surprised and impressed by it being relatively decisive. He seemed in control of that match, and this will not be the first time Ben Johns has played Connor Garnett. I think we mentioned this earlier, but they played singles in Newport, and you were on the call for that one.
I was, and so that was November of last year, so as close to this as we can kind of get. 12-10, 12-10, and Connor Garnett had game points in both games. So he's playing great today. Now, both these gentlemen haven't played forever today. Like these matches we talked about have been a while.
Right.
Okay? So Connor Garnett is somebody that's got a lot of energy. His feet are going to be moving all day long. It's going to get colder as we go here. All right, they seem ready to play. Ben Johns at the top of the screen. Let's play pickleball.
Point.
And not the way Connor Garnett wanted to start.
And Ben comes out striping a huge serve on that one. I wonder if that's a tactic to go for just a little bit more.
Side out.
There's the big swing at a two-hander. So Garnett will absolutely be going for twoies, and he hits balls on the run that you've never seen before. So look for that. Point. Thank you, Connor.
And look at the movement. One thing that Connor Garnett has added in since the last time they played, he is going for just a touch more on his serve. He used to just more start the point with it. He's realizing the advantage of occasionally getting some short returns. And that, ladies and gentlemen,
a ridiculous two-hander. We told you it's coming. It's coming early.
And that is his signature shot. He already has, in my opinion, one of, if not the very best two-handed backhands in the game. And I expect that to give Mr. Johns some fits today.
Yeah, so if this is your first Connor Garnett viewing, it will not be your last. Federico Staxrud, who won a thrilling 3-game match against Dylan Frazier, awaits the winner on Sunday. And Ben Johns is absolutely clobbering everything, starting with the serve.
It looks just a little bit bigger right out of the gate, looking to implement his will early on in these points.
And it seems like Garnett is having trouble visualizing and seeing the ball there, because that's a two-handed backhand volley he'd usually make.
Well, in the interview with Leigh Waters just a moment ago, she mentioned kind of struggling visually with the lights. I wonder if the gentlemen are struggling with the same thing right now.
Side out. And that ball doesn't come up. So unlike some players who will just try a pass in that situation, Johns is going to wait and wait and see if he can drop it in there and not be in a hurry. He couldn't make it there.
Side out.
Even though Connor Garnett lost that point, I do think that's the better strategy. If he stays back and rips constantly, I do think that the volley of Ben Johns is going to win out. But if he looks to get forward occasionally, I think that's going to put a lot more pressure on the volley from Ben Johns here.
Just deep there from Ben Johnson. You can see even from what the referees are wearing how the weather temperature change dips quickly here in the desert. There's that lethal one-hander. He has that table tennis background, and that serves him so well.
It's an enormous weapon, especially in those cat and mouse points. The ability to whip across his body with topspin on that backhand.
Garnett goes for a huge rip at that one, and there's, not enough court back there. There's only 22 on that side there.
4-2.
Wow, and Ben super casual earlier. He had a put away, but just gets to give a more entertaining point to all of us. So thanks, Ben.
Ben's going to go at his own speed.
Yeah.
He knows what he's doing out there, and
5-2.
We're all just trying to copy him and learn.
And that is a wicked forehand pass there, and Ben Johns is dialed in at night. About 5:48 here local time, and he is on point.
Side out.
That two-hander sail. So he's really hitting those serves hard, but the depth hasn't been there yet. But it has worked out okay, obviously, with a 4-point lead.
Yeah, I think he really feels the need to dictate early, and that's just respect of the ball striking and the offense that Garnett brings.
6-2.
My goodness. Wicked two-y down the line, and then the forehand pass. And now can Connor Garnett show us that he's able to withstand this or not? Because this is the best player in the world playing at his best. And there's a timeout. So Ben Johns looking incredibly comfortable under the lights here, Kyle.
Well, he's so experienced. He's consciously hitting harder now that the conditions are colder. We'll see if it plays out the rest of the match.
Yeah, the desert is treating the top seed very well. We'll be right back.
He's the most electrifying man in sports. The epitome of hard work and the face of the game. Tyson McGuffin became an icon the same way Selkirk Sport did, with a team. Dedicated professionals with a passion for innovation and unrivaled commitment to the game of pickleball. Selkirk Sport. We are pickleball.
you to Pickle Roll. It can be installed anywhere, temporarily or permanently on any flat area. So I have a feeling Pickle Roll is going to be a big part of our future.
Want to give pickleball a try without getting pickled? In Pickleball Magazine has partnered with Selkirk to get you started. Go to selkirk.com to get free access to an in-pickleball starter course. Plus, get exclusive deals to paddles that real pros like Tyson McGuffin use.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Connor Garnett, the 13th seed.
Time in.
Has had a great day. Beat Pablo Tellez, beat J.W. Johnson, beat Ryan Sherry. That's why he's here. Now he's playing the top seed. And that's that classic, a lot of movement. You know, you don't teach it that way, do you, Kyle, to be running through a two-handed volley, but it works for him. A lot of energy out of the timeout here for Garnett.
Yeah, I would say Garnett violates a lot of my teaching principles, but he's on another level, so maybe he needs to start teaching me, I think.
Point.
Gets a miss there, and this is sort of what happened. He got all this energy when they played in Newport, and then he had the confidence to go for more and was making it. So we'll see if that is flowing again.
Point.
And the answer is it's flowing a little more and a little more.
Yeah, I know that since his arrival on the pro pickleball scene, he's done a lot of work on his forehand to try to get it up to the level of his backhand, and it's showing right now.
Side out.
Look at that. That was going to be an ATP passing shot from the baseline. He tried to shape that around. Just couldn't keep it in the court, though. So leads but 3 now for Johns.
Point.
And the big serve, it's just hard to get that all the way back to the court. And then if you come in behind it, you are in big trouble. So this massive serving from Johns is paying big dividends.
Point.
Well, and that's what's tough to see, you know, for the viewers at home, is the pickleball IQ that Ben Johns has. We watched his match with Julian Arnold, another very good player, but it was earlier in the day. He slowed the ball down a lot. It's just early offense and often.
And there's a perfect example right there on his first chance at game point. Ropes a serve in the corner, and Garnett knows he has to hit a big return. He's not able to do it. And folks, this is what the best player in the world playing at his best looks like. Garnett had a great run coming up to it, but it's all Ben Johns in game 1.
You think you know Rose Namajunas? Rose lost her first title fight. Flat out lost. Right then and there, she made a decision to stop just fighting and start believing she would become a champion. And look who's number 1 now. If you've decided to take control of your finances, get the cash you need today with the Cash Out Refi from Guaranteed Rate, a lender real estate agent's trust. Learn more at rate.com.
Our new EV rental fleet is the absolute GOAT. Nice. Speaking of GOATs, is that Tom Brady? Yeah. He comes in to recharge, get software updates, you know.
Same time next week?
You got it.
Cool. Let's go.
Let's go.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away. Get 0% APR financing plus 0 payments for 90 days on select vehicles. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Welcome back, everybody. Dave Fleming with Kyle McKenzie. We got the youngsters hanging in there, enjoying everything here at the beautiful Mission Hills Country Club. So love to see the youth coming into this. Folks, we started at 7 a.m. There were 53 people in the qualies trying to get into the main draw.
No, the events are getting bigger. You can't just walk in and play pro anymore. You got to earn your spot. And I believe they were playing for only eight spots.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
side out.
It's tough just to get this opportunity to play against the best in the world here.
And the best in the world is looking even better than the best in the world looked. I mean, this is a performance right now. Good job by Garnett. Johns had a forehand that he had some options, and Garnett got out of it. And can he find that rhythm?
Side out.
That's going to be frustrating for Garnett because he knows when he has a ball on that side of his body to hit that 2E, he has a chance to hit a winner. Didn't do it there.
Yeah,
easier said than done.
He had an opening, he just didn't quite convert.
Point.
And these heavy serves again, just because you know you can't cut it because it'll end up short and you'll get passed.
Foot fault. Left foot.
And Garnett looks down and is like, yeah, probably I was. You know, he has that sort of frenetic style where he's moving a lot. You know, Johns will never look off balance at the kitchen line, and that's the beauty of pickleball. Different styles work.
Side out.
It's a good choice by Garnett there. Knew that Johns would be leaning middle after he dropped up the line. Held that just a little longer. Didn't try to overhit it.
0-2.
Just placed that back behind him.
Yeah, Johns can't believe he didn't get that ball to bounce. There it is. So,
and I think that right there is an example of why, you know, look for Connor Garnett to be a matchup problem for Ben Johns going forward, whether that's today or not. Ben's such a percentage player that when you've got somebody like Connor Garnett who comes up with these very difficult shots, and that's kind of their routine, it really can be a crack in the armor to such a high-level pickleball IQ percentage player like Ben Johns.
Point.
3 in a row for Garnett, and he's got the lead, and that came after Johns was in control. He loves to come in and drop that ball on his last service point. Didn't get it where he wanted, and Garnett's built on that.
Side out.
And Johns has chosen in these last several points to return to what many would consider the more dangerous side of Garnett. He's doing that purposely, folks. That time the hold it and pass does not find a Garnett paddle.
3-3.
Oh,
Point.
and Garnett was through on the anti-lock brakes there. I mean, he was beaten badly. It's like football when somebody's breaking ankles. It's that was ugly.
No, it looked like he had ice skates on there.
And that's unfortunate for Garnett off the tape. And just when you think he's got this reeled back in, you look up and it's 5-3 Johns.
Yeah, you know, he has a way of, you know, absorbing runs from his opponents and always seeming to find runs of his own. He's added a little bit of variety here, I've noticed. He's dropped a couple. Just trying to make his opponent always beat him in a variety of ways.
What a get from Garnett, and he's there too, but just misses it. And what a point from both sides there, as Johns, again, just patiently trying to get his
6-3.
shot that could bounce, got up to the kitchen, and then Garnett.
Point.
And there's the
Timeout
timeout
receiver,
call after
7-3,
another
1 minute.
blistering serve. And this is, attention all pickleball pro players. This is what Ben is bringing to the table, and he is hitting two-handed backhands heavy from the baseline. So Ben Johns lurking and on his way to Sunday.
A lot of us mishit the ball. I know I mishit the ball a lot. So
Speak for
the more
yourself, Ben
forgiving.
Johns.
Welcome back, everybody. Ben Johns up 11-5, 7-3. Garnett called timeout.
Time in.
Doing everything he can. It's just
7-3.
sometimes the guy on the other side of the net's just better.
Yeah, Johns has an ability
Let
to
recall.
feel a match out and really know what identity he
7-3.
needs to play to bother his opponents.
That is
Side out.
unbelievable from Garnett, because when Johns is in that position with the backhand, he's usually in complete control.
Yeah, especially when he
3-7.
executes it like that. It's so tough to go back behind him, but Garnett fast enough to pull that one up the line.
And that is a heartbreaking point. Oh, he gets there. Oh, it's even more
Side out.
heartbreaking. Wow. Garnett, after a gorgeous point to get the ball back, was in control and then off the tape in trouble. Good
And
fight.
right now, Johns is exposing one theoretical
7-3.
hole in Garnett's game in the cat and mouse. He's yet to roll that two-hander cross court with much consistency.
And ATP catches the line, and everything is working for Ben Johns. You see an occasional ATP in singles, and that is as good as it gets.
That was a tough one. Best in the world, looking like the best in the world right now.
Point.
Yeah, and Garnett knows he cannot try and hit a tennis passing shot there with the two-hander.
Yeah,
Timeout
like I
receiver,
mentioned,
9-3,
you know,
1
Ben's
minute.
enough of a percentage player. He knows that he can cover the line. He knows that the cross court he can cover if it's a speed up most of the time. So really the missing hole is if Connor Garnett can take pace off and move that ball cross court. Ben's recognized that he hasn't been comfortable doing that. And if you notice, he started dropping a lot more rather than powering through Connor Garnett like he was in game one.
Yeah, and you've seen Garnett, we've talked about he'd rather play a ball off the bounce, so that makes the kitchen even bigger, because if he's going to drop it and Garnett wants it out of the bounce, not out of the air, well then I don't have to be as precise with that drop, and that's a problem for Garnett in this sort of point construction that Johns has preferred here.
Yeah, when Garnett plays doubles and uses a similar approach, you know, you have a partner, right? So if you're leaving a little court open, normally your partner can bail you out or extend the point. With here, you've got to have that variety of sometimes you pull the trigger, sometimes you just angle it off.
So 2 points from Sunday in a matchup with Federico Staxrud, who has already gotten a championship Sunday. And a two-handed winner that Garnett seemed to let go there. And we are at match point for Ben Johns.
10-3.
And And that is Ben Johns just absolutely playing at a level that just couldn't be matched on the other side. And Garnett, we talked about who he beat all day long. Incredible.
No, I don't even think it was a bad or poorly played match from Garnett. It was just extremely clean, explosive offense from Mr. Johns, and you saw the variety as well. So a little bit of everything from Ben Johns, certainly looking like Ben Johns 2.0 here in 2020.
Yeah, we saw the two-handed backhand certainly being a big part of that, but the top seeds, Leigh Waters in the match before this, and now Ben Johns looking like what top seeds should look like. We'll talk to him right after this.
New People Pickleball.
So after a long day of singles pickleball that started for some competitors at 7 a.m. this morning, it is Federico Staxrud and the man we'll talk to in a minute, Ben Johns, playing on the men's side. And then on the ladies' side, Lea Jansen and Leigh Waters. So Sunday is going to be something else for singles. Let's hear what Ben thinks of what we saw as an incredibly impressive performance. Take it away, Hannah.
Well, time where Ben Johns has punched his ticket to championship Sunday. Ben Connor is incredibly talented, a young and new player to the tour. What tools did you know he was going to bring to the table in this matchup?
Yeah, well, it's really cool to see new faces on the tour. It happens all the time. He's got an interesting and unique game style. So, you know, whenever you're playing somebody for the first couple times, it's really about kind of trying to identify patterns and do what your body tells you to do at the right time. So I felt like I did a good job of reading stuff, and that's really what makes a difference when you're playing your video like that.
Well, coming into 2023, you look like you're playing some of your best singles yet that we've seen. Why are you feeling so good? Was the holiday a good reset for you?
Yeah, I think I definitely benefited from the break. The break was really nice. I've been training though, so it's never really downtime for a true break, and I think the training has gone really well. We had a few breakthroughs and some stuff, so the body's feeling great, and looking forward to the season.
Well, something everyone is talking about, you're sporting a brand new paddle here at this tournament. What is it?
This is Project Perseus. This is Yola and I's baby, and pretty excited about it. Feels really good, and we're just going to do some couple months more testing with it before we release it to the public, but I'm super excited for it.
Rumor has it nobody's allowed to touch it. Is that true?
No, you can touch it. You just can't play with it. It's only mine for now. I like it that way.
All right, guys. Well, I'm excited to see what that model will do when it comes out on shelves later this year. Congratulations. We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, I didn't think I would be saying Project Perseus today, but I just did. And, you know, we saw, Kyle, as we watched that, something different. It didn't have that typical shape of a Yola paddle. So we've seen the Selkirk Labs. Now we got Project Perseus. So, Kyle, appreciate everything you did. We'll be back together again in the afternoon window tomorrow. We'll have Cameron Irwin and Morgan Evans calling it tomorrow. It's mixed doubles day here from the Hyundai Masters, the first start on the Carvana PPA Tour. We thank you so much for watching all day. See you in the morning, 10 Pacific, 1 Eastern.